What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Black Men Unfiltered Network. We are here in the barbershop again tonight. It is so good to have you guys here. If you're watching right now, go ahead and do your boy a solid right now. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, because you're already here. You might as well do something for your boy. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, guys. We're doing great work over here. Just a little for people who are just watching or may just be coming in who've never been here before. This is Black Men Unfiltered Network. We have a network of shows, different ideas, different perspectives that we do here. And so I wanted you guys to definitely be a part of that. If it's if it's your first time here, I'm so glad that you're here. Reckless. Listen, I'm sending you the link right now because I definitely want you in on this one tonight. I forgot to send it to you, my brother, but I will send it to you, guys. But you know what we do here, guys? We want to be as helpful as we possibly can, no matter if that's going to hold a lot of people accountable. Whether female or male, we're going to talk about every dynamic of male, every dynamic of female. We're going to talk about children. We're going to talk about everything that people are definitely not talking about. We just had a great show on Thursday with Coach K. Coach K came in, her and Dr. Nkumbe came in and did a wonderful job. It's mental health month, so they're really focusing on mental health. And so if you missed that, go back and watch the one from yesterday. On Wednesday, we had a great sports show. If you like sports at 7, then on Tuesday, we had a very, very great show. It was amazing to have that conversation as well. So go back and watch those shows as well. All right. So again, thank you guys for being here. Let me get my boy Reckless out here. I want to make sure my guests are ready and in the place and ready to go. Give me just a second here. All right, let me see where my boy Reckless at. All right, let's see. All right, so guys, I'm going to bring up my first guest tonight, and you know him as the doctor. All right, man, he dropped some jewels on Tuesday, and when he comes up, I'm going to let him do an overview of what he talked about on Tuesday, because it was that amazing. The first man I want to bring up, yours truly, the doctor himself, Mr. Bennett, is in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up. I mean, Mr. Bennett. Hey, listen, a lot of people didn't see the show on Tuesday, but if you can just give us a smooth overview of what you talked about on Tuesday, man, that would be amazing. And then they can go back and watch it as well. So you got the
absolutely. Well, I the main topic of the show is what do we teach our, first of all, what do we learn about sex, and what are we teaching to our children about sex? And what I found most interesting, not to give too much of it away, is that for a lot of us, we're never properly educated. And this seems to be a cycle, like generational cycle, where we don't touch the subject. We've demonized the subject to such a degree, and it really hasn't worked in terms of inhibiting anyone's desire to have and having sex and all the things that we're having. So really the conversation was really trying to get people to think about, should we be approaching the subject differently? Rather than demonizing it, should we have a wholesome discussion on what a good, healthy sexual relationship between men and women look like, and prepare our children with a sense of hope and expectancy for it, rather than making the boogeyman that we've always tried to make it. And so again, very interesting discussion, lots of different perspectives in terms of how people approach it. But again, the common thread is how we came of age, how we learned about sex and sexuality came from a variety of sources, and and we never quite got the picture. So how we get here is a miracle in of itself. But trying to change the conversation. So again, very, very good topic, and we may entertain a part two. I know one show we're going to have next Tuesday that's going to be spawned off of that is going to be talking about those members of the B Club, and that as a birth control solution. So
absolutely,
I'm strapping up, just getting ready for the next show coming up. But it was a great combo, and hopefully keep the dialogue going, because we have people who don't have kids yet or looking to have kids. Those of us who've gotten our kids to adulthood, and those in the process. So we kind of had everybody. So it was very good representation throughout.
Absolutely, man. Hey, we got Reckless Ray in the building tonight. All right, man. Hey, listen, man. I want Reckless to get up here and tell us how he's been doing, man. How's his show's been going, man. And Reckless, I want you to tell the people who are watching tonight, man, about your show and what you do, man. I watch your shows and I share them on my community tab. And man, I just want people to know what you do and how you're helping people, man. So and you're helping the community as well. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I've got 2 shows. First of all, thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that a lot.
Absolutely.
And like, I can't express that enough. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come over here and rock out with you guys. Always get some good perspectives. I always leave. I've learned something every time we have one of our conversations.
Absolutely, but thank you, man.
On my channel, I have 2 uploads. One of them is specifically focused on crypto, where I'm building out a crypto portfolio that shows you how I'm going through that, gives some updates, some news, my thoughts, my methodology, and we're tracking my progress of the said portfolio that I'm building. The other one is called Future Financial Strategies, and that is basically an economics, personal finance type conversation that we have over there. And then on Thursday nights, which is the same night that Nakumbe's live, which sucks because I don't get to see that show. But Thursday nights I have a show that I've been doing for about a year now called Guns and Butter. That's an open panel discussion, and we're talking money, politics, current events. It goes a lot of different ways, but it's a very tight-knit group. So we rock out over there. We have some fun. I try to facilitate some conversations with some very, very wild perspectives. We got some wild characters over on that show that are regulars now.
All right, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, brother. And thank you again for being here tonight, man. Thank you for everything that you do in the community, man, with the crypto and everything. So, guys, if you have not followed and subscribed to this man, Reckless, please tell him how to follow you. And then right after you tell him how to follow you as well.
You can reach me over at Reckless Ray Dinero for those of you watching on YouTube. Within that site, it has a quick link to my Instagram. All my contact stuff is on there. But at Reckless Ray Dinero, I'm on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, just about everywhere. And over on Rumble as well. You can find me over on Rumble also.
All right, man. And Mr. Bennett, tell him how you can be reached as well, man. I know that he does Fit Over 50. And so he's helping men stay fit when they're over 50. Look at Mr. Bennett right now. Mr. Bennett, if he wasn't married, the women would be chasing him down like a jackrabbit in Africa. So Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, tell us how they can stay fit over 50, my guy.
Well, you can certainly follow me on IG, where I put a lot of my training videos and content. Paul T. Bennett at Instagram. But typically, you'll find me here in the network. Usually I'm here on Tuesday and Friday nights. I was on the Wednesday show. Boston, we have life. We're going to Miami, so we'll follow over there. But
if y'all come back and win this series, Jimmy Butler needs to retire. I'm scared, bro. I'm scared for him.
It's amazing the dynamic. They were ready to fire the Boston coach after Game 3, and now they're talking about Jimmy Butler needs to retire after Game 4. He was playoff Jimmy before then, so it's just amazing.
Man, I don't know what happened to Jimmy, bro.
I'm just gonna wait it out and see what happens, man. See what happens. But I'm also I also have a channel. I'm trying to add more content to it. It's Dungeon Fitness 1969 on YouTube. That's my YouTube channel where I've done a lot of like product reviews. I kind of dabble with a lot of different fitness equipment. So I give reviews and whatnot, some techniques on how to do certain things or whatever. So looking to flesh that out, just trying to work out a proper model for that so I can have more regular content. But I'll definitely be looking to fill that up as well. But I do have some reviews, some nifty gadgets that certainly help me in my training. And, again, I focus mostly on strength training, staying strong over 50 and, just taking care of the temple and, trying to, stay relevant. I'm competing with the millennials. So I got to stay ahead of the game still. I'm not getting out of the business world anytime soon.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you so much for being here tonight, Mr. Bennett. We got 2 more baldies that just came in tonight. All right. We got we got our Payne in the building tonight, and we have the great doctor who had a great show yesterday. If you didn't get a chance to see it, please go back and watch on this network. Dr. Nakumbe and Coach K had a great show yesterday. So I was just telling them about it before you got here, Doc. But Doc, we'll get Doc in here first, Doc. Tell everybody who you are and how you can be reached and when they can see you, brother.
You bet. Good evening to all the people listening. Thank you for being here. Good evening to the panel. I am best known for helping people make sense of their problems. So I either present unique perspectives or help them get right to the root of their problem. So I work with couples, and those couples come in knowing they shouldn't be together, but love, you know how it is. They just, ooh, something about them. But the goal is not to keep them together. The goal is to see if they are really realistically able to stay together. I also work with people who have addiction issues. So either individuals, teams, or couples. And then I work with people in the court system that have offender cases and/or they are the victim of a case. I can be found .cumby.com. Most of my content, because I'm old school. This is all before all the YouTube stuff. So most of my content's on Facebook, and that is at letsgetatit.com, which goes right to the Facebook. Let's LETS get GET at ATIT.com. Let's get at it. And that's where most of my content is. I do have on YouTube, so if you will subscribe, that would be awesome. I eventually will be putting some content there. Again, that's what I do for work, and then for fun and on the side, I've always been a professional comedian. So you can catch me in different spots doing my jokes and stuff. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for being here tonight, my brother. All right, now we got the last but not least, the elder himself, the missionary, the man who can speak and everyone listens. Give it up to the man himself. The man has been married over 3 decades. Everybody, put your damn hands together. Right now, who has just entered the barber shop right now. I want y'all at home right now. I don't care if you're around your mother-in-law, your mama and them. I want you to put your damn hands together for my brother from another mother. Oh, wait a minute.
Hold on here. Is it the barber shop? Is it the barber shop?
Yes, it is.
It's the barber shop. Well, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barber shop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all
You
right.
gotta tell who the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barber shop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barber shop.
Why you gotta tell?
All right, we got our pain in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, there's no way I'm gonna live up to that, man. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody.
Good
Hey,
evening.
listen,
Good evening.
you know, I just popped on. I saw your invite. You know, these YouTube spaces is nice. I retired in during the pandemic in 2000 for my job, 38 years, working for the Department of Defense. And for some reason, you know, somebody said maybe it's not smart to retire during the pandemic. It was the absolute best thing I ever did.
Mm-hmm.
And I swear it was the absolute best thing I ever did. It was time for me to get out and start a new journey. But so it's me and the wife, the kids are grown. And I try to, you know, people often ask people who are going to retire from a job, what you going to do afterwards? And I always tell people, listen, you know, I had a couple of things going. I mean, I like, you know, trading stocks. I like, managing portfolios, unprofessional manage. I'm not a professional manager, but I took, I set up my daughters and I quote unquote manage their portfolios while they're young so they don't make the mistakes I made when I was in my 20s. And you know, because I didn't really start getting into it until I was in my late 30s. I don't want them to have to work till they're 65 or 64. So, so that's one thing I do, but you need to find other things to pass the time. So I write a little bit. You know, I write these like 1 pages. I call it, I have a little booklet of things I write on different topics. And it usually centers on marriage and relationships, politics, or sports. That's why I call my YouTube channel Marriage, Politics, and Sports, because I can talk about any of those kind of things. And the truth of the matter is, sometimes they all intersect, right? You can find relationship issues in sports. There's political issues in sports, you know, and marriage, you know, it cuts across a lot of things. And I'm still an advocate for marriage, even though nobody wants to do it. So when somebody comes on and say in the modern era, I had this conversation with Anton Daniels. And actually, he posted the link himself. He's in my conversation with R. Payne. He set up a scenario. He said, why should a successful 38-year-old man in the United States ever get married? And then he wanted people to come up and debate him. So we had like a I don't know, maybe almost a 20-minute talk on that. He had it on his channel. And so we went back and forth. And I said, listen, you can't tell a man who's successful that he shouldn't have a wife. He's going to want to have a legacy. He's going to want to have children. He's going to want to do some things. Now, he doesn't necessarily have to get married, right? But if he does, he needs a prenup. Or if he wants children, he could go surrogacy route. Or he could do a non-traditional, non-state marriage, but you got to tell him he still needs the paperwork. He needs certain paperwork to make sure he protects his children, his significant other, and those kind of things. So those are the kind of conversations I like to get into. So I'm like a groupie on YouTube, man. That's what I call myself, because I like to pop on different panels. And, and anytime I just want to let my no hair down, you just go on Fight Club and just yell at people for overnight. Until you get on Fight Club and you just go back and forth. People calling each other, out of anything other than the child of God. It's wild, but you could take that for one of the days of the weekend, but you can't take them all 3 nights. So that's why. So I appreciate you, inviting me up, BMU. So this is good. So we had some good conversations here.
Absolutely.
I know we cut it up once in a while, but the topics are pretty good. So I appreciate being here.
Absolutely.
And so my channel's down on the bottom. So.
All right. Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for being here tonight. All you guys for being here tonight. I appreciate you all. So listen, I want to start out tonight by showing you guys a video. See, tonight's going to be real interesting because we got Reckless in here. These personalities. Whoa, wait a minute. There's no way possible, guys. I can keep going right now because somebody slid in on me. If you don't know who this guy is, let me give him an intro. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to yours truly, Hank from the basement is in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, he's coming to the stage. Here we go. 5, 6, 7, let's go. Hey. My boy Hank is in the building tonight. Hank, what's going on, my boy?
Black man, you ain't shit.
What's going on, Hank, man? How you doing, bro?
What's going on? How y'all guys doing today?
Yeah, all right.
Good,
All right.
man. It's good to hear from you, brother. Hey, Hank, tell
Congrats
everybody
again to your son. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw you. Congrats to your son, brother, for sure. I was definitely going to say that. But I do want to say this, man. Can you tell everybody, man, Hank has a show. He has his own network. His own show, own channel. And I need you guys to go to support him if you have not supported him. Hank, go ahead and tell everybody about your channel and how they can subscribe and follow you, brother.
Oh, well, my channel's called The Basement, so that's the name of my channel. And I do 2 shows. I do one on Monday, and I talk about sports and all that good stuff. Just trying to break up the monotony of what we always hear about between relationships and over serious talks of politics and all of that. So I break it up, man. To just talk about sports, what I love, what I'm really passionate about. But on Wednesday, that's when I have my other show, and that's at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Both shows at Eastern Standard Time for both of my shows, but the one on Monday 7 and the other one on Wednesday 7. But the Wednesday show is just a grown man talk, man, a conversation about things that men are dealing with and going through, regardless of whether it's relationship, whether it's health, or it's your mental or your physical, or your emotional. So I just like to, talk about that and really try to really press the issue towards a certain demographic that's between 16 and 25-year-old young man, because right there, to me is a gap where that needs to be filled in these spaces, because nobody's really talking to them. They just, their only message to them is just, go get the bag. Well, it's more than just about go get your bag, because they think about more than just that. They think about more than just making money, because most of them probably still live at home with their parents, so they not really focus on money like they probably should. But it's not. But there's other things that they are focusing on, and that's like girls. We all know they love the ladies if they love ladies. But yeah, I just try to be that voice for them and talk to them and educate them through my experiences, my mistakes, my triumphs, and all of that good stuff. So that's what I do on Wednesday. You can find, like I said again, you can find me at Hink in the Basement. I'm sure my man, Black Man, will
Oh yeah.
tag in the
Absolutely. It'll be in the chat. Moderators, go ahead and put Hink the Basement in there for me. I appreciate you guys. Also, shout out to the moderators. Listen, a lot of these shows go on, and I don't think my moderators get a lot of recognition. So I want to say to them as well, not only to you guys who are great and come in every week and we have different perspectives, 5 days a week, guys, but also to the moderators. Moderators, thank you so much for moderating, making sure the links are put in, making sure people are being followed, and everybody has the information they need from everybody on the panel. I appreciate you. Also, to the members of the channel who have joined, who pay into this channel every month and give and donate to this channel every month. You guys are also amazing. I appreciate you guys for everything you do as well, because I think we should not be getting and not giving back, reciprocating back to you guys, letting you know how much I truly appreciate you. And we're going to continue to get great content. You saw Mr. Bennett kill it, right? We got Hink in here because Hink be killing them, dropping them dimes. Reckless gonna bring it up, man. Dr. Nakumbe, man, listen, Dr. Nakumbe, my grandmother saw the show that night that you were on, and when you said they just fucking, you just want to fuck and eat and fucking, and my grandmother laughed so hard, bro. My grandma say that man name need to be Dr. Fuck, ain't it? I said, I don't know. My grandmother enjoyed you, brother. She was laughing so hard. So you brought some laughter to my grandmother. So I appreciate you, brother. All right, man. So before we get, let me pull this video up, and I want y'all's perspective. I know I got some personalities here tonight, so I'm gonna play this video, and y'all tell me what y'all think. Here we go.
And tell me that you're cheating on me?
I didn't cheat on you.
You went on a date with this girl.
It wasn't a date.
She literally told me that you took her out to eat.
No.
Yeah, and you guys hooked up. You can't sit here and deny that.
I am denying because it's not true.
Okay, sure. So are you saying she's lying?
I'm saying she's lying.
Let's find out from her.
Okay.
All right.
Oh my God.
Paula, can you tell him what you told me?
So I pretty much told her that you took me to this really fancy restaurant, and afterwards we went back to my place and hooked up.
And that he came on to you in the car and you guys are kissing.
Yes.
Yeah, see?
Why would you sit here and lie?
I lied because
So you weren't telling the
Wait.
truth?
I didn't think that she deserved you, so I lied.
Oh my God.
Clearly she doesn't value the faithful, amazing man that you are.
So are you ready to be honest?
My bad. We'll start with Dr. Nakumbe first. Dr. Nakumbe, I know. Go ahead. What's your thoughts?
Here's the good. Sometimes it takes those surprises. It actually takes those conversations, those moments for you to really realize how much you are actually playing into ruining your own relationship. Because how much of that could have been an individual conversation, one-on-one conversation? Can I bring up these concerns? And how much of it was about asking versus ask told, and then I'm approved. And so you have this unique dynamic where you have a friend and your partner, your man, your king, your husband, and you really are in position of playing this game where the potential, but instead of squashing that, you actually play into this game until people get their feelings hurt. So my one takeaway that I would want to offer to anybody, and since we're at the barbershop tonight, I don't even want to talk about so much clinical as much as I really want you to think about common sense. If you have that special someone, what game are you willing to risk or play, or what information from someone else are you going to let intrude or interfere in your relationship? Get to know your man or your woman for who they are, minus that outside noise.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Nakumbe. Now I want to hop it up to Reckless. Reckless, what are your thoughts?
Next. No, man. Dude, that is the ultimate red flag, bro. That chick is gonna be on your neck, making your life hell for the rest of your life. Those are the actions of a chick who you are not her first choice. She is not scared to lose you. She knows she has options and she has settled. You got to squash that immediately. That would have been a totally different conversation, especially since she was dead wrong. And the receipts came through. And you know what's really sad is girl who lied actually hit the nail on the head. She doesn't deserve that man. Like, I'm not saying that the other girl did, but she definitely called out homegirl about the way that so that's not the only thing that she's doing to him. If another chick thought to make up a lie to check her, she's doing other things. It's never just that one thing. Like, there's probably a whole litany of hoops and hurdles that this man has been going through to do right by this woman while being loyal to this woman, while she's beating him down, henpecking him every day, making his life miserable, expecting him to work for her. Like, I all I can say is next.
Absolutely. All right. So we're going to go up here. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts?
It's just amazing to me how ladies stick together, regardless of what they do. I mean, first of all, why are you going to bring her in if she slept? This is your friend and she slept with your man, and yet you still are trying to accuse him or trap him. But that was y'all was supposed to be like this. So it's just amazing to me. And there was an earlier video I saw where again a woman was caught in adultery or whatever, and the women are just incredibly understanding about the situation, or trying to make excuses. Hey, well, maybe that person you married wasn't your soulmate, whatever that means. And so again, it just the fact that they're still sort of working together in cahoots to trap that to pin this guy guilt on this guy. But it's like, hold up, why were you with him? That for some reason that question was never asked. So it just never ceases to amaze me how the women they tend to stick together on these issues and try to pin it on the man for some reason. I don't get it. You muted again, Brock, man.
Our Pain, and then we're gonna get Hank in here. Our Pain, what are your thoughts?
Yes, I've seen this video for several times over the years, and it ends. To tell you the truth, it ends with him apologizing for making her feel that way.
Oh,
That's the worst
wow!
part of it.
Wow!
Yeah, if you see the whole full, I couldn't. Listen. First of all, I would have to say next as well. I mean, she's a horrible chick, and I can't imagine just this situation teaching her anything. For her to set up a girl to try to do a shit test with her man, which would lead to him. So even if he failed, that means he would have been banging her friend, right?
And she was,
and and the other chick, but that's even besides the point. The fact that she would even do something like that, and over his telling her that he didn't do it, and she was so quick not to believe him, that if that chick didn't fess up, she would have never believed him, and it would have just got worse. And the worst part of it is, I'm not so sure she would have left him. She just would have just held it over his head for the rest of his life. I caught you. I caught you. I caught you. Listen, this is the worst kind of woman. I would be looking for another chick. That's for sure. And that's it. She's very disappointed. But the way that video ends is even worse, because the guy ends up being pretty much like a simp, to her. And I wouldn't have stood for it. He was all calm and stuff, but I would have let her have it. There would have been no forgiveness. At least not that day. None. So she would have been really doing some extra gymnastics for the rest of her life if she wanted to stay with me. All kinds of ways.
Man, absolute. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, woo! Hank, what are your thoughts?
I mean, shit. It's bad. It's bad. But I would.
What would you have done, Hank, if you found this out?
I would have smiled in the face and kept knocking her down. That's what I would have kept doing. She She got to use and abuse till I get tired of her, and I found me a real woman. That's what I would have did. I would have took advantage of her, because right now she's at the mercy of me. Right? She's at my mercy because she got proven wrong, and this was a friend, supposedly a friend, that she hired to do this experiment, I guess. In fact, I might have knocked a friend down too.
Yep.
You already accused me. I might as well go and prove you right. So I'm gonna knock both of you ladies down. To me, it's a little trifling for you to even agree to do it. So I'm gonna knock you both down, and I'm gonna have fun while doing it, and take advantage of the situation. That's what I'm gonna do. And then when I'm tired of you, I will leave you in the dust, and y'all both can have stories to tell.
Mandrell, did you get a chance to see the video? And so what are your thoughts, Mandrell? And welcome to the show tonight, my brother.
Yeah, I saw it. Well, if the two girls have been friends for a while, you gotta understand the girl's gonna be prone to believe her friend over you, the boyfriend, if you're new coming in anyway. She and the friend have history and trust and all this and that. So when the friend, now the only thing the guy can do is take note that, hey, I told her the truth and she didn't trust me. He can't allow himself to forget that. You can't forget that. You only up and up with her. You were accused of something. You told her the truth. She didn't trust you, and that's the problem. That's the key. She didn't trust him. So now the thing is, he has no choice. But if he wants to stay with her, he has to see what happens next. See how she acts. I don't think the guy's been taught how to be in a relationship, because because to my understanding, didn't somebody say he apologizes at the end of this?
Yeah, he apologized for making her feel.
See, exactly. Way. See, no one's taught him how to be in a relationship. No, he's not watching The Tenets of Manhood, my series. So no, he has nothing to apologize for. And yes, it's going to come off as harsh, but it's a lesson she's going to have to learn too. You're not going to apologize? Because I've been in that situation myself. You're not going to apologize? No. Why not? I got nothing to apologize for. You're an asshole. And you're not? I mean, yeah, seriously, that's exactly how that conversation went. Well, I mean, I'm not going to apologize for something I got nothing to apologize for. That's the big thing. I want to see the rest of it and see how that chick reacted after this whole thing. I mean, because right now, of course, the woman, it's a different question. Depends on your point of view. Is she wrong for not trusting him or not? You know what I'm saying? I don't know enough about their relationship to really say one way or the other, because she's got history with her friend. Now that the friends come clean, you don't deserve him, this, that, and the other. And reckless Ray, I agree with him. The friend actually told the truth. She doesn't, you know what I'm saying? But I understand why she wouldn't initially. Hold on, wait. The math ain't mathin'. If she pissed off the boyfriend for sleeping with her friend, why ain't she pissed off at the friend too?
That's what I said.
Well, yeah, he gets the blame because he's the guy, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but the friend, you have history with her, which makes it more of a betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
True, but she was just a sacrifice.
No, I'm sorry.
Huh? No. I mean, think about it. That's my friend. I'm sorry, girl. He did that to you, but you fucked. Why did you?
He did that to you, girl.
Right,
what the hell?
Oh my
God.
God.
What the hell?
They squabbling out there now. Yeah.
But I do have one thought on the apology. Just one push. It's not even a pushback, because here's one offering about why the apology works. Clearly, her trust issues didn't start with him.
Mm-hmm.
If you go back to some other experiences, and it's unfortunate. Here's the apology. It's unfortunate that you had to go through these steps. I apologize if I present something. A man should never. Hopefully, any girlfriend or wife or whatever should never have to feel like she can't trust you. So if you've already done your part, you get into situations where you're damned if you did and damned if you didn't. So if you've already done your part and then she continues, the only way I really see that apology working, once, maybe twice, considering the depth of her trust issues. I'm sorry I had to go through that. What can we do so we don't do that again? Because one time's an incident, second time's a coincidence, third time's a pattern, and I refuse to be part of that pattern. So my apologies that you had that experience. Now that you know otherwise, let's move forward.
Well, I know one of the things I guess Dr. Kimbe asked me in the back, what's the difference between testing her and a man testing his woman? Well, let me say this. I wouldn't test a woman like that by throwing some dude her way. That's crazy as hell, first of all. I'm not going to pay somebody to do some shit like that. It's not a test. Any test I'm going to do, I'm going to test what I think I could need to, I have lack of trust in you about. So first thing I'm testing is about money. I know money's a big thing for ladies, about getting money and buying. If you are materialistic, I'm gonna test you on those things that I know. As far as loyalty, I'm gonna get those tests already, because I'm gonna see how you move and how you in front of men. I don't have to know if you actually will cheat on me, but if I see you overly flirtatious with a man, that's gonna let me know. I don't have to go no further than that. Yeah, that's a problem. If I'm in a relationship with you and you overly flirtatious with a man, it's one thing about being nice. But if you overly flirtatious with him, dude, where you smile on him, you touching on him, you way too close to him, way too much. Are you asking about him way too much? Are you inquiring about way too? Yeah, that's a problem for me. So those are my tests and how I would address the situation, doctor. So I know you asked that question in the back, but man, look, this dude is young. I mean, y'all talk about why did he apologize? He apologized because he wanted to keep that ass going. He found some type of value in her, and she probably turns him out. Is the reason why he's still with this girl. You know, it's you know. So I don't know if any of y'all guys ever apologized knowing you wasn't right, but just to keep the peace. I've done it before. I'm not gonna sit there and say I'm not. I've done it before. I don't feel like arguing. I'm tired. I'm ready to go to bed. Baby, I'm sorry, I was wrong, and I'll take that hit, and I get my peace, and I go to sleep, or whatever the case may be. I'm not gonna sit there and have a long debate, back and forth, argue all night. Why? I'm not doing this. I'm gonna take this L. I'm gonna let my pride down, and I'm gonna apologize, even though I know I wasn't wrong. Now, you know, it depends on the woman. If she realizes her wrongs, her faults, she'll come back. You know, why'd you apologize? You wasn't wrong. I was wrong, and she'll admit that and own that and accept that. If she's a good woman, and she ain't, she one of them trifling ass chicks sound like what that chick is. She gonna say, "Yeah, you should apologize. I deserve an apology. You was wrong."
Well, you know, Hank, you know what? I hear you, but in the mix, right there, then and there, just no way he should apologize. He ain't that young. He shouldn't apologize. Here's what I would have said to her. You know, I would have gave it. She would have felt my wrath. I like his demeanor because he was smooth throughout, right, until he apologized. But you know, she would live with that L for as long as I let her live with it. If we're gonna stay together, I will come back and then I would have a different conversation with her. And the closest thing I would get to an apology is asking her, "What do I do to make you distrust me so much?" That's what I would ask her. You know, so.
Yeah, but
that was afterwards.
You could tell he's young by the conversation. He's not that old, man.
No, I'm not saying he's old. I'm not saying he's old, but I don't want to give him a pass.
My age, I wouldn't apologize for it, right?
Yeah,
25 apologize because I don't feel like arguing, fighting, fussing. But now I'm like thinking, like, what the fuck was I thinking?
Yeah, and for the record,
a lot of guys actually do that in reverse. A young man wouldn't apologize, but when you get older, because you just don't want to deal with stuff, you apologize to start over because you don't hang on.
And for the record, for the sake of context,
Mr. Ben, it was opposite for me.
For the sake of context,
it got more reckless with me, I guess. For my man Ray's name, it got more reckless with me. Because you know, when you're older, you don't have a filter anymore. You get your filter's gone. You get that certain age between kind of 18 and you got a little filter. You kind of, you know, all right, man, I'm trying to get some ass. That's all. I got to do what I got to do to get some ass. And we did what we needed to do to get some cheeks. We did some dumb shit to get some cheeks. But again,
Yeah,
I got the hell with this. I'm not gonna fight for this.
For the sake of context, I meant when I said I wouldn't apologize, I meant in the context of this conversation. You're accusing me of something. You're accusing me of something, okay, that I didn't do. Fuck you. I'm not apologizing to you.
Let me ask. Is that because you feel violated?
Yes, you call my integrity and my honor into question. That's not a game for me. That's not a game for me. You called my.
Does this flip your trust? Like it flips it because I played this game on you to see if I could trust you. Now, do you feel violated and insulted? Like now you can't trust me if I'm her?
My thing is this. Well, I don't play games like that with people. I'm not going to test out your trust. I mean, because in time, I'm trying to get to know you and get to know your character. In time, that will come out. And if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. Fair enough. I can live with that. But I'm not going to sit here and play this game of, well, let me test her out and see if I can trust. No.
Right.
That's
but if someone played that game on you, any of us,
I'm not going to trust you.
Would you feel like you can't trust them anymore?
Absolutely. No, I'm sleeping with one eye open. I got my one of my pistols underneath my pillow while you sleeping in the bed next to me. That's figuratively speaking, not literally. You see now, you done fucked up. You know that, don't you? Figuratively speaking, not. My thing is this: I'll trust you. If I trust you, I'll give you all I got, all of it. Mm-hmm. You'll have all of me. But you break the trust, I'm not entirely sure it can go back. I'm not saying it won't. I don't know how. I mean, if I love you and I want to marry you, hopefully I can get back to that. I don't know yet, though, because no one's ever tried. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't know. No one's ever tried to come back and say, hey, yeah, maybe it was a mistake splitting up. So let's try this again. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm willing to try it again, all right, I'll do my best to get back there with you. But so you'll have my help and support with it. But no one's tried, so I don't know. But you call my integrity and my honor into question, we got a problem. And it ain't gonna get violent. I ain't gonna yell, scream.
I get the feeling that's probably the one thing you can't forgive. Like you could probably forgive an affair or something like that, but if your integrity gets questioned to that, that's something that you can't recover from because it's that important to you. Just in your voice, it sounds like that's the number one thing in of value to you.
Well, yeah, because I found out who I was as far as my integrity goes. Like, right, when I was with the guys here, right, that's when I found out who I was. Like, you don't know until you're tested. You don't really know. And when I found out who I was, I couldn't do nothing but smile. It's full of pride. Yeah, like that's who I am. You know what I'm saying? Look at what I did, and I didn't even think about it. I just moved and reacted. You know what I'm saying? So you call that into question?
You don't think a woman should test your integrity?
No, for what?
No.
Don't waste my time with that. Why play games?
Because
no. My thing is, I'm like this, Hank. If you ask me,
but you asked him, you didn't let him answer. You asked him, but you didn't let him answer.
Okay, go ahead, Hank.
The reason why, man, because if you're gonna marry this woman, I'm talking about a woman, not the girlfriend. I'm talking about a woman you need to marry. You look. She's going to entrust a lot in you if she's the type of woman you talk about. So the woman I'm with right now, she's putting a whole lot of faith in me. So if she trusts my integrity, I have no problem with that. You should, because what I'm asking of you, I'm asking a lot. I don't have very small demands at 47. I have a lot of demands. And if you feel like you need to test I understand. Now, don't go to the point of testing me by setting up a friend to try to have sex with me. You don't have to test me like that. You don't have to do that. Not in my opinion. But I wouldn't have a problem if the woman had questions for me or scenarios just to see how I would respond and how I would act, what I would say.
Yeah, that's not a test. That's not a test. That's a conversation.
That's a conversation. I'm with that.
As I understand what you're saying, it's a form of a test to me. May not be to y'all guys. To me, it is. Because she's asking me questions. Now she's going to watch how I move. If I move like what I say I am, then I pass the test. If I don't, then I fail the test. I do a woman the same way.
Fair enough, Hank. That I agree with. I'm cool with that. If that's what you need to find out, fair enough. I can. But this whole like this video here, like what they're doing, don't come on, man. Don't do that.
That's
Now,
young shit, though.
is it
That's
the
young.
role?
Come on, man.
Is it the role? Because Mandrell, when you just said your boys, when we found out who we were, I was able to smile. When they found out what my integrity was about, I was able to smile. So my immediate thought was, well, why wouldn't you be able to smile with your woman and say, see, I got integrity, you're wrong. But I think that's more of a safe, like the guys, we do missions together. We need to know we have each other's back for a certain mission. I need to know with my woman, no matter what the mission is,
She got my back.
Right. So
she
that
has,
test
I
here,
need to know that.
right, that test here lands differently than the test with my guys. In fact, we want to do the test over here. We shouldn't be having to do that.
I don't actually expect a woman to have my back no matter what. I'm a man. Like, that's my job. My job is my job regardless of whether a woman is there or not. Like, I don't expect that of anyone else. Like, obviously, I understand my mother. She made me. She gonna have my back no matter what. But a woman, just another woman, regardless of whether you marry or not. I mean, women love horribly and callously logically. It's the one area they beat us in. So if I screw up if I fumble the bag and I make us homeless, it's illogical for her to ride that train to the very bottom with me. I screwed up. When I see a family out there and they're homeless and they're panhandling, which is happening now because of what's going on financially, I do not look at that family and go, that bitch messed this up for everybody. I go, that man failed, and she's stupid for having her and her kids out here with him. He failed. That's his loss, his L. It's illogical for her to be there with him during that. I mean, it's cute and it's endearing, but they're all homeless. Like, what comes of that? Women are supposed to be the survivor of the species. So logically, when we love a woman, we will do anything for a woman. Women do not love like that. It's not the same. That's a double standard. It just is what it is.
It's not a double standard. It's a different standard.
Yeah. I don't.
No, I didn't say you're wrong. I'm just saying
yeah.
it's a different standard based on their biology, based on the way
Yep.
they watch.
Yep. Agree with you 100%.
My question
let's take this a little further then. Do you think I get what Arpane's saying as far as loving different, but would you still call it love? If we define love generically as sacrifice, as that compassion truly for another person, are women capable of truly loving us, or would you just define the love differently?
I would define their love differently than our love. That's our love because that's our job. We sacrifice. We make sure they survive. We put them in position. If women loved like we did, there would be no more people, because when a land got conquered, those women would not go, well, these new dudes that are here gonna have to husband up with one of them to keep this thing going. We would have one
I think Genghis Khan, I think when he went into
women didn't do mass suicide when their men got killed in war.
They did, but there's a whole concept of war brides, which is a historical fact that like not all of them did.
Yeah, women love men based on what we could provide them, what benefit they get out of us, and within that context, they could still do great things. For example, if your man is still providing for you, but he's sick, but the money is coming in, they still have that sense of security. They will take care of you. But if your failure means that sense of security is gone, they're looking for other options.
And but I mean, it's not just that. A woman will step in and carry the weight for a certain amount of time, but there's a time limit. There is a time limit.
Yeah, so it's not the sacrificial, unconditional, to death, ride or die type of love that we're saying that women in general, because of their instinct to survive or need to survive, they're not capable of that kind of sacrifice.
Yes, they are. That's why you got women who stay with husbands who beat them and cheat on them and do everything they're not supposed to, and the women still say that, even though the woman has the option to leave, there are women who do that.
But
So
is that love? But is that love? Is that codependency? I mean, that's
I'm not sure.
I mean, is that the same?
That's kind of debatable. I think Dr. Nakumbi would be more qualified to
Yes.
answer that.
I mean, because I'm thinking if we still have a home and you still have security and I beat you, you might be staying for the security. But if I lost everything, you stay with me. So they both share codependency, and they both share like how far is too far. They both share crossing boundaries, like losing their own boundaries to stay. But my question would be, husbands on the panel, would you want your, how we like in the movies, they get hurt. Oh, go without me, run. But then later, what the hell, you left me. So would you want your wives to stay, or would you expect that if you collapsed and couldn't make it, you understand, especially for those guys who've been married for a long time, would you be very understanding if they went away?
Well, let me give it to you. Let me answer you this way. One of the things over my long marriage is that I believe that one of the things that kept us together is that there was no break in the way I provided for my wife. She didn't have those times where she was insecure, right? So she was willing. I didn't have a lot when we first got married. I could survive now. I'm not rich, but we can survive our life.
Yep.
But I'm not trying to diminish her, but she hadn't had to make that choice with me, right? When my wife when my wife lays down, she's out within 2 minutes. I mean, she's dead asleep. She puts her head on the pillow, she's out.
She like Lily from
that
the
tells
Monsters.
me that she has no worries. And she's been that way for years. But that was just by the luck of God or my blessing that she's that way. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I mean, it depends. But back to what but brother down beneath what Mandre, what he said about women stay with men who beat them and all that kind of stuff. They actually make a decision. When the man might be molesting a daughter or beating her up, she's making a business decision to stay. That's why a lot of women who are battered don't leave, because they look at what the security thing, and they stay with these guys because they don't know if they can, have their security anywhere else. That's his holdover. That's at least one part of it.
Gotcha. That's but even though my thing is, like, even though there's some who stay, even though they have the option to leave, like in this context of, like, if they left, they would still be okay financially in the whole 9 yards. There are women who still stay, even though men lie, cheat, things like that. There are women who are married to athletes who are notoriously promiscuous. And listen, don't let me get me started on the Army. Okay, yep. I got some partners right now. They got like 4 wives in different countries and a wife here in the U.S. I mean, like, word up. But since they got married in another country, it doesn't count in the United States. So, you know what I mean? Like, and then the wife here finds out about it, and then there's a big dust up, but the woman stays. And I'm just like, yo, lady, the Army paid for you to get a bachelor's and a master's. You got a good job. Y'all are straight, really. Financially, you're really good because of you. Because we ain't making money like that. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, I mean, like, cases like that, I'm like, okay. I don't understand that one.
Would you want your wife to stay or to go? If you, knock on wood, you just got down on your luck, would you expect her to stay or want her to go?
Of course I would want her to stay.
Well, for me, another woman ain't gonna never be a problem. You know what I'm saying? If you're with me, but I would want her to stay. Yes, I would want her to stay. I would want her to stay, dog. If I didn't want her to stay, I'd hit her with some divorce papers.
Right. I mean, because then if someone drove by you, let's say reckless drove by and was like, "Look at that dumbass over there." She stayed with them and they're homeless, but 100%. not knowing that she wanted to stay.
Yeah, I'm not talking about down your luck. I'm just talking about, like, there are women who, my point was there are women who will love a man through everything and stand by her man and have her man's back. Like, I think, like, for me, where this thing comes from, it is my experience in the military. Like, when you go to war with someone, you train with someone. There are people who were with me from day one of training. We're still tight like this to this day. and we're on the same team. We did the whole nine. And so you build a bond with a person like that. I could trust that person with my life. I don't have to worry about who's on my flank or who's got my six. I don't have to look back there. There's times where we've been on missions, full blown out bullets cracking and whizzing by you missions. We never said a word to each other. We just knew where each other was gonna go. We didn't say anything. So, like, if I'm gonna marry someone, I want that kind of closeness, that kind of bond where I can rely on her and she can rely on me in the same fashion. I'm gonna be there. As sure as I was born, I'm going to be there. The only question mark for me is the other person going to be there?
Yeah,
that I don't know.
That
you know
loyalty.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
the loyalty is a huge thing for me.
Yeah,
huge.
Y'all got me thinking now about like the marriage vows, like for better, for worse, for richer, for poor, in sickness and in health.
Right.
Is a woman when we go up there, for the guys who've done it, we've gone up there. Do we go up there believing that she is actually capable of that? Or are we saying that a woman, because of that survival instinct, that she's going up there knowing that she can't buy that because that's just not in her nature to do? The richer for poor thing, for better, for worse, in sickness and in health thing, if everything you just roll craps and you just down on your luck, you lost your job, you lost your health and everything, you're like Job in the Bible. And you're on your back for a while. Mm-hmm. Even his wife said, "Why don't you just curse God and die?"
Right. Mr. Bennett, ultimately, for the people who are religious, that's all I'm asking for. For better or worse, that's through sickness and health. You know what I'm saying? The whole nine. I'm just like, I take vows seriously. I do.
I know you do.
You know
like men, it's like men's. From what I'm hearing, men seem to be more capable of doing it because that's just out of nature to be that sacrificial. Mm-hmm. But are women truly capable of being that sacrificial?
Well, some are. But the divorce rate tells you a little bit of your answer.
Yep.
Well, they said 80% of the women are the ones that filed for the divorce. It's 80% of the time.
Yeah, I mean that's the high end, but that tells you some of your answer.
I mean, I think some of them have been encouraged.
They're getting divorced for a lot less than sickness and and poverty. Right. I'm not happy, or I got a ingrown toenail, or the guy looked at me wrong. I mean, shit, they're getting divorced for every kind of stupid reason.
Yeah. I think they're getting influenced, but reckless, based on what Mr. Bennett said. That wife that says sickness and health, the same way when we talked about a person who was in the wheelchair, car accident, the husband takes care of her forever, even though he found out she was cheating. So do you think the same about that woman who's saying, that's my guy, sickness and health, I'm with him if we're going to be on the streets?
Me personally, the way that I think about it is very pragmatic. If I were in a situation where my family was going to be homeless, I would want my child and my lineage to survive, to do better than I did because I failed. I would not want them out on the streets, potentially facing the harsh realities of being homeless. I would rather her be under the covering of a man who is capable of leading and having my child taken care of, if that's possible, than have them die on the ship with me. I think that's a selfish thought if you have a family. Well, if you fail, you get the women and children get off the boat. It's your job to go down with that boat. You were the captain.
Right.
I saw that in the movie Titanic. Yeah.
When it comes to that, for me, it's like, okay, get off the boat, but I'm going to instruct her to. But if I see the plane, if I see the plane crashing, or if I see the boat sinking ahead of time, I'm going to tell it, listen, this was going on. Mm-hmm. This is about how much time we have before it hits the fan. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's what I want to do. Okay, I want to have you and the kids pack up, go stay here. Was like, say their parents or my mother or my sister or something like that, for X amount of time. I'm going to be doing, while you're doing that, I want you to be doing this, that, and the other. I'm going to be doing these things here for whatever reason I'm going to have to, do it. And I'll explain all that and stuff like that, but just follow the plan. And if she has ideas or suggestions, she tells me those, and we implement those if it's going to put us in the most advantageous position. Like, what I'm saying is, work with me here to get us out of this situation.
But we're talking about a hypothetical. You're capable of leading. I am also capable of leading, and I have the resources to be able to facilitate that as well. So, like, I would never be out on the street with my family. I have places they could go be. I'd be out at worst case scenario.
Right.
But that's called leadership. Most people don't. These families that we're seeing out here, they got out there some type of way. Like, it's happening. So I'm not speaking on you specifically because you are a man capable of leading. You are proven, you are tested. A woman would be good under your covering. I'm speaking to the mass and the hypothetical situation that was posited. I'm like, I can't go, oh, well, that would never happen to me. Like, I understand that. But the thing is, we are a minority of a minority in that respect. Most men aren't capable of leading. Most people are average.
Now, if
What's up, Trey?
Yeah, if we look at Trey, I don't know if you got a chance to see the video, but if we looking at,
I didn't.
Okay, so this is, I'll go back and play it in a minute, but right
Trey,
here,
you about to get triggered.
Trey.
yeah. Scam said, not true. Listen to the dust coming out of men's mouths. There's a reason women are leaving. Okay, so
I don't know where Trey is right now.
It's like that, Trey.
Trey, are you on the positive side of marriage now? Are you on the back seat? We keep going back and forth with Trey, so we get him over here a little bit, and then we play something, and he's back over here. So
but to give him a little reference, the videos, I think, are boyfriend and girlfriend, and we were saying, does the measuring stick change as far as commitment if it's your wife? So this video is about a boyfriend girlfriend, should they stay together after the shenanigans? But if you had the same shenanigans with a husband, then that's where we were getting at.
All right, here we go.
I didn't cheat on you.
You went on a date with this girl.
It wasn't a date.
She literally told me that you took her out to eat.
No.
Yeah, and you guys hooked up. You can't sit here and deny that.
I am denying because it's not true.
Okay, sure. So are you saying she's lying?
I'm saying she's lying.
Let's find out from her.
Okay.
All right.
Oh my God.
Paula, can you tell him what you told me?
So I pretty much told her that you took me to this really fancy restaurant, and afterwards we went back to my place and hooked up.
And that he came on to you in the car and you guys are kissing?
Yes.
Yeah, see?
Why would you sit here and lie?
I lied because...
So you weren't telling the truth?
I didn't think that she deserved you, so I lied.
Oh my God.
Clearly, she doesn't value the faithful, amazing man that you are.
So are you ready to be honest?
Wait, and then she asked him, are you ready to be honest?
Trey?
After all that. You see, Dr. Nakumbi, you see why we're in this
I think the video.
Oh, okay, I'm about to say, if she asked him that after that, I'm like,
God damn, boy. Man, Drill's on his woman bashing moment right now, I see.
So Trey, we're gonna let Trey go, and then I'll play the second video. Trey, go ahead.
Again, people, that's just in the context of this video. For context, that's in the context of the video. I would not apologize. I had to explain this stuff to him, Trey. I don't know why they don't get it.
Yeah, I saw that video a while ago. Yeah, I mean, obviously, old girl got to go, right? Like she got to be. She's done. The old setup. I don't understand the setup. And then furthermore, why is it that your friend can see my work but you can't? That's quite interesting. Your friend can pick up on it that I'm a worthy man, but you couldn't. So much so that you had to try to set me up. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm not surprised about it. Those types of things happen, and honestly, give the girl credit for telling the truth that she did lie about it. You know, most girls would have stuck to the code and would have, even though she knows that she lied, to give her some credit that she actually told the truth, and she said, hey, look, no, I lied to him. I lied to you because you don't deserve that man. He's a good dude. And I think we need more women out there that will put women in check and tell them, like, no, you got a good dude, and you shouldn't be treating them that way. But she got to go. She on the first thing smoke.
Absolutely. So what
let me. Oh, I didn't get a chance to speak because this is very triggering. This is triggering to me because I have ex-girlfriends who play that same shit test on me, and they'll tell me I'm too good to be true. But I almost completely hate women in this country altogether because if you think the way I carry myself completely different from everybody else, I must be fake or pretend to be something that to go that far to set me up. See, I am faithful. By all means, get the hell out of my face. You're non-existent to me. It happened to me in high school. It happened to me in college.
Oh.
it got to the point whereby people think I was a weirdo because one, in my past corporate job, I have women doing that stuff for me in fashion company and banking firm, and I turned that thing down. And they think I'm a weirdo because I stand on my square. I don't want to be just like everybody else. I have met guys who are married and brag about cheating on their wife and call me a weirdo because I don't believe in cheating on my wife. I just love Security Boss platform when they say sex is not cheating, which is very triggering and come here. And I'm like, you know what? I told Security Boss from now on, I'm not a man, I'm an alien. Since every man say that sex is not cheating, then I ought to be an alien, not a man. Which is ridiculous. I just don't get it. So because I'm believing cheating, so something's wrong with me, I gotta do a shit test on.
You can stop it.
Stop. But he had 3 wives and he had to drop all 3 because he couldn't handle one. Don't get me started right now. I'm triggered now. Shit test for real? Come on now. Please don't get me worked up. I'm on DEFCON 5 right now because I am not taking no more talking point anymore. I'm beyond that. That is like a complete disrespect. If I had to build my integrity, that you have to test me to see how I'm faithful, and still I got to apologize. Bitch, please get the hell out of my face.
All right, the African has spoken. He ain't sleep tonight. He's wide awake. So let me
don't
play
start
this.
right now. Don't start.
Oh, he wide awake, but he was asleep one time.
Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David!
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
Oh no!
We want to thank Black David for his contribution to the channel. Hey, listen, so I'm gonna play the second video. My boy JT in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. All right, man. Let me play this second video. Dusto had put a comment up, said there's a reason why the women are leaving. So I have a video of a young man, telling us why his mom divorced his daddy. And this is what she told him. Here we go.
Divorce, and so I couldn't understand it because my stepfather like introduced me to sports. He was like a stabilizing factor in my life because my father was a nut. I asked my mom, I'm like, yo, like, why are you divorcing this man? She looked in my eyes, she said, because I deserve nice things and he can't give them to me. It fucked me up that a man didn't give her nice things, and so he was disposable. That's how I internalized it. Ooh. So instantly, oh, I'm not buying a woman shit.
That's how it happens, ladies. That's how you create the monsters that you complain about. Just like that. Greed and selfishness. I hear a lot of greed, selfishness, self-absorption on these panels from every woman I've ever heard speak. There's a degree of that I've heard from every single one of them. Well, he can't do this if you don't do that. You know what I'm saying? It's all about me, me, me. There's a lot, ladies, you got to be honest. There's a lot of that. And there's no relationship nor marriage that's going to survive with that kind of mentality.
Mandrell, not excusing it at all. Ladies, not excusing it, but question: where does that come from? Where did they get the ball?
They're taught it. You go to school, go to college, get a degree so you can get a good job, so you don't have to depend on a man. Girl, a man, if he can't pay your bills, if he can't buy you, take you to dinner, stuff like that, he don't deserve you. These are lessons they're getting as children growing up. So, but they're not taught how to cooperate with a man, or how to be helpful to him, or how to contribute to it, or even how to get along with a man. Boys the same way. We're not taught how to get along with women, let alone how to treat them or talk to them, or how to be chivalrous.
All right, I just want to throw my 2 cents in the hat about that. Yep. I'll just say this one part about it. That is also for some women. So half learn, the other half, that's the male version of narcissistic behavior. So the true definition, or I should say the true, The original definition based on Dr. Adler decades ago, narcissism is about loving yourself 100 times more than anyone else because you felt neglected. And if you don't love yourself, who will? The women who are doing that, I'm worth, I need, you didn't give me enough, I have to have, that is a female form of narcissistic behavior, needing to feel loved 100 more times than anyone else.
Damn. Boy, hey, that was a mic drop.
No, I mean that's solid.
Man, hey. Okay,
not a justification. Yeah, not justification. I'm just saying that's where some of them it's rooted for some of them, and they don't know any better. And then some of it is rooted and they know better, and they actually influenced and taught it. And they think that's when they think they're a 10, when they really like a 3.5. But they feel, they feel motivated because they've been encouraged.
Dr. Cooper, say that again. They're what now?
They feel like a 10, but they're really 3.5. The way.
What's going on?
Get him
I heard
off
you
the
say
line. I didn't know if you knew this.
No, I'm just asking you what's going on.
Then
I get that.
you
Yeah.
I don't know why you're not listening.
They think
No
they're 10, right? Because of the weight. That's the 2 digits, but it's really a 3. But they've been influenced. They've been influenced, and they run with it.
There's no shortage of men who feed into that psychosis.
That's
facts. That's
0.5.
Well, it's not that there's no shortage of men. It's just a 3.5s. Have you looked in a solid 3's DMs, man? They're full. Because women date like women don't understand that there's a difference between what we'll play with and what we'll marry.
Thank you.
And that's
Ray.
where they don't get the assignment right because they think they can be out here.
Thank you, Ray. I've had a few conversations with Scam Likely and a few other guys, and I told them, I said, fellas, look, here's the honest truth. A lot of them don't even know that they're doing it. They're completely unaware. They're completely unaware of this is for women, well, men too. A lot of guys, people in general, just don't know what they're doing. They'll say that they believe in this. They say they want this and want that, and they believe in this and that and the other. Though the actions that they're taking, the way they move, something completely different, and they're unaware of it. It's just like you said. Whether you're aware of it or not, this is what's happening. But then they question why they get the results that they do, but they're not reflecting on what they're doing and how it's affecting their environment and the people in their environment. So there's not as much thought going into their actions and much thought going into self-improvement and changing of habits for that to make a significant difference in their life. But all they have now are questions why.
Yep.
Why can't I find a good woman? Why can't I find a good man? Thus and so. You know what I'm saying?
Can I make a suggestion? Can I make a suggestion? Can we allow each other to finish her point? Ray, I only know if you finished and man.
No, it's cool.
Come on, man.
Oh, my bad, Ray.
Let me say this real fast. For the show, it's going to help when everybody's able to finish their point before we kind of interrupt. Now, I understand asking questions in the midst of it, but if we can allow the people to finish their points and then take over, I go from there. You know what I'm saying? That's
Thank you, big brother. Appreciate you.
Okay. Just get to the finally first. That's all I would add to that as well. We got 3 finalists before you finish the question. You think you're
no. I don't do that.
Not you in particular. I'm just saying.
Very succinct with my points, man. I try hard.
But a lot of times we don't wind up. I'm the biggest one guilty of that, so I recognize that. So
succinct.
Okay, all right, that's fair. That's fair. So the other piece of this that we're also not catching is we're running an experiment right now with these women. They're talking about, I don't want to go 50-50. Like, okay, well, we live in a time where basically you're going to have to. Most of y'all are average. You make average income, and you're talking about you're going to pay 100% of the bills by yourself during rampant inflation. You're not going to be able to sustain this because the men, they're just going to go work 100 hours a week. And we'll die on that hill, or we will sleep outside. Like, that's what's going to happen. The question is, are you going to be able to survive what's coming financially? Because I understand everybody's getting to the bag, but a bunch of y'all are about to get messed up as soon as this Fed Now launches. All of you who are making money doing hair on the side, talking about you're making 6 figures, I hope you're ready to pay taxes and talk to the IRS because it's coming. They're going to know every dime you got coming in, and they're going to get their money. Oh, also, when you get your child support, I hope you're ready to only pay that money for the kid. No more car payment. No more living in a bigger place than you can afford, because they're going to be able to program that money so that it can only go to the kid. So like all them bags, all them extra bags is about to be gone.
Let me get one out. Let me get one out. Let me get it out.
I'm done. I mean, like the way that we've been able to do things, we've been living through good times. Good times make weak men make hard times. We are about to be at the hard times, and I hope y'all prepare, because like the late great Kevin Samuel said, winter is coming, and it's almost here.
Damn. All right, man. Well, I'm gonna play this next video. Hope y'all ready for this one. I don't think y'all will be. Dr. Nkumbe, I want you to go first, okay? Because I'm gonna need you to set the tone, okay?
Hang on, Black man. Let me say something about that real quick.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, my brother.
Because that was my last relationship. My last relationship, she got mad because I called her a hoe. And what I meant by her being a hoe is I meant she chose happiness over everything.
Ooh.
She chose her happiness over everything. And I told her, you're being a hoe right now. Because that's not what this is supposed to be about, right? We had a daughter. This was about our daughter. This is about building and being a family. She didn't want that. She chose her happiness, right? And and this is how I know. This is not me making it up. We sat down, we talked, and I asked her, why did you leave? And the words that came out of her mouth was, I just wasn't happy. And I said, you ruined an entire family because you weren't happy. Something that is fleeting. I talk about the hedonic adaptation or hedonic treadmill all the time, about happiness and how it's ever flowing. It's up. But at some point in time, you will always return to a baseline. You will always come back down to a baseline. Happiness is fleeting. It's all over the place. And how dare you destroy your family because you ain't feeling it? Because it doesn't feel good today on a Tuesday. And then 6 months later, you want to send a, hey, big head text. Maybe we can work on this. Nah, you chose your happiness over our family. That's not going to work. So that's what I say. I've called that out, the HOE lifestyle, happiness over everything. It's ruining a lot of families. And I think it's because, as somebody said earlier, a lot of these women, they've been conditioned. Your happiness comes first. Happy wife, happy life, and all this other BS, these BS statements. No, it should be about both of you working together to make this thing work. And that's where I struggle. Me and Black David was just on a panel at SB. This is why I have issues with marriage. Because how dare you tell me your happiness trumps everything? Nah, champ.
And you know what, Trey, I'll say this before I play the next video. I said this on a panel last week, that happiness is a temporary state. And when people saying, I want to be happy, and if you put all your energy into being happy with something that is temporary, then you're always going to be upset. You're always going to be, because I can be happy right now at 9 o'clock, and 9:30, somebody may send me a text to piss me off. That temporary happiness is now gone. It is now gone. It no longer exists, right? I can lose somebody to a death, right? That temporary happiness is gone, right? And Scam Likely say miserable spouse, empty house. But again, Scam Likely, I know he got his cape on tonight. Again, Scam, at the end of the day, men have more options now than they've ever had. And men have always had more options. They just weren't smart enough to realize it. And now a lot of men are waking the hell up, and they say, you know what? This is a girlfriend. Why am I putting this energy into this girlfriend treating me like this? Hell no, I got options, right? And so if your house got to be empty and you got to hear the crickets having sex before you do, it is what it is. It is what it is. But if she don't want to get right, let her take flight. And if she can't take the car, let her take the bike. Bars. All right, guys. So let me play this next video.
The slogan goes both ways too, Black man.
It does.
That's my point. It goes both ways. You know, happy spouse, happy house, or whatever, miserable wife, miserable life, or whatever. It goes both ways. You know.
Yeah.
BMU. I just want to be transparent. For me, I have that same ability to cut it loose because I have options. But for me, it's because I have attachment issues.
Right.
So it's if it looks funny and I don't have the strength, I don't have the capacity, I don't have the tolerance because of my attachment issues, it's easier for me to let go and abandon than it is for me to hold on to extra BS. So just is for me personally.
Absolutely. Let me play this video right here. I hope y'all ready. Dr. Nkumbe, like I said again, you're gonna have to set the tone for this one. I know Hank probably when I come back, Hank gonna probably be gone. Mandrell probably fall out of his chair. I know Trey just gonna put his hand over his hat. It's about to get rough. Here we go.
It's she, her, hers. And you're lucky. You're lucky I'm not trying to be a man. Because if I was, I'd be much better than you are. I listen to women. I respect them. I mean, and most importantly, my shit, it don't go down.
Your shit, it don't go down because it's plastic. And you listen to women and you understand them because you're a bitch. And no one is interested in those but lesbians.
Dr. Nakumbe?
I don't know what tone you want me to set now. Pass. I don't know what to say. However, I'll say this though. We live in a world, currently our society, that says you have freedom of speech. But people forget there's freedom of speech as long as you don't say too much and do too much. And people put themselves out there thinking that they're expressing themselves and sound either ridiculous, lost, confused, or they're speaking their truth. But what is it that they're really trying to say? And why do we need to say it? What is it that you want us to know? What was that about? So that's my only thing.
All right. The reason for that, you have to watch the whole interview of that person. She said that you heard her a little bit of it when she said that you better be glad I'm not trying to be. But we coming for you. We coming for you, dudes. We're gonna replace you pretty soon. Brother Bennett, what are your thoughts?
Honestly, I have none at this point. Pass. I got nothing.
Trey?
Man, if somebody don't come get Bionic Tiger up out of here, bro, man, look like little rub over here, the new drill artist for the Letter Mafia, bro. What's going on, bro? She looked like she about to do a drive-by. She looked like she about to do 18 drive-bys, bro. Where are her breasts, bro? Like, bro, I ain't never wanted to chase somebody around asking where your titties at in my life more than I want to chase this little man. Somebody don't come get they little day ass kid up off of Instagram, bro. Like making videos. Are you serious? Your stuff don't, bro. This is the reason everybody doesn't deserve the internet. Right here, bro.
Can we get
talking about
African stamp? Hold on.
No. We cannot. This is America, Black David. This is America. We're not savages.
Bro, she looked like one of the Reavers from Firefly, bro. Like, why are we? We got.
Can I just say even though she's attempting to be masculine, she's still so feminine that she's delusional. She can't shake it. She's still delusional. Even now, listen. I'm not scared. Like, come get them. Come get these women. Good luck with them. Maybe your listening skills will help you with them. I think that you're going to find out what a lot of us men already know about a lot of these women. The juice is not worth the squeeze. So good luck. I am over here shaking in my boots, thinking you gonna come and take these women. You can have them. And I'm happy for you. I mean, society, man, just send the asteroid, bro. Just send the giant. We done here.
Trey, I got a question. I got a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Trey, what are you gonna do when she tuck her titties in and pulls out her strap on and beats you up, bro?
Listen. When I used to work the street, these were like the worst arrests. I hated these because these women would literally wear strap-ons, and then they would you would have to search them, and they would tell you, they would say to you like, "Don't touch my dick," and you'd just be looking at them like, "What are you talking about? Like it's not real." And I remember like guys used to get in trouble because we used to make them take it off, and they used to tell them like, "Yo, you can't make them take it off. It's a part of them."
Trey, they purchased it with legal tender. How is it a part of them?
I mean, you purchase fake titties with legal tender too. We can't take those out, man.
But those are sewn in, though, Ray. This is the strap on is external. They have to wrap it around them.
You say you go into jail, take your titties off.
So, okay, hold on a second.
I'm all for people being able to, do you, but you sending she doing like a WWE promo, like you coming at us, like what did I do to you?
And she looks
That's
like
what I'm trying to figure out. Like what did men do to you that you talking about? Oh, you better be lucky I don't want it. You can have it. Listen, there's 2 million more women than there are men. There's plenty of them for you. Go ahead.
So before JT goes, hold on, JT, I want to let you go. I want you to go last. Hold on, Hank, what are your thoughts? She coming for your girl, man.
Yeah, I don't give a shit, man. It's not a threat to me. But nobody. Look, I feel I'm so confident, man. There's not a man on this earth threat for me. So I care less, man or woman, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Hank, what if she goes and gets the beard upgrade though? What if she goes and gets that fabulous beard upgrade though and comes by your house and tucks her titties in, bro?
She's not a threat to me.
Yep. JT, last but not least, we'll move on.
She got the body of a little 12-year-old trying to work out. Come on, man. That's a little dude. Like, come on, who is she competing with? Because not men. She's not competing with men. She competing with other little dykes that's trying to be boys because they can't be men. So when you really look at what they're doing, she's for IG and Instagram and Facebook and all that, because in real life she can't compete with nobody, man. She looked crazy. It's like, dang, did you have breast cancer or what? Because you can see all the scars. She mutilated herself, and then she put tattoos on that fake chest that she had, and then saying that she's competing with guys. I listen to women. All I gotta say is really just Brittany Griner. If anybody know the story of Brittany Griner, hey, she got beat up by a girlfriend and put on child support. How you do that? How you do that?
She's on Mandra height. Maybe that she competed for. I don't know.
Why would a woman want to be a man anyway? I still don't understand it. Why would a woman want to be a man? Why would they even want to do that?
What now?
Don't disrespect him like that.
Y'all the same height, man. You and the little running back the same height.
The little what?
You and the little running back the same height, bro.
Where are you at, bro? Are you with us?
Yeah, you talking about that stupid little cholo that was on a minute ago?
She played point guard for JV. That's what that was.
Oh my God!
Let's go on
No, she won't. She will not.
But that video right there, significant. That made it significant to the subject for the show tonight. You damn if you do, damn if you don't. If you support it, you crazy. I mean, that you crazy. If you don't support it, you get attacked either way. That right there is an example of you have to jump on board. I did want to add this small little thing though. I do see that we'll talk about this probably next week or week after or whatever. I do see that Target lost $9 billion in a week.
Good.
I saw that today. That
go woke, go broke.
Man, they lost $9 billion. Oh shit! If I was the head director of Target, I'd say take that shit out the stores now.
Well, you know what?
$9 billion.
I think Bud Light is in their 6th week of decline.
Yeah.
6 weeks.
So what we're seeing is the backlash against the usurping of the rainbow, right? It's happening. It's slowly, there's some quarters that it's the one thing that I'm really mad at the white man for. You conquered the world over, and then you gave it all to these crazy ass. You gave it all up, right? You were the most savage people on the face of the earth, and now the West is turning into the weak puppy, man. And we got enemies that hate us just because we're going into this whole debauchery kind of thing. And, it's based on that kind of stuff. We're losing respect as men. But here's my thing. We can see the groundswell. I mean, Target actually has a rainbow group called Satan's Children or something selling stuff in the front line of their rainbow thing. I mean, so they have these people in position of marketing that are, that shouldn't be there. That's why Bud Light had to start firing people, because they're letting people make decisions who shouldn't make decisions on how to market their stuff. And they kind of act like the future is this rainbow thing, and it's not. So they're gonna pay for that. Okay, go ahead, Black Man. I mean, go ahead.
They didn't give it up.
Nakumba, you want me to replay?
Well, I had to check it. I want to see what, oh, wait a second. Okay, that was a woman. To answer JT's question, if you hear in passing when a guy would tell a lesbian, yeah, you want that, or when we talk about a man transitioning to a woman, we always add this one piece. Who do you want to get up at 2 a.m. if a burglar comes? Who do you want lifting the heavy boxes, right? So we always add that masculine component, like, yeah, you want a woman, but you still need that one masculine part. This video is an example of the person who believes they can combine. I mean, minus if they truly believe that's what they were forever as a child and up, fine. But for those who are jumping on this bandwagon of, we can get the best of both worlds. I'm a woman and I know what a woman needs. I'm a woman and I know how to touch her in the right spots. I'm a woman, I know how to give her emotional support. And now that dude who's going to give her everything, the total package. And that's that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when it comes to the heavy, no, check this out though. Think about it. Let's think about this practically, guys. If you got two women, they can team lift, bro. They can lift a lot more. If someone breaks in the house, now they can jump them, bro. Like them two chicks coming down, just blasting like two John Wicks together, bro. Like they can form their own military cells, right? They can 2-man teams, right? No, y'all not feeling it?
No,
yeah. And not only that, they can make those spinster homes. So you bust into the house now. There's like 8 women in there, bro.
Now I will say this. You damn if you do on, damn if you don't on that one. The next damn if you do, damn if you don't video is this is for, I know Mandrell, Mr. Bennett. I know you a fight expertise, so I'm gonna need you to give it to me. Okay, give me what you think about this boxing match right here. Okay, all right, here we go.
Damn, stop playing with her. Stop playing with her. Slime. Ain't no police coming. Yes, it is. I hear him. Ain't no police. Ain't no police coming. Ain't no police coming. Of them. Dog, he can't even stand. They left me, dude. He can't even stand. Slime, look at him. Damn. He dude. Somebody call 911. Oh shit! Damn, dog! They beat the shit out this boy. Damn, boy! You don't never want to go out with no bitches no more, ever. And left your.
No, Dr. Nakumbi, don't camera me. I don't. No, you laughing? Don't hide the camera. Don't hide behind the camera. You over there laughing just like everybody.
Well, at first I was, but then I didn't know the full context. So I'm thinking like, why? Was that a bad date? Why
are they beating them?
The whole video.
Black Man Unfiltered.
He pissed. Now this is what they said in the comments, that he refused. He bought the girl he dated something, about pay for her dinner, but he wouldn't pay for the friend's dinner.
Oh,
that's not his responsibility to pay for the friend's dinner.
Yeah, that's where it's not funny anymore. I thought he was gonna get in that truck and run him over.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah,
right. But he couldn't even get in the truck.
Bro, no, he couldn't get in the truck. He got done.
Hold on, guys. We'll start with Mr. Payne first. Mr. Payne, what are your thoughts? It's a damn if you do. If he got up and whooped both of them really bad, he probably would get arrested, right? If he didn't do it.
No. Listen, the point is that I think that men are starting to throw that bullshit aside These days, men are, equal rights for equal left. Guys are saying, hell with that shit. The women, this big ass behemoth chick is beating the shit out of him, man. He should have just punched her in the face. I mean, he should have got up and said, you know what? Okay, enough. There's enough video now that would vindicate him later on, right? That he was taking a beat from this bitch. I mean, he should have punched her right back in the face. Couple of slugs, she would have been done. Yeah, and he took this beating, and he didn't know that she would keep beating him until she almost killed him. So men are being trained to take ass whipping from these hyenas, and they need to get over that. So I don't agree with none of that shit no more, man. I've never hit a woman in my life, but thank God I know my discernment never lets me be in the company of these kind of hyenas. I've never been really around them or dealing with women because I can tell that kind of type. But, and maybe back in the day when I was young in the 80s and 90s, when we all believed that you never touch a woman no more, this is 2023. Some of these chicks need to be decked, and they need to be decked hard, man. As simple as that. Especially if they hit you first. Because they're coming with real shit.
I just want to know, do you think the laws match what you just said? Because didn't we just go through this with Jonathan? Right, but like Jonathan. Who's the actor that just went through this, right?
Jonathan Majors.
Right. So I'm just wondering if we think the law has supported.
You don't have no video. You don't have no video. I'm talking about that video there of him getting his ass pounded will give him, okay, let me give you a real world scenario. The running back for the Bengals, when he was in college, Mixon, he punched out this white chick.
Yeah.
And he got suspended for a little while.
She spit in his face.
But he didn't get in any legal trouble because the video showed her slapping the shit out of him. And his natural reflex was to hit her back like she was a man. But he was only 17. He didn't have no discernment there. And he hit her pretty hard. But the only reason why he didn't go to jail is because the videotape showed that she slapped the shit out of him, man. And it was just a natural reaction for him to react. And so when you have that kind of evidence, oh, yeah, you got to go through it. They're going to try to vilify you. And he's almost close to a Hall of Fame running back now. But the truth of the matter is it cost him money, but it didn't cost him his freedom.
Now, Hink, I want to get Hink in here. Hink, what are your thoughts? If you took a young lady to dinner and a friend showed up and you said, I'm not paying for her dinner, and the girl you dating just hit you with a left and just,
I'm gonna shoot him. I don't fight no more. I'm 20 years past that.
Man, this is supposed to be a young Hank, man.
Man,
thank you, but I totally flipped it, man.
How do you?
No, I didn't want that no more. So yeah, I'm not gonna sit there and go blow for blow with this chick. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot.
She was hitting him with some bombs,
bro.
I think she would have got that first one off on me, with me standing up. But after that, she would have. At that moment, she would have knew. She fucked up.
But anyway, so that the woman who was hitting him, that's the woman he was dating, like his girlfriend or whatever.
No, that's the woman.
No, that's the one that got mad. The one he wouldn't feed.
Okay, so why wasn't his girl helping him?
No, the girl helped her. He helped her. You said the end when she kicked him in the head.
Oh, okay. Oh,
bruh. That was a 2-on-1. That was just
that was a 2-on-1. He was a mark from the beginning.
Listen. Yes.
Yeah, she might get the straight too.
I can tell you exactly what happened.
Hold on, guys. Let's look at it one more time. Here we go.
God damn.
Shit.
Damn, stop playing with her. Stop playing with her. Slime. Ain't no police coming.
Now watch the girl.
Ain't no police coming.
You want to feed up big ass. Now look at this.
Ain't no police coming.
Yeah.
Dog, he can't even stand. They left me, dude. He can't even stand. Slime, look at him. He, dude. Somebody call 911.
That's the 4-cylinder.
Yeah,
First of
that's
all,
Mandre, you right.
He got the cheap one.
Yeah, you right.
They beat the shit out this boy. Damn, boy. You don't never want to go out with no bitches no more. Ever. And left your...
Yeah.
Oh, that had to be a first date.
Yep. That's what that's exactly what that
was. Yeah.
Oh.
It's sad. It's sad that a man doesn't know how to get somebody off of him.
Right.
If you're in that half guard, that guard position, and you don't know how to get somebody.
No, she had a mounted Trey, which is easier to reverse.
Yeah, exactly. That's
It's
what I'm saying.
easier
The fact that she mounted him, she actually
Even with that weight that she had?
Yes,
just one cheek alone.
No. You could get. It's not hard to get somebody off you like that, regardless of what they weigh. That's not hard.
Her actually being heavier actually works for you.
Yes, because the second you put that shoulder on you get that shoulder off the floor, that her weight is your torque and her weight is gonna push her right on over.
Yep.
No problem.
The fact that he doesn't know how to pop them hips, and I hate to say it like that, Paul, but the fact that he didn't know how to pop them hips like that and roll her over, because once she's on her back, she ain't getting up. She's a turtle. She's not getting up. So that's what irritates me. Here's the thing: these women gonna be what they are. The fact that you as a man don't know how to get somebody from up off of you, that's a problem, bro. That's a problem as a man. Every man should know how to do that. You should know how to get somebody. You should know how to get out of a chokehold. You should know how to get out of all of these things.
Well, some of those guys like being in that mounted position. They might not think that type of thing they're gonna get whopped like that, you know.
No, if it's
So, I mean, like there are some people who really wouldn't expect
let's stop playing video games and let's get in the gym.
Right? Like if I liked you and took you out on a date, and then your friend shows up, I mean, like the element of surprise. Like, how come he didn't know that and be like the type of person she was before even going on the date? I hear what you're saying, Trevor, but minus the fighting skills, how come he didn't psychologically have the fighting skills of knowing the mentality of this person?
Because these dudes are weak. That's why.
Because he thought he was going to flaw. That's why.
No, dude, the fact that he even got into that position, bro, I'm like, that's the only way you get in that position is if you don't know how to you ain't never taken a punch. That's what it is. Because, if you've ever been punched in a situation where you're like, bro, if I go down, I might not be getting back up ever again, you know how to just eat that shit. You ain't gonna get in a position where somebody's crawling on top of you, giving you primal rage monkey palms like a rabid beast.
Or just roll.
Also,
but the difference is, it's one thing you expecting a punch from a man when you're dealing with another man. You expect there's a chance of getting punched. You don't expect that from a woman. And so she stopped you. If you telling me if you saw a woman that looked like that was talking about, I want you to pay for my meal and I'm hungry, and then she gets upset that you are not in a situation where you think you might get hit. Have you ever seen Big Girls Hungry, bro? What are you talking about? I still wouldn't think she's going to take a swing on me. I don't think it's that serious. I wouldn't think it's that serious since I'm not paying for your food that you're going to take a swing.
She big, though, Hank. She big. It is that serious.
She hit him with that first one. She hit him with that first one and stunned his ass. That's why he failed. Yeah.
It was an element of surprise. She got it.
Yeah.
The Black Man Unfiltered. You've seen me in person.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you see a woman even trying me like that?
Depending on how tall she is.
Yeah, if
that doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you're the size of a woman, yeah, she's gonna try it.
But I'm not the size of a woman, Hank. I'm not the size of a woman, Hank. Like I said, he's seen me in person, and he's trying to judge. But honestly, do you see a woman even trying me like that?
She gonna test your metal.
No, I mean, like if she saw me and just looking at me, do you see a woman even? No,
man, Jarrell. I'm
230 pounds. How much did that guy weigh? Like
255, 260 on a bad day. And I had a woman try me.
Yeah, I'm telling you. They don't care no more.
Don't care about your size.
That guy wasn't that big. That guy wasn't that big, though. I mean,
that's true.
I said 165, 175.
They may not. They may not win, but that doesn't mean they're not going to try.
She's not big like a guy. She's out of you know, most of these women be out of shape. All it takes is for one. If she can catch him. You're right, Hank. She can catch him, but how many times he's just a little dude? He's a little weak, man. Because
he looked like
I know a couple of us have been a couple of us done took on about 2 or more guys before. Mm-hmm. And we already know what it is. When that adrenaline start popping, ain't nobody gonna get you on that ground that fast. It's just not gonna happen unless they skilled. And that woman right there,
that's the scary thing, JT. Imagine somebody with a temper like me. and she caught me and I ate that first one. And I go red. She may not make it. She may not make it.
I mean, with her, I ain't gonna lie. I got a slap that's so hard, man. I was a mechanic, so I smacked the fire out of her ass, and she'd get caught. So is that I could break her nose, just by hitting her with the palm of my hand. I could. It's so many things. I could have choked her out. Then I would have choked out her friend. Then I would have choked out the man with the camera. And it been on.
He said, "Not the camera, man."
You should have helped me.
No, you need the camera, man. You need that video. You need the video.
Yeah, I'm taking all that.
So
hey,
Black,
black man. My philosophy is very simple. I say this all the time. If a woman wants to step out of that feminine box, and you want to come over into the masculine box, I'm gonna deal with you. And I'm probably gonna go to jail, but you going to the hospital. If I'm going to jail, I'm gonna get my money's worth. That's how I feel about it. If
I got 6 months of bail, baby.
Yeah. If I'm gonna get charged, it's gonna be well worth it. That's all.
So Trey, put your law enforcement hat back on again. Would you, if you had to talk to some young dudes about that, you would give them the same spit?
Yeah, I mean, I always used to tell guys.
You're a cop now. Hang on, put your cap.
No. Yeah, I'm gonna put the law enforcement hat on. I used to always tell guys, listen, the best thing you can overall do, the best thing you can do is try to get away. I hate to say that you shouldn't have to retreat, but it's actually better for you in the long run if you try. But listen, if she coming after you, you gotta do what you gotta do, and the law does protect you. I've been on several scenes like that where when I get there, I pull up and she's trying to play victim. And then we watched the video back, and she got this dude in the mounted guard position, and she going ham on him. Slim, turn around, put your hands behind your back. You're going tonight. Like, I don't even know why we're even talking about this. You know what I mean? Like, but for most guys, I would tell them, listen, Mr. Bennett, I would tell them, look, try to get out of there, because that's the best thing for you to do in the end, is to try to get away from her. But if you can't get away from her, and she's following you, and she's attacking you, and she's assaulting you, you have every right within the law to protect yourself and defend yourself.
Go ahead, Black David. Go ahead, Black David.
I want you to share. I appreciate you sharing that out, but I wanted to, that needs to be out there.
And a lot of men don't understand that you have the right to protect yourself too. The law works both ways. I think a lot of guys.
You muted.
No, you're just waiting for it.
I think a lot of guys think that.
Who is muting me?
A lot of guys think
Anyway,
they can't do anything.
Let me tell you this. At the CEO and put on the Savage Clan, we don't play that game. I've never got hit by a woman, or yet I got talked about a couple of women, and I told her one thing. If you love your life, you will trend lightly. That being said, I don't care how big you are. The only thing that could happen is, 1, my eye black out. 2, I flip you over a couple of cars. 3, I powerbomb you. If your friend trying to jump in, your both will be on 2 set of wheelchairs. Ain't no woman on earth will have the audacity to cross that line. From the religion I come from, we don't tolerate it. We're not going to allow it, period. I dealt with that nonsense in high school. The dykes told me they would whoop my ass. You know what I told them? You want to live another day? Don't provoke me. I'm not like every other dude. That guy is not a man. He's a mammy boy. You see how he's
Black David. If that damn baby hippopotamus would have caught your ass slipping, it'd have been night Nigerian. Yeah, if that damn night, if you would have caught your ass slipping, I'm saying, man, I'm saying, if she going ahead up with you, I got your back. But if she's arguing with you and you're not expecting it, and she hit your ass with that doo-doo,
no, it only take one.
I better not ever catch it on camera. If I do, it's a wrap.
Mr. Bennett,
all my relatives who have told me before. No, I mean, this is a true story. All my relatives who have told me before, it only take one hit to turn me from a human being to a primal. The moment a woman does that, her life is in danger immediately. All I'm trying to do is break you in multiple pieces. I will not tolerate that type of disrespect for no female. Period. If I was a power bomb at 280-pound dude, what do you think of me going to survive it?
I don't know. Well, okay, hold
on. Black Dave, well, that dude you're talking about, were you prepared? Did you know? Were you guys ready? Or did he just come out of nowhere and sock you over a Subway sandwich?
But I mean, if you've gotten into fights before, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. If you've been in a fight, you've been in a fight. Like nobody goes, excuse me, sir, square up. Like Every
Right.
punch
Let me
comes
tell
out
you
of
why
nowhere.
I am. Let me tell you why I am.
I challenge you
know
to a
Mandrell.
duel.
What?
Hey,
Let me tell you
Mr.
something.
Bennett,
Why
Mr.
did
Bennett, one
no?
more.
Let me make it easy for you to understand. Why did Mandrell say F Africa? I lived in 7 years in Africa at Kwediak, Nigeria. What made me the way I am. So that being said, any American, if you want to try that, if you love your legs, stay far away from you.
And incidentally, Dr.
You love your
Nakimbe,
hand, stay far away from me.
Dustin Nakimbe,
We
the
Africans
mountain escape.
do not play.
Oh, Black
Yeah, we
David,
don't,
you went down, you'd have bit on their leg.
Right. And as
No,
Trey can
we're not
vouch for
gonna
me
hit.
on this one.
We breaking it.
Hold on. Trey can vouch. Yeah, as I was saying, like mountain escape is one of the basic techniques in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Oh my God.
Trust me on that one. It's one of those white belt techniques that you can learn on like day 3 or 1. Like you can learn that on day 1, how to escape the mount.
Right. But I think for this call, like
He's
this
right.
1,
He
2,
just-
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, 2 out of, I mean, maybe the rest of you guys know, but there's 2 military guys here, 2 or 3 people. I think for our listeners, the primary audience doesn't really know how to go out and do the jujitsu and take your head off. I think even a step before that, because like me, I'm not a fighter. I'd have tried to talk her down and got her a sandwich, whatever. And then while she's saying, while she's eating that, did you guys see the movie with Jamie Foxx, where the guy was listening to the music and eating the steak, and he was like, "How was it that it took that T-bone while she was like, ah?" But my point is, the situational awareness first, or even Hank, when I listen to him talk about you learn the behavior, because isn't that his whole thing? You go to a restaurant and you can see. So the moment I kind of hear that attitude, the way they dress, all that, and then her friend come and this attitude. So I think that's what gives you the situational awareness to prepare to defend yourself, being just loosey goosey.
Yeah.
Right now, hold on just a second.
I
I want to add
was
this,
gonna
Trey,
say,
real quick, Trey. Then I'm gonna let you go. Watch this. I want y'all to. I'm gonna add this to what we already seen. Here's part 2 of what would you do. This.
Yeah, I saw that. That was in Brazil.
We analyzed this one already. This was
yeah, that was in Brazil.
She's got some Brazilian jiu-jitsu skills right there.
Yeah, there's a Brazilian woman that took place in Brazil.
Yes.
Yeah.
She placed a hand on him, though.
Yeah. She knows how to fight. Yeah, she knows how to shit. Even to the thing is, like, when she put her hand on him.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
She knows what she's
up.
doing.
Yep.
That's the difference between the first video and a woman who knows how to throw a punch.
Yeah.
She didn't hurt her
So
wrist.
what do you think? So what do you think? That woman, what do you think that
What
woman
was
would do to the
what
guy?
was Trey gonna say? What was Trey gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say, for Mr. Bennett was talking about put the LE hat on. I was gonna say one of the things that actually would have helped that guy in the last scenario is actually her size. Her size works against her. She's actually bigger than him, so he would have been able to actually play the a lot of times we get the women who say, "Look, he's bigger than me. He's bigger than me." But he actually would have been able to say, "Look, she's bigger than me."
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He would have been able to flip the script. I was just gonna throw that in.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah. So what do you guys
watch this new video where the girl was smaller than him, he was bigger, and she knocked his ass clean the fuck out.
She cold. You're right. She hit it with a right
she knocked him the fuck out.
That's not a dainty woman right there.
It doesn't matter though. We'll sit there and say,
Yeah, it does.
"Oh
I
man,
mean,
woman can."
that lower body strength. When she throw a punch like that, it's used the lower body. You throw everything into the punch. You talk about.
That's what I'm saying. If somebody, I don't care if man or woman, you get snake mess around, snuff you at the right shot, it's gonna take you back. You get hit in your goddamn nose. I don't know if y'all motherfuckers have been hit in the face.
Yeah,
let motherfucker hit you in your nose. Your nose, you gonna step back. I don't care how baby.
I was just getting ready.
You gonna step back. You gonna step back.
Yeah, it does.
I've been hit by a kid on the bridge of the nose, and my eyes is watering.
Yep.
Right. You hit the bridge of the nose.
And so now you got
a lot of those basic self-defense classes. That's why they tell you to hit him, right? If you're going to hit somebody just to get away, hit him right here.
So now you all of a sudden you got a fuck. Well, if they a smart type fighter, they gonna follow up with 2 more jabs. If he's smart, Oh, I got you going back. Now, bam, you about to get this 2-piece. And it could be over after that. So we can't sit there and say, oh, woman can't. Yeah, woman mess around, catch your ass on the fucking snub with the bridge of your fucking nose. You're going to take a couple steps back. You're going to try to regather yourself. By then, she's smart. She'll hit you with a 2-piece.
Or
that last chick, she's trained. She knew to throw that punch and disengage. I don't know if y'all can see that. She threw the punch.
Yeah, and disengaged.
She immediately got disengaged. She's trained.
And she measured it too. She measured the distance with her hand.
Yep.
And
she didn't go down for the count. If she didn't go down for the count and got back up.
Now let me ask you a question.
If he didn't go down for the count and he got back up, would you fight for your woman or would you let her finish fighting? If the guy didn't go down for the count, if he got it and then he was coming, would you jump in?
Finish it now.
Hey, dude in the blue, he in a bad spot.
Yep.
Yeah,
he didn't know what to do with his hands. He was like, what do I do? He in a bad spot.
But he said, but let me ask you guys a question. What do you think if the roles were reversed? What do you think if the girl in the yellow shirt on the last video was fighting the guy at the white truck?
He wouldn't have got up. He would have never got up again. Bro. It would have been over.
It would have been worse.
Hey, black man, we used to call those scrape jobs. We'd have had to scrape him up off the pavement.
Yeah.
He ain't getting up. She would have destroyed him.
Yeah.
Nah,
this one. Now, in that case, to answer Doc's question, I wouldn't have let it get to that point. If my butt lady's that pissed, I'm talking to the dude about whatever it is she's upset about. You know what I'm saying? But you don't let your lady, or you do the best you can to don't let your lady get in that position there.
Yeah, I'm not leaving the country until she dead.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, the woman who struck the dude, if she was my lady, yes, like would I defend her or whatever? Yeah, I would, but I would be handling that situation. You know,
she ain't gonna tell nobody.
It's not clear from that video that any of those guys were her boyfriend. It's not
true. It's not. It's true. It's not clear. No. I don't know, but he has a hypothetical, Dr. Nakumbi.
I'm just thinking if I was with my woman, right? If I was with my woman, if you're with your woman, you're not. How would you let another guy get her so triggered that she's gonna want to fight if you're there?
Right.
It don't make
the
sense.
But see, our pain. The guy could have grabbed her ass or something.
No.
We don't know.
Then that would be for you.
I'm whooping his ass then.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I mean, like his.
But we both whooping his ass.
So our pain.
If my lady steals on him like that, I'm coming with a lariat right after that.
Hey, have you guys?
We gonna whoop his ass and kill.
Have any of you guys actually dated like a fighter? Like when I was stationed in Alaska, I dated like an MMA fighter. Like, no. And what I noticed is like they're very aggressive. Like when these situations, when you be out in the club, like if guys sort of like was like approaching her, like she was ready to fight him. Like just because that's what she does. Like she's not. It's not the same as dating like a little dainty little female. You know what I mean? Like these women who like fight for a living or like fight for fun or for hobby. They're typically a little bit more aggressive, and I would be standing there. I would have been like dude in the blue, like what the fuck do I do with my hands? Because like she wants to fight. She wants to fight, but especially when that liquor get in her.
But you weren't intimidated by that? The fact that you
the sex was fire, Mr. Fire.
Trey, did she try to do you though? Like
Slim trying to put you in a triangle. She trying to put you in a triangle.
No heifer like that. Why would you want to date an aggressive heifer? She's more masculine than you.
See, I want Trey want to be dating like some Grace Jones type. She wants Grace Jones.
I was 19 years old.
Yeah,
and I was having fun.
So Hank, if you was dating her, Hank, and she told you, if you were dating, say for instance, you were dating her, Hank, and she told you, get the fuck up and go cook some breakfast right now, bitch. If she told you, if that MMA girl said, "Hey, Hank, I'm hungry, go cook some fucking breakfast, bitch."
I'm gone. I'm saying, you ain't talking to you.
You'll make the breakfast and then be gone, or would you have to keep going to cook and then leave?
Yeah, I'm gonna cook some goddamn rat poisoning. Fuck you.
Oh my god.
Can I
I used to ask this question to guys. So
I'm scrambling eggs with some antifreeze.
Could your ego handle? Now again, I'm gonna put Mandrill and Trey off because y'all and maybe CBN because y'all have had training. But again, could you date a woman who was actually capable? Now again, anybody can get sneak attack, anybody get jumped or whatever. But if a woman physically do some damage to you straight up because he was trained or whatever, could you handle that?
No.
This is to me and Trey, or everyone except the two of us.
Listen, Mr. Bennett.
I said I'm not putting you. No, you got your special ops, so I'm not. Yeah, I'm not
Look,
putting you guys. Listen, regular guys. I mean, if your woman was that, where she would be a handful, or even if you were able to get her, she's gonna take a piece of your flesh with it. I mean, what could you handle that? Could you handle being with a woman who was physically?
Why would you want to? Why would you want to? Why would you want to handle a woman?
Could you do that?
Y'all missing out, man. Y'all don't.
No, we're not, dude. We're too busy getting these bags, bro. I ain't got time for that shit.
She can power clean 405. Could you?
Yeah. But Mr. Bennett, I think you can have, if that's your choice, if you like that, the strong muscle and do all that. But again, knowing what type of woman you have going into the relationship. There's someone right now in the chat who I know carries a switchblade right between her boobs. And I know if she snap out, she gonna slice and dice. But I know that in advance. I have the machete behind me because it's in advance. I know. So you can have any type of person you want, but you have to know the mentality and understand when they snap, how they snap, why they snap, and what's going to be your response. And that'd be the last time snap.
I'm saying you could even if you knew all that, you could live with it. She gets you in a leg scissor, and you're like,
yeah,
right. She gets you.
And I tap out. Like I survived, right? Cool. You got me. Tomorrow in the news, we'll see if she can do that same position. Because I can't win. I can't win every situation. I don't go into it thinking I can win every situation. People get hit in the back of the head, don't even know it's coming. People get hit forward, don't even know it's coming. I'm not gonna pretend I don't steal plate. I can't just take everything. And again,
Doc, I gotta correct you, Doc. You can't tap out. She'll dump you.
No, I didn't say. I did say tap out. But what I mean is, the same way I would know my woman will also know me. So my woman would also know, like, I have to kill him, or I have to go all the way. She already knows that, and so if I have to tap out, it's like, you won. Did you want to get me loose? No. All right.
Listen, man, the whole notion of having a girl that you got to tap out with is just so it's pretty funny.
Yeah, you can't win every situation. But Mr. Payne, I was going to ask you. Mr. Payne, I was going to ask you.
You want a woman that can put you in an armbar, man.
Nah.
Trey, your dream would have been great. Trey, your dream would have been Grace Jones back in the day.
Mr. Payne, I was going to ask you for
Grace Jones would have been.
When you say
Trey, change your name to Future, bro.
Go ahead, Dr. McCoy. Pull up to my
Payne,
bumper.
Yep. But I forgot what was the last thing you said to Trey, Mr. Payne. What was the last thing you said though? What were you talking about? Was it the muscles?
No, I mean, you guys were talking about tapping out or the chick. I was saying that the guy's boyfriend shouldn't have even let her get that mad at another dude. If he
yeah. Right. So here's what I was going to ask you. If your woman causes unnecessary chaos, unnecessary pushing people's buttons, how many times do you stay to defend and protect and say, stop that, baby, and don't do that? And how long do you stay in that role of always having to calm her?
Well, first of all, I'm thinking I wouldn't choose her to begin with, but let me ask you a question just once, depending on the situation. Because those are the kind of women that get you killed.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. So if you survive it the first time, like for example, in what's Crash, when Sandy Newton tried to get my man killed with the cops, because hey, listen, she wanted him to do something. These are two cops, white cops with the guns. I don't know if any of you saw Crash.
Yeah, you just stood there. You let him put his hands all over him. You didn't even do anything.
So what does she want him to do? And she's giving the cop all kinds of shit. And what so expecting him to go ahead and sacrifice himself right then and there. Now, do you keep a woman like that later on? Or do you say, listen, you can't really love me if you're trying to get me killed because she knew the situation.
Right.
So I mean, so you make these decisions, or you tell her, listen, if you ever do that again, we're done. Or you do it that one time. You did it that one time. I'm done with you. So
and I think that's tonight's show. Yeah, that's what tonight's show is about. You're damned if you did, and you're damned if you didn't. If I stop it, another go, because there are some women who will now say in our current society, I didn't need you to defend me. I didn't need you to stick up for me.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Damn
you
if
know,
you did, damn if you didn't.
well, there's a guy who just got deleted because his woman told him not to stick up for this chick who was in a fight with her boyfriend. And his woman said, listen, man, mind your business. And he went in there and he got shot. That's recent, like a Walmart fight. I mean, it was just recent all over the airwaves.
Yeah, and I want to ask Mandrell a question. Mandrell, if you're dating this woman and you guys fall asleep after making love all night, beating each other up, making love all night, right?
All night.
And you get up in the morning, Mandrell, and you feel a sharp pain in the back of your neck. She grabbing you by the back of your neck. She whispering in your ear, open the top drawer and get the scrap on. What are you going to say?
No.
No. Hey, never say yes, baby.
She gonna scruff Mandrell up like a kid.
Hey, he gonna go over father. He gonna say, "You want me to get the flavor cake while jelly?"
No,
take a little convincing.
That's all we got left, baby.
Oh my God!
Here's where we run into an
got
issue
strawberry
here.
cinnamon left.
Hey, Hank, I mean, no, but Hank, she'll probably beat man. But she like, man, they're gonna say no. She gonna hit his ass one of them damn kidney punches. I said, open the drawer. Okay.
Oh Lord.
No. You're not gonna beat me.
I don't think it's gonna be that. I don't think it's gonna be that easy, black man. I think he gonna be like, what we need it for? He's looking to get convinced.
We gonna put up a little fight, JT. Well, why? You know why?
Why?
No, I don't. The only person who got equipment like that is me. I'm the only one who needs it. Okay. In fact, why do you have this thing in the drawer in the first place? In fact, let me help you out. Here you go to the drawer, peel it out, and throw it out the window. That's what you do.
Madrid gonna say, "Where's it at?" She gonna say, "It's in the Payless box."
Payless box.
Oh Lord, not the Payless box.
The Payless box.
Oh my God.
Nice, man. You know where it is.
You know where it's at.
Yeah, how do I know?
You know where it's at.
Hey, she gonna say, "Did you wash it off from last night?"
Oh no,
bro. You're the wrong one there.
She gonna hit Mandrell. She gonna hit Mandrell with another punch. Stop acting brand new, bitch, and get this. Oh my God!
But I do have a question. You know, there's a position. There's a position. I don't know if you guys do. Would you do it where you're laying down and have you guys seen that position where the guy is laying down with his legs up?
No,
she's riding him. You haven't seen that position?
No, I saw that, but no.
Okay. Where it looks like she has the
legs up and she's riding.
Yeah, her legs. Yeah, and it looks like she has but she's riding you, but your legs are back.
Andrew, is that what she did to you?
I think they refer to that as they call that the Amazon position.
Amazon position? All right.
Amazon position.
Trey knows. Trey knows. That's messed up, bro. Trey.
Listen.
Keep them legs down, Trey.
No.
Trey said no, sir. Trey said no, sir.
No, sir.
You're not that flexible.
UFC fighter did him like that.
Hey, look, that's how them dykes did Black David in school. They healed him up in the shower room and put his legs back. Like they said, no.
Let me tell you this. Everybody who know Brooklyn. Everybody know Brooklyn. No, hold on. Everybody who know Brooklyn know this high school. No, everybody know this Brooklyn know this high school. High school. 4 girls trying to jump me. The fact they couldn't jump me, I had to get their gang banging boyfriend away from me outside because I was that kind of person. You trying to jump me, and I'm aware.
So did they put your legs all the way back?
No, they could not do nothing. The next week after, they came out to me. You know the type of hip hop rings they be wearing in their hands? I got punched in the face and nothing broke in my face at all. I snapped back and looked at it like something like I was about to kill. I had to control my anger.
Oh my God. Black David, I have a question. How long, Black David?
David got the hardest
Black
face
David,
in
can
the world.
You tell us, Black David, everybody wasn't here for this. Can you tell everybody when you did bodyguard with no shirt on at that party with the men that was doing when you was doing security?
That would never happen.
Now, Black David, now, come on now. You told me.
Now,
you told me, Black David, you was at a party now.
I told
you was at this party, and
told
you said it was
No,
kind of
no,
hot.
All
Not
the men
really,
start
but
shaking their ass and shit.
Right, and so you decided to take your shirt off just to blend into your environment.
Let me correct. So you twist my word around. I said when I was doing security in Governor Island, they had an event that almost triggered me. And now mind you, I have an anger issue. It means only my family know about this about me. When I lose it, they tell my eye black out.
Do tell.
There's no paper, everything complete black.
Right,
I don't know why.
and you don't remember nothing that happened, do you?
Myself.
Right, and you don't remember nothing that happened, do you?
All I know, the only time that happened,
is that your pants is around your ankles when you woke up. That's all it was. That's all you know.
No.
Oh, they slipped you.
That's when Black David invented the rage twerk.
No, rage twerk going on here. I'm telling you, the reason why I keep to myself. Let me tell you why. The reason why I keep to myself, I have a reputation that when triggered, this is why a lot of my family members stay away from me. They think it's funny. I don't have to fake it for nobody.
Black David's ass looks like that guy on Deliverance.
If you love your life.
I want Black David to finish. Black David. So tell us when you realize. Tell us when you realized you was on aisle 5 at Walmart when you were doing security for the sugarly impaired. What were you? When did you find that?
Let me explain it. And I who know Governor Island, which is next door to Liberty Island.
So y'all was on an island. Epstein. You said what island was it? Listen, Governor Island. It's called Governor Island.
Black David, abort, Black David, abort. Get out of here.
I could care less.
Go ahead, Black David. I'm sorry.
That's a real location in the federal.
Tell your story, Dave. Tell your story, brother.
Tell us what happened.
Our security company was securing an event. We didn't know what was going on. There was a bunch of muscle dudes came on that island, with Governor Island, which is of course for Manhattan. Now we were all suspect what the hell is going on because a few weeks ago they had a gay event and I called out. I didn't want to be there. I don't roll that way. So they made sure not to let us know. They have all the song guys on the island in that security point just to make sure nothing goes down. When you see a bunch of muscle dudes coming to the island, you see any female, that's never happened. So we thought, what the hell? What kind of event is this? Until we saw one transformer. We like, okay, this don't look right. This don't feel right. So I'm in my position. I'm blocking these.
It don't feel right. Okay.
I understand. I mean,
no different about it.
I understand too.
I mean, it hurts when you're constipated sometimes. So I can imagine if it's going the other way.
No. Here's the problem.
So they ain't how it worked.
You didn't want to be there no more, and they called on our radio to do not walk away from your position. You stay in your position. So do my lunch break.
Stay in your position.
Downward dog.
Me and several security guards, we called the supervisor. We asked him why you didn't let us know in advance this event was going to happen. He told us about 20 of us were about to walk out, and we knew about it, but they knew how we were. And I was one of the very few who to do the VIP section, whereby if I see you get it out of hand, I'm the one kind of person who like to throw you over the fence. And I enjoy
what section? What section was it?
The VIP section when you have special people that come in, and we are allowed to protect them from
very important.
They get the strongest guy, which I was one of the few. And I had
there's a bunch of strong men in the VIP oiled up, bro.
That's why you took your shirt off to fit in.
No,
very important penis.
I didn't take my shirt off, and that never happened. That never happened. The only problem is only a few know about my anger rate. When I snap, I'm not a normal person. So
it piss you off when you're in the right position.
Black man. Learn from Mandel. Mandel said African people are crazy people. They're the reason why we are crazy people.
Yeah, I'm not a normal person. Crazy, man. I ain't,
Well, you the one up here talking about how you chilling with all on the nipples and all this other shit.
We wasn't chilling. We wasn't chilling.
I bet you were not chilling.
You sure were.
You don't have to get into too much detail with it.
David, did they play It's Raining Men, though? That part. Did they play It's Raining Men?
No, they didn't play that. Thank God for that.
What about the Village People? Did they play that?
No, they didn't play that.
None of the Village People.
Mandrill, they
had Donald Summers, yeah.
No,
Mandrill, they had plenty of hand warmers in there.
Yeah, and they was playing Queen.
They didn't come near me.
That's playing Queen, wasn't it?
I have that primal rage follow on me.
They said, "Girl, look at that big old chocolate drop over there."
He said, "Chocolate drop."
No, they look at him like
oh my God, girl, he can secure me, girl.
So, Black David, was this a drag party or something you was at?
No, it was a concert. You know,
it was a drag concert.
Well, they go to concerts too.
They come to concert. We didn't know about this.
So it was a drag concert.
Manhattan. If you ever come to New York City, go to Lower Manhattan. There are two girls.
David, was it a drag concert?
Staten Island.
You answer that question.
Let me explain to you. It wasn't a drag concert. It was a gay concert. It wasn't a drag.
Oh,
that was the difference.
What's the difference?
It's a Raining Man concert.
Yeah.
All I know is
they had the weather girls.
All I know
I
is
will survive.
It was the baddest spin for me, and that was my last week. That was my last week being that.
Damn, it hurt that bad.
I told the boss. No, it didn't. No.
Why was this?
You know understand.
But no.
Why was this such a bad experience, Dave? Because it was your first time to have an interaction. When your first interaction.
Black David, honestly, it sounds like you've been spending too much time in Chelsea.
Black David said, Black David shouldn't have turned them on because he turned around and said, "If you touch me, I'll suplex you." They say suplex.
Okay.
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 It sounds like you've been spending a little too much time in Chelsea.
We don't play that. No,
Black David
I don't go to
is
Chelsea.
so mad right now.
It don't look.
Oh my God.
Somebody right now.
You can actually body slam someone right now. Why would you want to do that? Why get violent?
Why do you want to go back to the island anyway?
Black Dave, I have a question for you for real. I know you give plenty of warnings. You tell people, listen, you don't want me to, because you know you're liable to really cause some damage. So like that Hulk thing we talked about. Like, am I the Hulk always, and I work hard to stay calm, or am I usually calm and I work hard not to stay the Hulk? So question would be, you meet a lady, you guys are getting along, whatever, and let's say there's some sexual position, some stuff you guys get into, nothing where you feel violated, but she gets so carried away, so into it, whatever. Let's say she's right in your face or whatever, and then she just really gets into it and then just takes a piss right in your face. Like, at what point do you turn from, because again, the calm in you wouldn't want to snap and hurt her. But how much abuse would you kind of endure before you say, "Oh, that's enough"? Like, how much do you endure?
Damn, Doc.
I have a short
Good question, though.
Bro, Dave is gonna be up in that stream like a Garnier fruit teas commercial,
let me
bro.
tell you what. From life experience, I have been to a lot of fights growing up.
His ass gonna be like Flash dance.
This is a true story. I get into a fight with 2 to 6 people in my life growing up.
Right, but I'm talking about people who are trying to hurt you or you're protecting. In this situation, you're not trying to protect. You actually are in a mutual consenting activity. But she gets a little carried away, whatever, and she just.
It would trigger me.
Huh?
It would trigger me.
So your dick would get soft and you wouldn't have sex with her? Is she pissed in your mouth?
You telling me you wouldn't let with the Hulk smasher though? Would you let the Hulk smasher?
And I guess all I'm really getting at is at what point do you go from, hey, that's not cool, to hell no? Like, would you wait till after the sex and say, hey, in the future, try not to do that? Or would you, or as soon as it hit you, would you be like, bitch? When do you?
Ain't no way to know. I'm flinging her.
Okay. All right. So you mean to tell me you've been waiting? You mean to tell me you at the bar in New York and you walk in? You said they want you on 1 shot or 2 shot. You say number 2, right? And you get 2 shots.
I don't drink.
Okay. And okay. That's the
reason why I don't drink alcohol.
Okay. So you got grape juice, right? You sit at the counter. You got grape juice, right? And then Halle Berry comes sit at the bar. She's in town doing a movie, and she sees. She said, "Oh my God, hi, you dark, sexy chocolate drop." And you said, "How many, Black David?" Number 1, I've been with you for 20 years, right? You started talking about your life, and she said, "You know what, Black David, I'm in room 313. I'll see you in 5." And you get up to the room door and you say, "You can call loud to your wife and say you're gonna be at work a little bit longer." And you go in room 213, and Halle Berry all over you, and then she hiked that pussy up past your chin and piss in your face. You gonna body slam Halle Berry? Like David?
I told you, gonna be like that chick from Flashdance. She gonna be all like back laid in the chair, ready to receive it all.
That's the problem. I've been told I'm a weirdo because I don't go that far. If I'm
But Black David, I'm saying Halle Berry. If Halle Berry released the hounds in your face, you gonna body slam Halle Berry? Huh?
You're gonna put the towel over your face and say, "Waterboard me, please."
Come on.
That's what you're gonna do. Waterboard the hell out of you.
Then he gonna come tell me in the backseat, Halle Berry pissed in my face. I loved it.
You forget I'm just hold on.
It's like cherry juice.
Like you forget about me. Remember, I'm the same one that called Kim Kardashian a 0.5.
Yeah, he said on the scale from 1 to 10, Kim Kardashian is a 0.5, guys.
Okay, so to forget about the beauty, I guess I just really want to know, at what point do you say that was too far and that you actually would just talk or hurt? Let's say something a little less aggressive, but it was an accident. Maybe you're doing 69 and her ass is in your face, and she accidentally pooed it, and you're like, whoa, don't do that again. But she. Well, people, sometimes you kick your partner and they poop. They poop.
We fighting.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Because it was an accident, and you were like, ooh, right? But what if she just like, shut up? But because of the sexual tension, you wouldn't think of her as a you wouldn't take it as an assault because of the sexual attention. Like, would you rather just talk with him, like, please don't do that to me again, because next time, woman, I will throw you across the room?
No, it'll be 2 words.
Or are you the second that happens? Oh
no! Now we had a coincidence.
Canadian destroyer.
Would you be okay?
No.
Would you be okay with it if it didn't stink, Dave?
Hank, it's 2 words. Canadian destroyer. If you know what that means.
Like, it smell like pizza. It's cool.
Canadian destroyer. I don't know what that is. But I mean, it really goes to all of us. All of us. What's the difference between not the ones who've been with your woman for a long time, but for the topic of the show, damned if you did, damned if you did, and you're in a situation where any of these sexual things, you've been waiting to get with this girl for the longest, and you finally do, and then it didn't even rise. You're damned if you did, damned if you didn't. You get a girl who starts to get really, really kinky and does some things beyond what you like. What do you do? So that, I think that question is legit for everybody.
Why can she start giving you head from the back?
Right, she get down and like and then
turn that motherfucker and just. So Black David, you know what, Black David? I love you like a brother, Black David. But if Halle Berry did this in your face, you're going to.
She dead meat. She dead meat.
Smoke that.
I mean, I believe you, but I think you would put your nose in the hold of like
I wouldn't
stop it.
That's more Hank Allen.
JT, hold on, JT. Wait a minute. JT got it. He got the cure. JT, what would he do, JT?
Oh no. He said he smoke it, bro.
Yeah, like a ball, baby. He's like a ball.
That's the real gas.
Oh shit! Oh my god!
You got that real.
So hold on, Ray. So by show of hands, how many of you would stop if Halle Berry sat in your face backwards and she, right, 69 straight up, and she was just going at it, and she was giving you the same attention at the bottom, and she just fucked around while you was eating her. She said, like she just let that shit out.
Well, what's the question?
I don't think
would you allow it? Would you keep going or would you stop?
I probably wouldn't have noticed.
I keep going.
I would.
That's it right there. You just cover your nose, Doc. That's it. What's up to? You good?
Is returning fire out of the question?
Listen, bro. My thing is this: most dudes, and Black David lying, most dudes will take this shit like a shot of liquor and just keep going. Ain't nobody finna stop. It's crazy.
In those long-term relationships, the people who come to see me professionally in those long-term relationships, do you know some of their greatest like laughter or kind of banter is the things that they did like that? That time you pooed it, that time you did this, that time when they actually believe like those are some of the craziest but yet most memorable things we've done together. So they sound crazy,
I never
but there's some guys who actually would. You're right, like wow.
And if you're gonna be married for a while, yeah, you're gonna go through that. So
right.
Yeah.
I never went through it yet, but like I say, they were my trigger points. That's my trigger point. That's why I try to make sure I keep myself cool and collected.
Okay, so guys, we're gonna
Black David will demo your house if you put his face.
You fought that they might finish your house come to the foundation. Okay, guys, we got a $5 super chat from Marcus Evans. He said, "What's up, my brothers? Thank you so much, man. It's Friday, and my girl wants to party all the time. So let's go, Eddie Murphy remix."
Girl, I can't understand it. Why you wanna hurt me? After all of the things I've done for you, I buy you champagne roses, put diamonds on your finger. You say you hang out all night. What am I to do?
That's the gayest video ever.
Thank you so much, Marcus Evans, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it, my brother.
Like, man, if you ever watch that video, the original video, and just look at how all them dudes was, I'm telling you,
it's the 80s.
It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
If you throw a trap beat on it, and it's fire all over again.
Hey, man, somebody in the chat said you like getting peed on. I don't know if they know you or.
No one in the chat said that.
I'm gonna pull it up for you.
Mr. Bennett, while he's looking for that, remember you were talking about last week? When do parents talk to your kids about sex? So when do we talk to our partners about what we like and what we don't like? Some of the stuff we're talking about, we don't find out until we actually get into it. So like that first time Putin in my face, like, whoa, you get down like that? Would they have actually said that when, what if I released faster than would I want to tell her that? What if I only had 2 inches? Would I want to tell her that? So, like, when do we actually have those conversations? What if I had a big mole?
Even in my case, like, we were celibate, so there wasn't. But that discussion did come up relatively early in our relationship. We didn't date
like
that
kinks
long.
or just kinks or
just whatever's on the table. I mean, I think even if you weren't necessarily exposed to it, again, define what the response is. If it was like, oh, heck no, that sort of thing, or was it like, I don't know, I never tried, or, you're just looking for a reaction, because obviously we're not coming from a place of having that intimate knowledge of one another. So, but I think certainly sexual compatibility, I think certainly is important in a relationship, especially even going for marriage. And if you're just going to be that kinky dude and she's not, or vice versa or something, I just don't think that's I just don't think it's going to really work long term. Someone's going to have to give somewhere.
And will presentation matter?
I'd rather find out sooner than later. So I would bring that up pretty early.
And would presentation matter? They said, sometimes I squirt, but if a little pee might come out, versus just so you know, I'm just going to piss in your mouth, right? I mean, that's. I mean, would that make a difference? Like, because I'm just sharing with you what happens. But notice between the oops, like I squirt, but it's actually but a little pee comes out. Then how would you say no to that person? Like, do you end a total relationship? Like, if you had a really good opportunity to have a solid relationship, but they got a few little kink things that they do, we end it?
I think in a relationship, in that regard, and again, I handle it somewhat delicately. I mean, obviously you're going to have the things that you definitely like must-haves that you're into. There's going to be those things that you're neutral about. You just take the L for the sake of relationship, because there's things, for example, you might not be into, but the fact that she's into it, you're automatically into it because you know that you're pleasing her. Okay. Then there's the stuff that's kind of neutral, where it's like, I can take it or leave it. And then there's the nevers. And I think, when it comes to the nevers, I think you need to be clear on what your nevers are and see if you can live with it. But I think in certain things, I think you just take for the good of relationship, you just take the L. It's like, look, I mean, I wouldn't prefer it, but hey,
So if she wants you to suck peanut butter and jelly out of her ass, you just gotta take one.
No, that's too much, man. That's
Yeah, but reverse.
We
Do you
gotta get
guys
some real world examples.
But I think, yeah,
right?
I
Okay.
think it has
So
to go.
when it's
If you're
reversed,
You know women like that? Shit.
man, that's too
okay.
much.
So here's a real
no pun
live one.
intended, though, right?
It's going from her V or her aim in the back and straight to her mouth, and she says, "Okay, then when you release in my mouth, I want to kiss you."
Yeah, nah.
Oh,
nope.
Yeah,
Most
man,
women
you know
that
what,
do that
man?
don't
I
have
gotta
an
be. There's no such
OBGYN.
no.
Huh?
That's just
All I'm saying. Look, I'm saying you have a negotiation, right?
Yeah.
Our pay said no.
It's like
No.
you take that, man. That's
you
yours.
negotiate your terms
Right.
of your terms of engagement, and look, like I said, you're gonna have your absolutes that are just like, no way,
Right.
I'm not into that or whatever. Don't ask
I'm
me.
not
that.
eating.
All right.
We're
So
not doing it.
that girl we saw earlier in the video, what if she was asking and you said no, I don't, but she was so much like a man that when she said no, I don't do anal, he was like, okay, I won't. Trust me, I won't. Just hold still. Just hold still. And you gave your absolutes, but they still tried it anyway.
Trust me, with whole steel.
Bruh. Trust me, but bro, no.
You ain't see where she. And then he said, "No, I don't do that. I don't do that." And they're like, "Okay, don't worry."
Put your ass back.
Let me tell you, if you had a chick that tough, right? At some point,
I'm also not saying that again. As you're in your relationship, as you trust each other, she may surprise you one night and be like, "Okay, hey, let's do it." You just don't know where she's gonna be coming from. So that's part of it. But going into it, I think all that stuff's on the table, and I think you need to have a conversation about what your kink level is, what your free
what your
zone,
boundaries, your limits,
your
but what you don't,
boundaries, and share that pretty early.
But what you don't want is to be sleep. And you, what's that? Wait a minute. Like, you don't want to be like Mandrea. Like, you want to be able to, say, hey, these are my boundaries. Listen, don't poke me in my. I don't give a fuck if you're an MMA fighter. Do not put nothing in my ass while I'm asleep.
Wake up.
Put your hat back on.
What now?
Put your hat back on and open that Payless box.
Right. So, Doctor, let me ask you: do you think that I don't know if you have any restrictions in terms of like Steve Harvey had his 90-day rule and stuff like that. I don't know if you have like a rule in terms of when it's best to engage. Do you believe like it can happen on the first date or whatever? But do you think all that has to come up before you engage, even if it's like within fairly recently to have? All right, so first date, that's all we talking about is what's your list, and then we go into it, or because some stuff just happens. You just feeling somebody that's just attractive, it's hot or whatever, and just boom, you guys go at it. But a lot of that kink stuff may come later, or do you think you need to get that out pretty early?
Good question. So here are a couple topics. If we're talking about relationships, that's when the poly talk, monogamous, poly, single, all that should come up when we're talking about, are you with someone? Do you have someone? So any poly or monogamous stuff should come up then. Mental illness, alcoholism, gambling, and all those things that can destroy a relationship because addiction, those should come up when we're having conversations about what does our future look like? What kind of problems do you have? What type of things I should be aware of? That could be on the first date, depending how much you talk, or the second date. Or by the time we physically date, how much have we talked on the phone? So if it's something that's going to alert me about the future of the relationship, those type of addictions should come up. When it comes to the sex talk, that's when I believe you should make your things known up front. Listen, them little tiny bumps and stuff? No, I ain't. What kind of bumps? Can I show you my balls or something? I want to show you. I have herpes. So is that going to be something that you can, because here's the deal. I don't want to waste a bunch of your time going to this with expectations and you're not down with that. Anything you have that I should know about, any badge and notice or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Now that we're being fair and honest with each other, and when we start talking about how we enjoy sex, even in our chat today, we had somebody like, I'm going to take it from the back and open your mouth and I'm going to spit in your mouth when I'm kissing you. I mean, we had it right here in the chat. So if those two or three people hooked up, that's when we say, hey, do you mind if I around the rim? Or is that something like, no, I ain't washed, but that's okay. That's okay. So we're learning about all these things. It doesn't mean we have to do them tonight. It doesn't mean we have to do them tonight, but we're at least aware. We're at least aware.
But is that first date worthy? I mean, you
I
can have that.
I think in our modern day, because there's potential for you to get some that day, that night in our modern day, I think it's fair to say something like this. You know, if you touch me again, if you kiss me again, you know we're fucking, right? I'm just putting it out there. You know what's gonna happen if you. All right. Now let me tell you, because we didn't get a chance to talk about it. We didn't even make it to the second date. Not only I got this toy, and I call in the military they send the robot out or dog out. It's got some batteries and a remote in it. I'm gonna put it up in you to see what's inside. What? I'm just telling you that's the type of stuff I like. Is that okay with you? Because I also work with guys that need to get consent. So the reason it's important in that first, second conversation before you get it is because that's where the consent comes out. You don't want to be in the position where like, oh, hell no, what? Whoa, you got me. That kind of just destroys it. So you want to get consent earlier than later. If that's the first conversation, is that the first date? If it's going to happen sexually, sure. But you always want to build to that point so you can develop trust, safety, and comfort. So if you can wait for that conversation, or if you can wait to the actual activity, that gives you some more time to build that stuff, and there's a more likelihood those things can happen.
I'm definitely out of the dating scene. I mean, you guys are still in the dating scene. Is that typically what happens? Does the sex talk come
Yeah,
out?
what do you guys think? Put in the chat, and what do you guys think on the panel?
First date, you're talking about what you're into and stuff.
I think modern relationships.
That's what I'm saying. What's that? Reckless is you're in a relationship, right? Or you're dating? Or?
Yeah. No, I am.
So would that be something that if you just first date with a girl, is that stuff going to come up off jump like that? Or
bro, I turn chicks out, bro. So like I'm gonna figure out what you want to do. like it's just what it is, bro. I'm a turn. I go for a win every time. I don't like to fail assignments, man. So like if I'm engaging with somebody, I mean, I don't have like a punch card. That would be a good idea if you had like a laminate checkoff card and like a dry erase marker that you just slid across the table and be like, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and just check off a few of them things there for me. Like make my job a lot easier. But no, I mean
they should add that to those eHarmony websites or whatever.
Right.
I don't know. Do a lot of those I don't match do any of those sites, doctor? They pull up any of that stuff?
Yes. So here's the history of those. Long distance, like out of the country or even local. The history is men used to take ships over to other places. And when they got there, the hotel called the Best Western, we have them here in the States. And you know what that was? It's the best of when the Westerners come over, they get the best service. There were parents ushering their daughters there to get a Westerner. The same thing here in America. The whole philosophy, the bars and the saloons in the country and all that, when you meet the female, stand up, bend over, turn around, let me see, take that off. That was the woman's value. That was the way. Now, there were other families that said, this is my daughter, and your value is in what you bring to us as far as an extra cow and your labor, farm materials, because she's going to bring your whole family. We need to have something that's going to bring us money or whatever. So those families who still go by those values, it's not as easy for some guy to just tell her blah, 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 because really I don't hear the value. But for those who don't do that anymore, the value is in you can bring me tonight or with you. But God damn, look at them lips on you. I know you suck some good dick. What? No. Yes, you do. Quit playing. Well, we'll see later. Those conversations are normal. And on the website, same thing. I just see a profile picture or a few pictures. First thing I say is, where's your webcam? And then we get on the webcam. So you have whole length pictures on the website. And then you get on the webcam and you're like this to my hi.
Yep.
No, I'm just talking into the phone. No, bitch, come on, I can't see you. Back up. What? Because on the website, the profile pictures, you got cleavage and stuff, but then they talk to you like, oh, hi. That's all part of it. Well, can you stand? Well, why you want me to? That kind of play. Not everyone, but yes, Mr. Bennett, that is actually part of the routine, unfortunately / fortunately, because I ain't got time to waste. What are we going to do?
So can I add something here? It depends on what you want. If you're just smashing chicks, you don't care what the talk is. You want to just make sure that she's willing to get down with you. If you're courting somebody for a relationship or marriage,
totally different.
At some point, you're going to have the talk about sex, right? You know, and I call it a sexual biorhythm. What's hers, and is it compatible to yours? And all that conversation, not on the first date, but when it's appropriate and you're getting down the line. Because one of the things that men don't do is, if you're going to marry a woman, you got to have the sex talk, because she's got to know that she's your only conduit to sex.
Yeah.
You want me to be monogamous. That means you got to give up the cookie, and I know that, and you can't use it as a reward or a weapon.
Right. Mr. Payne, is it talk and sex? I mean, would it be also like try before you buy? Like not only talk.
Oh yeah, I mean, most women you're gonna try.
In our case, if you're dating religiously, if you're dedicated to celibacy, then I think you definitely need to have the conversation, and that oftentimes makes it harder, because a lot of folks who are celibate, it's like they don't like the sex. That's how you know they're not. You know, they haven't been told. Like they go back to our show the other night, they haven't had the conversation. They haven't been offered it in a healthy manner because they're just uncomfortable with the subject. So a lot of let me finish what I'm saying, because when I talk about, even if you're talking about from a religious standpoint, there's a devotional Bible for relationships that goes through the steps, and it has a sex talk in there that's appropriate for two people. I don't know if they're celibate or not, but I would imagine if they're following some kind of faith, they may be celibate, they may be waiting for marriage. So you have to have the sex talk, but it has to be somewhat appropriate, right? So you'll get a copy of that Bible. She'll get a copy of the devotional Bible, and you'll read those chapters that are germane to that. Then you go to whoever your religious counselor is, and you'll talk about what you think about to interpret those passages. So that's one thing. But if you're just a regular Western woman who's, secular woman out there, you could imagine that she's not a virgin.
Yeah.
So you need to have that kind of conversation with her, because I think men don't let women know when they get married to them that you're going to be my only conduit for sex. And you got to make sure your sex with her is no longer just transactional. It's got to be validational. She's got to want to have sex with you because she loves you, because she wants to have sex with you. And it's not for trading trinkets. And if you can't get past that point, then you shouldn't marry.
Well, that's
and so there's a lot of things men don't do.
Yeah, but unfortunately, like I said, black men already. We had a show a couple weeks ago. 70% of marriages at some point become non-sexual, and then out of that, you still have a subset of that is transactional. So the ones that you're talking about, that's where it's about validation for both of you. You're in a very small minority that really have it.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, though, Mr. Bennett. Let me ask you this: who do you put that on? Do you put that on the man or the woman? Because I think sometimes we let the women transition into that spot. Because
I think there's natural things that may happen to a woman. Like, again, menopause for a lot of women, that's like a sex killer. I mean, that's just totally your stuff just disappears. So that's something you're gonna have to deal with. Postpartum, all those things. Again, I'm not saying that should she still be obligated or still that's still your husband. You need to make yourself available to your husband. I'm saying yes. But those are still things that you're going to have to, you're going to run across at some point if you've been with them for a while.
I got one for you. It's ED for a man. You get around 50 or something and you can't get it up on a regular basis. How do you deal with your chick then? That's a conversation as well.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So,
hey, Mr. Payne, I think that's why Mandrill got that at Payless shoebox.
Hey, bro.
Oh my God.
But we get on these panels, we don't talk about that. But
no, it's true. No, it's facts.
That's a real thing. That's a real thing for some men. So it's like both ways. So if she's going through her transition, what happens if you go through your transition? I mean, they got pills and whatever there is, but that may take some of the spontaneity out of it or whatever it is. But we don't talk about that. And how faithful is your wife got to be to you, in those circumstances, depending on how highly sexual she is. So you have to kind of weigh those things. And that goes into staying into shape and all that kind of stuff too. You don't let yourself go.
Yeah. So I was going to ask Reckless, and what you're saying, Mr. Payne, if you're going into the relationship, at what point do we have that conversation? But if you've already been married for a while, Mr. Payne and a few others, does your wife stay? Like if you, or do you bring in some entertainment? How do you help her if she's wanting, needing that desire, but you can't perform and you
Well,
oppose?
you find different ways to please her. That's what I would think you would have. That's the first thing, because even if you can't perform, you ain't gonna want to see nobody busting down your chick, man. You know, they're coming back to you. It's just not, that's just not in a man's nature, not most men's nature. Let's put
Right.
it to that.
Because I've seen some of the videos where the guys just sitting in the room and watching, just like, get it.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the best days, no way, man. You know, some guys are people like that, but I think I don't know how many brothers do that. I know they all, but I think that's a white man's thing, man, for sure.
You know what?
I really do.
For the most part.
You know, so I mean, so there's a lot of conversations you're supposed to have, and that's the one thing I think that I don't know where I got it from, but me and my wife had a lot. When she was my fiance, we had a lot of substantive conversations, and I'm not wasn't no red pill back then. For some reason, I was so ready to be married, but all these things from my experiences were in my head. And if I'm going to pick the one that I'm going to be with, I got to get some of these things on the table. Now, people could change their minds, things shift over the years, but we talked about a lot of real shit before we got married.
Right.
And
Now,
then it wasn't just that. I saw the way she moved in her answers to kind of validate that she's telling me the truth also, you know?
Can I ask you something, Brother Payne? So you made a distinction between somebody you just looking just to have sex with versus somebody who you want to have a relationship with. Now, obviously, you meet your wife at the time. You didn't know which way it was going to go. So at what point did you make that transition from, okay, she might be nice to, okay, oh, she's really, she's really cool. And again, that then changes how you move in terms of those discussions. I mean, that talk might have came later because, again, this wasn't somebody who you were just looking just to hit and go, So at what point did you make that
I can answer that. I can answer that question. When first of all, I was looking for my wife, right? I was actually looking for a woman.
Okay, so your mindset had already changed from that of just getting yours to like, okay, I want to.
Right. And I stopped. I stopped stroking random chicks in that process. If I knew we weren't going to go anywhere, I stopped opening those relationships until I met my fiance. I mean, when I met her, we got engaged within 5 months. And then we got married a year later. And I mean, I was all old school stuff. The stuff I talk about, man, Trey gets on my case all the time because I went to her father and asked for her hand in marriage. I had conversations with him, and actually they paid for my wedding, right? They paid for everything, and that's like something in the past. And I remember our last conversation. I don't want to drift too much. He asked me, I might have said this before. He asked me, listen, he told me, my father-in-law, if things don't work out, just bring my daughter home in one piece. I said, you don't have to worry about it because she's not coming back. She's not coming back. And he was a cool dude, man. He passed away too soon, man. I think I would have been a better man if he would have lived longer. He died a month after we got married. But he was a real good guy.
Mine is very similar. I mean, I think I knew I was going to marry her after about 2 months, proposed after 6, but that was just more the formalities. We got married in 10. So yeah. But it was for both of us, it was like we were intentional about this phase of our lives. We want our lives to be this, and we weren't going to settle for anything less than that. So all the other stuff, we just put that aside.
Now, Mr. Payne sounds more like he spent less time engaging in like bullshit. Like we don't need to go any further, right?
Yeah.
So then it sounds like maybe those conversations is realistic to have some of those harder conversations in the beginning. Because I'm not going to spend too much time. No need in going months and months and months only to find out you're not trying to build or you're not trying to.
And we had that conversation just like that. I said, listen, what are we doing? I don't need another girlfriend. That's what I told her. She says, and at one point, I said to her, I said, listen, like a month in, I said, listen, you want to be my girl or not? She said, well, I thought I already was, and then, we never spoke of that again. And we just grooved, man. It was just, and we're still here, kind of growing old. I just got my Medicare card a couple of days ago. I got my birthday's today, by the way. And everybody else says, listen, man, I'm on Medicare now. Shit. So
Happy
just
birthday.
leave me alone.
Now you get 3 more ammo.
I think that's one of the reasons why. I think that's one of the reasons why it's very hard in this era right now for the younger generation to actually be able to date, because they can't have these real conversations. Can imagine you having a conversation with the average young girl, 22 years old, and you talking about some kinky shit. She gonna tell you everything. She gonna be like, yep, this one boyfriend I was with, he stuck it in my ass. He had a lollipop. Another boyfriend I had. You ain't gonna want to know. So a lot of guys, it's not gonna ask those questions. That's why you hear a lot of these younger dudes say, I'm not interested in her body count, because you gonna get what you ask for. You ask, they gonna tell you, because they're a little more aggressive when it comes down to it. Now, what I want to see is when they turn 40 and 50, and these sex talks that they're going to be having, because they ain't going to end up with the original guy that they end up being with. It's going to be like guy number 203, and then now she's about to go through menopause. Now he got erectile dysfunction, all these different things. It's going to be very hard for them to keep a relationship, because they're not going to be in that whole honesty space. It's hard enough for people to be honest, because these are hard things that you have to deal with. When you in these relationships and you're like, damn, it's just us. We have to be able to talk about these things, because if we don't talk about it, it's gonna be even worse. And you got people that are just break up with each other or divorce each other, and because they wanted to avoid the biggest problem, the biggest issue. And a lot of that, it comes from that, when it comes down to, I'm not gonna ask the question because I really don't want to know the answer. But at some point, you're gonna have to ask that answer. I mean, that question to get that answer.
I mean,
JT, that's again the topic of the show. Damned if you did, damned if you didn't. We engaged, feelings got involved, only to now really have sex for the first time, and you tell me you don't suck dick.
Damn.
Now that's not the end of the world for some people, right? But others, well, when you're my woman and you don't do that, and now you're telling me that in the third month, or however long it took, now you're telling me that because we never had that conversation. Do I stay? Do I go?
I'm sorry, go ahead. You still have to have those conversations, JT. You still have, no matter what the day or the age is, you still need to have those conversations, no matter what.
We're not, though.
Huh?
We're not.
We're not. But that's
we're
what
not.
I know we're not. I know it's not happening. But if a guy came to me, and asked me, I actually put a video on my website about the 10 steps of vetting and courting a woman. I think it's timeless. I don't think it has anything to do with what year we're in, right? It depends. If you're really trying to court or vet a woman, the questions might get updated, but they don't change. You still got to go through it, because she'll just eliminate herself if she can't answer your questions, right? Like for me, like the body count questions was one of the things on my list. I never asked my wife what her body count was. I was thinking about, does she have enough virtue left that she could bond with me as a wife? That was more important. Does she get all her virtue fucked out of her? I think the way a woman moves, you could tell it. You should be able to tell, just like I could tell the difference between a gigolo and an incel. You should be able to tell a woman has a little bit of virtue left from a 304. You should be able to.
But you know what's going on now, Arpain? Now the whores are now the good women are dressing like the whores, and the whores are dressing. And now when they're walking down the street, you can't tell the difference. That's like when women say, when I walk down the street, I don't want all those men, looking at me, or I don't listen. All men are lions. There are some good ones and there are some bad ones. When your ass walk down the street, all of them look the same. You just don't know which one gonna snap your ass.
There's a matter of perspective, though, BM.
All I'm saying is you can't tell the difference no more, because the same dress the hoe got on is the same dress the good woman got on now.
But you still put them all through the funnel. If you have a funnel, you still have to put them, whether you can tell the difference or not. Your questions and the way you vet them separates the women for you if you're doing it with intention. So it doesn't matter if they all look the same, right? Because
let me tell you what Tyrese said today. Tyrese, when he went through his divorce, he said, man, I never thought that I married this woman and this woman wanted me just for my money. He said, I went to court today and this is what she told me. This is what I found out today while I was in court. He said, I thought I was the only actor in my house, but today I found out in court after she told me that she was a better actor in 5 years of our marriage. She only wanted to get stable enough. She knew that 5 years was the mark that she would get full child support, also full spousal support.
You talk about Tyrese Gibson?
Tyrese Gibson.
Yeah, we all know he don't know how to
And
pick
she
no
was a
woman.
hoe from the beginning.
But he didn't know she was a hoe from the beginning. You could tell he don't know how to pick women. All he has is women troubles.
I mean, well, before you say that, let's add some context to this, because you can say that, but like, I'm around a bunch of rich men all the time for my career. It's what I do.
Okay.
I've seen, and granted, I've only seen this happen once, but I've seen a man's wife wake up, go through menopause, completely lose her mind, and be like, I'm leaving you. I don't even want the kids. I'm wrecking this. And then now he's going through a divorce, and this man provided this. This woman ain't worked in like 3 decades. You don't know.
No,
it's a hand grenade at all times. I was like, if the man that can provide all the stuff that we have for these talking points, this man provided that. This woman ain't worked in 30 years, woke up one day and she was like, yeah, I'm going to go shack up with my boyfriend that I really wanted, that imprinted me at 13. That was the other dude that I slept with. I'm out. Menopause. Like, that can happen.
Yes.
He picked well. He had a family. He did all the things he was supposed to.
Yes.
Man's on his square, in good shape, rich, provides a lifestyle. And this woman woke up one day and was like, fuck it.
Okay. Go ahead, Arpane, because after Arpane, I got something to show y'all.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real quick though. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but you can't go through life with a scarcity mindset. You have to mitigate that now.
No.
Well, let me just say this: you got to mitigate. If you don't want to stay, if you want to stay single, just stay single. But if you want to be married, there's options. There's a prenup option, or there's just the cohabitation with the requisite paperwork to put your life in order without the government involved from the state license. Or even if you really want to be married fully, you have a prenup that's written properly.
Right.
And there is a problem. This whole notion that they don't work is a lie. That's a big lie. Yep. They do work. So now the modern man needs to make sure that they have a prenup.
Well, I mean,
and women, matter of fact, women with money, they have no problems putting a prenup on a man, by the way.
Facts.
You know, men fall because men fall in love. Women fall in, you know, they're more strategic about who they marry. You know, so I'm just saying it's not all is lost. Yeah, women change their mind and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah. So with the loaded gun they have, you have to protect yourself in the beginning. And that's what the prenup. If you're going to marry.
Most guys don't. Let me say one thing, black man, before we go. Most guys, and it goes to what I was just saying, most guys don't want that answer at the beginning because they still trying to get that nut off. They still trying to want to continue to have sex with her. So a lot of times these guys will do the acting, but they're only doing the acting so they can get what they think that they're just getting, you know, a value. Once they get in a deep relationship with that woman or marry that woman, now all the questions is going to be, asked. And that's why these dudes end up being upset and mad, because the questions that they should have asked at the beginning, they don't wait until they get married or be 6 years into a relationship with that woman before they start realizing what it is that's the truth. And that's why you got the Tyree Gibson and all these other guys. You know, just like you said, he would have known.
These panels are for? Isn't that what these panels are for?
Yeah,
isn't that what we're here for? To tell these guys this is what you need to do.
But the reality, there's no answer to that question, though. Like the reality of it is the answer doesn't matter if she acts right for you, right? As long as she's not bringing shame, like as long as it's not a situation where a woman's been on the internet, it's something that's not going to go away. That you're going to walk into a board meeting or a gala or something with this woman, and everybody's going to be like, "Hey, we've seen her get busted down. You didn't know." As long as that's not the scenario, the reality of the situation is none of us on this panel actually care. Matter of fact, you would prefer to not know as long as she acts right. The second piece of this is if you're a man that's looking to get wealthy, I don't know any men with $1 million or up net worths that are single. That I don't see it. I literally don't see it. Now the thing with that is I don't operate out of a position of scarcity. I do tell average dudes, I'm like, you're gonna have to, I would vet hard. But for me, I've done the math on it. I know the trajectory and what I'm gonna make, and I'm like, cool. I factored in a half cut into it. It's just math. This marriage for me, as far as the paperwork, is a business decision so that I can get the tax write-offs. Because that's the reason married people are wealthier. It's that simple. I did the math. I'm like, cool, I can make 10 million. I'll walk with 5 and be happy about it. And I'll just replace that chick and not care because I'm not going to get off my square. I'm going to be like Bennett when I grow up, bro. Like,
so you don't buy into like the pair bonding stuff or her ability to, or you don't care, or that doesn't factor into your decision whether or not she's.
I mean, obviously going in, I'm trying to get the best deal that I can get. So I'd prefer to not have that. But I mean, with the marriage rates, what they are, it is math for me. I'm going, hey, if we can get on and this looks good on paper up front, I'm going to put the precautionary things in place, but this is a business decision. And if you flake out and we get 10 mil and I end up with 5, I'm walking back to at least 2 properties that I had that are covered in the prenup that I had before you showed up. I've got my businesses that are going to be covered in the prenup before you showed up, and the wealth that I've amassed before you showed up. I got a set standard. I'm going to have an option of couches.
Let me go back to an earlier question then. This whole idea of, again, for richer, for poor, for better, for worse, that kind of, so even on our side, I'm seeing even dudes are being much more strategic when it comes to making these marital decisions. So it's like, is that where we're going, or is that's where the line of thinking is, where we should be much more thinking about this as just business? It's a business transaction for her, which we said it is earlier. It's also one for us, man. And that's where it's going. So I mean, rest in peace to Tina Turner. When she said, "What's love got to do with it?" Are we all coming in this 21st century reality?
Yes,
that's where it's going.
Men can't afford to fall in love, marry for love anymore. We can't afford to do it.
Yeah.
You can't. You got to add the business side.
That's some real spit right there.
Hold on. If we can't afford to marry for love, then what are we marrying for? Like, what's the purpose? I understand what Reckless Ray is saying, and he's right. I don't know any rich people who aren't married. It's a fact. Millionaire, billionaire, or otherwise. Just hadn't seen it. So I understand legacy, you say, Ray.
Yep.
But what about the interpersonal connection and relationship between the husband and wife? Well, if not love, then what is there? I know you can't base it off of superficial things because it won't stand. It won't last. So what else is there?
I didn't say you should. I didn't say you shouldn't be in love. I said you just can't marry just for love. You got to put the business side to it. You could love the woman, but here's my thing. At the time of engagement, if you're a kind of man with assets, when you ask a woman to marry you, your condition has to be that she signs a prenup if she says yes. You got to tell her right then and there.
Okay.
And so when she says, if she says yes or no, she's got to know that you're going to want a prenup. You can't say, "Please marry me," and then 6 months later say, "Oh, by the way, honey, I want you to sign this prenup." You got to tell. So when she makes that decision, she's got to make 2 decisions. One, she wants to marry you, and yes, she'll be agreement to working out a prenup. And you got to let her know that's the honesty factor that has to be up front. I mean, that's the new thing. That's the new age we're living in. I mean, women are telling us this all over the place.
Okay, my thing is with the prenups. Give me 1 second, JT.
I'm gonna play this last video so I can get this last video out the way.
My issue with the prenups is, from my perspective, it seems like you're expecting the marriage to end. And from my perspective, because here's the thing: when you take that oath, for better or worse, for richer or poorer, through sickness and in health, till death do you part. I watched my parents. My parents got married. They didn't have shit. My mother was 19. My dad was 22. What do you got at that age? Nothing. You know what I'm saying? I watched them go from nothing to building what they had at the end, and they were literally together through death did them part. My father passed away in 2008. I watched 2 people work together to raise a family and build something and raise 2 functioning, well-adjusted children into adulthood.
I don't know about all that.
Well, that's me.
That's not happening no more, man, girl. That is not happening no more, man, girl.
What I'm saying is today, yeah, cool. Today, I don't see very many
With a heavy
people
thinker.
who want that or trying to achieve that or even know or have any interest in doing that. Again, like I said earlier tonight, it's a lot of selfishness that I hear in the things in the rhetoric that I hear people speak on these panels.
Before you go, man, Joe, let me just add to what you're saying. I'm living what you're saying about what your parents did, right? But we're talking about, I'm a baby boomer. Your parents were at least baby boomers as well, probably.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying to you is that what was true for us and for me in '87 when I married my wife is not true today, right? And a prenup doesn't presuppose you want to get a divorce. It's like if you're in the stock market, they say, well, don't fight the trends, right? I mean, you're being told by the state as a man that if you have assets and you marry a woman who changes her mind, you're going to get your ass kicked. Doesn't matter how much she loved you on the day she signed that I do statement. She took the vows just like you did, right? And we're seeing women all over the place who don't give a shit about the vows, even if they're good women. So men tend to stay. If you got a decent relationship with a woman, you tend to stay. We don't leave. Men, it's the women who leave, and because they're in social media, they have their friends whipping in their ear, and just by asking a woman to sign a prenup doesn't mean you're going to divorce her. You're not going to leave her destitute. That's why she has to have a lawyer. You have to have a lawyer. You negotiate what the settlement might be, because if you have all these previous assets, now it's not one size fit all. If I have nothing and she has nothing, even today, if you don't care, then go ahead and get married. You'll split things down there because she's going to help you build. So she deserves a certain amount of stuff. But if you want to live that way, that's fine. But I'm talking about men are getting married later. You put your shit in place. You might have property. You might have this. You might have that. You're 35 years old, 40, and you're getting married to somebody. How much of that will you want to put at risk? I mean, it's just a simple business. You could love the chick. She could love you. But you got to tell her, hey.
Well, the thing is,
you got to,
I understand it's all a gamble, but that's everything in life. Walking across the street, you get hit by a bus or a car. I mean, it just.
Okay.
I get what you're saying, though, man. It's just.
I get what you're saying, but I'm just guilty about it.
I'm just disappointed that it has to be that way. I really am. Like, it's so hard to find someone.
But the question,
I'm willing to do all this and put myself fully into the relationship and the marriage and do whatever I have to do to make that person happy and provide for the family and make sure they have everything they need and most of what they want. Well, at least as much as I can afford. But to find someone who's not willing, who's willing to do the same thing.
It's not your responsibility to make a woman happy.
It sure the fuck ain't.
That's true, but you gotta try. But you gotta at least try.
No, that's not what I mean.
No, not even try. I told you, man. We put too much energy into temporary things. Happiness is a temporary state. That's exactly what it is. If you're trying to make a woman stay in a temporary state, you're losing. She's never going to be happy. It doesn't matter if you look at the Bible. It doesn't matter if you look in real life. If you're not a believer, all of it explains it the same way, right? Happiness, the Bible teaches happiness is not promised to you.
But that's why it can't be the relationship. It can't be contingent on happiness, and happiness can't be that big of a thing.
So when women say I'm leaving, when women say I'm getting a divorce because I'm not happy, that's bullshit.
Right? It has to be built based on other things. Like for me, it's
women need the security. That's what they need, the security.
But they have the security these days.
I'm going to play the last video, Black David. So hold on.
They're still leaving with the security, with the finances, with everything they want, and they will still leave. I don't understand that.
Right. So hold on just a second, Mandrell, because what I'm about to play ties into that too. This is another branch on the tree. I'm gonna play this last video for tonight, and then we're gonna discuss it, and then we get out of here. Let's see. Here we go. Where is it at? Oh, there it is. Let's watch this.
Give me my baby so I can go.
Shout out to Lady Diane James for this
Give
video.
me my baby, you can go. I am grown. Don't touch my car, man. Don't touch my car. Oh, stop. You still got it on camera? All right. Now, she don't want to give me my baby. I drove up here for 2 hours, and she don't want to give me my child.
There's no car seat in
Yes, it is a car seat in there, man. Car seat right there. No. Give me my baby so I can go. You don't need to be in my car. It's a car seat in there. No, I'm not yelling. I want you to give me my child so I can go home. I'm not screaming, but I just want my child so I can go home. Well, get in the car.
Put her in.
No, she did not.
Sophia.
Come on, man. I ain't got time to be playing with you, bro. I'm trying to
This
go
is
home.
not a game. It's
Well,
not
give me my
that big
baby
of a
so I can
deal.
leave.
All right, now you're making her upset.
All right, you got all this on camera? We will be showing it to the judge when we get my baby.
Okay, Rocky. You've been saying that for years.
Okay, and give me 10 days. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. So you're not gonna give me my baby?
It's not a big deal for
Are you gonna give me my baby or not, Melissa?
You cannot
Are you gonna give me? Can I see my child?
Yes.
Okay, well give her to me so I can go home. I'm not screaming at you, but you're playing games. And
No,
I
I'm
don't feel
not
like
playing
playing
games.
with you.
I tried to open the door and you pushed me.
I didn't push you.
Yes,
It's
you
on
did.
camera. If they think I pushed you, it's on
Yeah.
camera. But can I have my child so I can go home? I don't want to keep going if you're gonna give me my baby or not.
All right, this dude stop. That dude being petty. He said, "Don't touch my car. Don't touch my car. Don't touch my car." Dude, just let the chick put the baby in the car so you can get on.
What?
What?
How is she not being petty by not handing him his child?
Yeah, I get it. But this is one of those things that he was talking about earlier. Like, you know what? You're right. Cool. I just want to end this argument. Let's move on. Dude, just let her put the baby in the car so she can go her way.
No, bitch, you don't run. You don't run. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I gotta say this real quick. Let's say this. You don't run shit. You don't control me. When I pull up, I'm not expecting your car. You don't come over and inspect mine. This is my child. It's a baby seat in the back. Give me my daughter. It's my time to be with my child. Put my daughter in my arms so I can safely secure my child so I can go. The man just said I drove 2 hours. Stop playing with me.
Yeah, I get that. So just bro.
Get a man his baby and stop playing. We got to
I understand.
Stop saving these goddamn women, man.
No, that's true too. Yeah, here's the thing. That's true too. But at what point do you decide to be the big dick in this situation?
No, because you got to go through it over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
You gotta understand. This is
put the baby in the car.
Hold on, Mandrell. Hold on, Mandrell. This is the thing. She's upset because he don't fuck with her no more.
Exactly. Exactly.
He's aiming her anger actually at her child. That's that child's father. Give her time with her father with no interruptions. She don't even want to do that for that child. This is that whole thing where we was talking about with the jealousy. I mean, with the being happy, me, me. It was for her daughter. At the end of the day, let that little girl enjoy the time that she got with her father. And by the look at how that little girl is, I can tell you right now, it's a new type of situation that they got going on. And the thing is that when you have to deal with stuff like that, I've been through that. And I can tell you right now, that wasn't the first time. He just said, you know what? I got to put this on camera now. Because if I tell somebody that this, they're not going to believe me.
No, he said that we're going back to the judge.
He's trying to keep me straight. Yes.
Even on camera. You hit me. You yelling at me. Even on camera.
Yeah.
You hit me.
She started lying. You pushed me. You're right. She started lying.
Even with camera.
That's why I said. That's why I said. Just
you doing that Karen? That's a Karen move.
Here's
right
my thing.
there.
That's why I said. Just let her put the kid in the car. Take that videotape to the judge or whatever, and have it squared away in court. You have it. He has ammunition now. Just get out of the situation clean and handle it in court.
Mandrell, you don't think she would move the goalpost if he opened the door? Wait a minute. If he opened the door to let her put, then there would have been something wrong with the car seat. Then there would have been something. This guy needs to report her, and because the law is starting to crack down on women who are using their children as weapons.
Andrew, have you lost your mind?
So many brothers don't go back to court because some of the stuff is mandated.
My thing is this: when it's a situation like that, and I'm going to the world class. When it comes to a situation like this, all this guy has, he has this woman on court, on camera, exacerbating the situation by not cooperating with him, lying, talking about he's yelling at her, lying, talking about he hit her, all this bullshit, and then she wants to do it the way she wants to do it. Okay, you have all this on camera, bro. Get out of this situation clean. Take that shit to to your lawyer.
But Mandrea,
handle it that way.
Hold on, y'all. If I let her lean up in my car, I don't know what she may drop on the floor. I don't know if she may try to set me up. I don't trust her at this point. She's the enemy. If we're not married, you're the enemy. So when I come get my kid, I want my kid in my arms. You're not getting in my goddamn car. You're not coming. I want my kid. Give me my daughter now.
Fair enough. And look, I can't argue with you.
What happened with me? I
argue
my
with you
sister,
guys,
and that'll be a different situation. The baby's been in my arms.
I can't argue with you guys because I've never been in that situation. Well, actually, I'm not a father, so that's one. And B, I've never been in a situation like that. So I'm just going off of what I see and what I would do in this situation. Just get out of the situation clean.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Piece of the channel, piece of the panel, piece of the chat. I'm gonna tell you, as a guy that's been in that situation, this is what niggas need to understand. I mean, niggas, everybody need to understand that the second you see a female under any circumstances, to any degree imaginable, using a child to get what she wants, that is a worthless piece of shit. That's somebody that should show up at a ditch somewhere. That is not a Mandra, if you've seen any of your oppositions in the field using a child, that's somebody you know you have to get rid of.
You do.
That's not even a human being at that point. So JT spoke to it. This is the number one point. If you do it now, you're gonna have to do it later. You're gonna have to do it later after that. You're gonna have to do it the next week. You're gonna have to do it a week after that. He's not with her because obviously she's a worthless little girl. She's a piece of shit. What do you need to open? I imagine I would open the door and put. Bitch, who gives a fuck? I imagine you would be in a car accident, but you lived. We all get disappointed.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, when they get older, when them kids get older, if they got the guts to do it, they would tell the other parent that they impeded on their time with the other parent. I'm telling you, and normally it'd be the mom. They'll tell them, why don't you just get the F on? I'm trying to spend time with my dad. I've seen it so many times now. But look how long that has to be. My whole thing is that whether we're together or not together, let's just do what we need to do so we can be co-parents. That's it. And that right there, it proves. And I'm telling you, man, it's so often that we have these things that's going on. And one of the things that I do know that these guys be getting pissed off about, because guess what people on the outside always tell them? Y'all need to get y'all shit together. And it's frustrating for a guy to say, I'm trying to work as much as I can with this woman and she don't want to work with me. And a lot of people don't want to hear it. It doesn't matter. It's a frustrating thing.
The other thing is,
tell most of the guys is that you're gonna come out on the better end, because it does go to, you still gotta have your parents together still. You got to do these things because you got to look out for that child. Now, the thing is that some guys ain't gonna make it that far. Why do you think we have so much domestic violence and shootings and things like that also? Because they feel like they can't win. They feel like they can't win. A lot of guys ain't got that fortitude.
That's a good point. Can I say this one thing real quick? Because I don't want to get too far away from the point. I just want to say this one thing. The other thing is, Mandra, you said let him just let her do it. Well, shit, just let her put her finger in your butt. Let her just look at your phone every day.
That's a different situation.
But it's the same principle. Just let her do it. Show her all show her your phone every time so she can feel safe. You know what I'm saying? Just let her cuss your mother out a little bit. Like, just giving them a little bit, especially in the enemy situation that you're in, is too much. That's the problem. Guys keep letting them get it. They keep using shit like that, Mandro. Their feelings. It's a bigger picture down the street. They weaponize. They've weaponized your common sense against you.
Yeah, like I said, fellas. I mean, keep in mind, I've never been in this situation.
I got you. Part of the problem is this, man. I fought him. Did you hear what she said? Did y'all hear what she said? She said, well, I'm going to go to the courts. You said it before, you do it again. Well, it'll give me 10 days. So he's not a man of his word. She don't respect him at all. way before, ain't got nothing to do with the visitation. She sit there and challenge his manhood right on point and called his ass out. You said that before, and you didn't do shit.
Yep.
So I know you're not going to do it now. You got this film just for your records, but you ain't going to use it. You're not going to enforce it. You're not a man of your word. So right then and there, no respect. She gonna keep punking his ass.
Yeah.
And what he needs to do, he needs to go to a place where I don't know what type of relationship he has with maybe the grandmother of the child, the mother of the woman, and say, hey, can you drop the child off her? I'll come 30 minutes later and I'll pick her up. And when it's time to exchange, we'll do the same thing. I'm not going through this no more. It's obvious we can't have a civil conversation together where we can make this change a quick, swift, and easy to go. It's obvious we can't. Look, I would text her or email her any issues we may have. Any conversations, I'm putting it on paper or some type of document. Don't call me with no problem. Exactly. I want you to email me or text me so I can have a track record. I could trace every time we have got. So when you get that line via text message, I got it on record. I don't got time for these games. I'm not playing these goddamn games with you. This is how we're going to move. This is how we're going to do it. You ask me a question, I'm going to reply back to you by writing your question that you asked me, and I'm replying back to you. Even if you decide you won't still call me, I don't answer, fine. I'll say, I see you called me. What did you need? You got to protect yourself, man.
Right.
You can't keep moving like this. Again, if you're going to do it, go to court, take care of your business, and file something against the judge talking about she refused you a visitation. Press her. Do not give her no break. Don't let your foot off a goddamn
exactly.
Thing. I don't give a
shit. Preach.
So you're not a man of your word. So I don't have no respect for you. I don't feel bad for you right now. Once I heard that, my sympathy for you was gone because you ain't a man of your goddamn word.
All right, Hink. So let me ask you this. Let me add to what you're saying. I'm this man who has issues with the law. Who, anytime I go peacefully in front of the judge, he's yelling at me like it's a criminal case. So I'm actually intimidated by that whole court process. What do you say to the brothers who they really wish they could, but because of those kind of mental blocks or treatment that they've received, they don't want to fuck around with the courts? What do you say to them?
You better lawyer up. That's what you got to do. You better lawyer up. I mean, look, again, I wouldn't go into one time I did that without a lawyer in family court. One time, and that was to establish child support for my daughter a long time ago. Never again. I don't care if you got to get a part-time job just to pay for your lawyer fees. If that's what you got to do, protect yourself. Don't put your freedom and your livelihood in the hands of an overly emotional woman. Why would you do that? That's a goddamn fool's move.
Yep.
Right.
Now, can I say this? What Hink is saying is 100. One of the things the guys don't understand is that when you get into this situation, man, you're gonna be doing a lot of screwing up, especially when you're dealing with the courts and all these different things. A guy like myself, man, I wasn't used to going to courts and stuff like that when it first, I'm 20-something years old, almost 30 years old, and I wasn't even trying to get a divorce. None of this shit. So I was an infant to the court,
Right.
and I did make mistakes like not going to court with a lawyer or whatever. And one of the things that I've learned that it's gonna grow you up real fast. You know what I'm saying? Even though I had kids in wedlock, but with a lot of these guys having children not in wedlock and all these different things, man, this is when accountability comes to ourselves. Just ourselves holding ourselves accountable, because we got to deal with this shit, man. And it's not an easy thing to do. However, it's not impossible. And that's when you have to, when you start holding that accountability, man, things will start working out for you. When you don't know, when you really need help, you need to reach out to people. And a lot of guys, man, they hold, pride and all these different things. And I was one of them, where I could have had help. I could have had a lot of other things to work out in my favor, but I didn't, because I had this proud bone. And it was just because I was young, immature, and I wasn't, I was a good guy, but shit, I think I was too much of a good guy. You know what I'm saying? But I grew up through it and I survived it. I'm just one of the guys to say, man, I survived it. I learned these different things. I have a better relationship with my daughters. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what kind of relationship it is with their mom, but it ain't like how it was when we first got a divorce. But it made me hold myself accountable also. which, you know what I'm saying, I can handle the whole situation. And I didn't look at it as it's doomsday. I looked at it as I'm going to fix this, and I'm going to make sure that my kids are going to be straight. If nothing else, they're going to be okay. And
Now,
that's one of the
JT.
things I had to do. And I had to, and it was a process to do it. It wasn't an easy thing. My kids are grown now. So,
Now,
yeah.
now JT, here's a question for you. Out of commitment to your kids, because a lot of guys run into that too. They're doing it for their kids. They're not going to fail their kid like they were failed. I'm going to be a man. I'm going to be a father. And they end up sacrificing. They actually end up accepting all this shenanigans in the name of trying to do for their kid. So do you set boundaries and then do for your kid, or do you accept all this BS all in the name of I just got to do for my kid no matter at all necessary?
I set boundaries. Like I wasn't the kind of dude that sit back with their mom and be like, yeah, we just gonna talk on your terms. No, you email me, you text me, we talking about the kids. If you want to talk about bullshit, I ain't with it. We got 10 minutes. That's all you got in my, and you know, it was just that type of thing. I was very strict. And when she was trying to call with bullshit, I never responded to her. You know, I'm just one of those guys. Never respond. We not about to have no, you know, it's not about to go that way. I had to learn that though. And the thing was because I did. My parents was in my life all my life. So my father, he gave me advice, outdated advice, of course. My mama, she gave me advice, outdated advice, of course, and it showed me what not to do. That's what it taught me what not to do. And what worked for them was not going to work for me. So, and I needed that. Now, you know, it's at a point now as the generations go, man, it's going to be even worse because people are not even trying to talk to each other anymore. It's shoot 'em up, bang, bang. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. Like world class shit say bang, bang. That's what it's about right now. And we have to, I don't know what we can do now, man. I have no idea of how to even be able to counsel someone in my family or close to me when they're going through these situations, because these kids, man, they catching it.
Yep.
Every time we meet is cosplay. Everybody's just trying to meet up to do what they seen on TV and get their Instagram and get their shit off. But I'm gonna ask Hank this, right? This is, and I get what you said because you made a good point. I can't argue with that because he has to follow through on his word. But I'm gonna throw thought process in it to everybody as to why we got to have a little bit more empathy for these men in these stupid situations, because obviously he's trying to fix the situation, right? Quick question: who do y'all think was recording?
The girlfriend of the.
It was his girl. It was his girl.
Exactly.
And he was stupid for bringing her there too.
But no, the only reason it was recorded was because of the new girl. The new girl is doing more of the manosphere, red pill, MGTOW stuff than we are.
Right.
Because the new girl, if she was in a different situation, she'd be her. And she's taking what she's doing personal.
Right.
She's taking it like, you doing, but you doing this because of me. Because that's what they be doing. That start happening when you get a new girl. So,
wait,
and I
the one with
say
the baby, the one with the baby is doing what she's doing because of the girlfriend.
The new girl, yeah, extra petty.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and here's why. Here's where the empathy part come in. Not just because that's a new caveat, because this is what I know. I've watched this. We've been taught, like Mandel was saying, just keep letting them get away with it. It's a bigger picture than that. We've been taught that, and you may got a guy like the guy looked like he had chains on, so he probably make money. We so focused on making money. It takes a lot of energy. Like my mentor said, it takes 16 hours and 18 months to produce anything that's going to last. That's typically what happens. And I said, okay. So we be so focused on our craft, on our business, on our purpose, that we really not paying attention to how disrespectful and treacherous these females really be. Really don't be paying attention. And we got to, you should have. Yeah, bro, I'm over here day in, day out, my eyes on this computer, or my eyes out here on these customers. I'm not thinking about every little tit for tat thing that these chicks are doing. And what we have to do is start doing the best we can to protect the affluent, high value men, all that dumb shit. We got to start protecting the affluent men amongst us by having a back. The only time they're doing it is when the vagina. The only time they're getting protected is when a new vagina is good. And that's not going to work. That's not going to work in the future, bro.
I got a little bit of pushback. I'm like, you definitely know if you work in 16 hours and somebody's bringing chaos into your house. I have no problems identifying fuck shit immediately because I'm tired. Like,
But what if
when
you
I
don't
come
recognize
home,
it?
it's very recognizable. Like, if stuff starts getting out of line, I'm on that shit because I'm so dialed in that like I'm mentally exhausted when I come home.
Have you
So,
ever
like, if
dated
I
the
come home,
borderline before?
But Ray,
Have you dated the borderline before?
That's when she
Huh?
started doing stuff, though,
Have
right?
you dated a borderline before, a person with personality
Oh
disorder?
no, we identify that immediately and get them up out of here. No, we do
For a
not
lot of
date
people,
them.
that's
That's a red
fun for
flag.
them. That's fun for
No,
them. Those
no.
two, I'm gonna go back to what Hink in the world class said. If it makes sense, he's always been like that. They've probably been like this, like that, running back and forth, and it's not until new perspective. And he's like, "Oh yeah, I got." Outside of that new voice, that new vagina, he's probably used to doing that back and forth, draining himself because of the mental illness that they both have. And just as much as we say we should give empathy to the guy, I wouldn't be, I'm at a different stage now, but I wouldn't be calling her bitches and stuff because how did she get that way? She didn't wake up one day that way. That's 2 generations back. How did she get that way? So I understand we call her bitches and stuff, but that's something different. But she's also now teaching the child. So the best way to deal with a person with personality disorder, you have to set the structure. Every single time you let them get away with it, they'll do another one and another one and another one. You have to set that structure, and you have to be there. That kid was probably what, 2, 3? No, he was a big kid in the army.
I want to say something to Black Man.
Yeah,
Hold on,
but when they get 3 or 4, that stuff starts planting schemas in their brain. That's how they're going to be raised.
Now, Black Man, you said something very unique before you played the video. You were saying that in the Bible, it had nothing to do with happiness, had nothing to do with marriage. Am I correct? You not say that, Black Man?
Say it again.
You said something about how happiness had nothing to do with marriage.
Exactly.
Am I correct? Now,
Exactly.
this is what I did. This is what I did to
Name one time in the vow. Name one time in the vows it says happiness.
Now, I'm glad you said that. I approached 2 different pastors and I called them out. I said, if this is the case, and tell me why you're not teaching it to a lot of these women in the church about these values, but they're coming back with that same nonsense, looking for a divorce. Why does it echo here? I told you, Pastor, this is what I have a problem when you quote these scriptures to men, but you don't do the same thing to the women. Well, they'll be the same women in your congregation talk about why they want to get divorced because they're not happy and not trying to attend. They'll take their side instead of the men's side. I say if that was the case, then what's the point of being married? You cannot hold the woman accountable. You want to hold the men accountable first. I called them out in front of their own congregation, and you couldn't say a goddamn word to me. What's the point then?
Well, look,
Hold on, let me say this, JP.
In the vow.
I was talking to Mandrell about this today. Me and Mandrell was on the phone talking about this today. I said, Mandrell, and he right here, y'all, he'll tell you. I said, Mandrell, I'm so pissed off because it's time for men to take their fucking power back. It's time out for men to be settling and time out for men to be conforming to what these women want. When you are a leader, whether you believe in religion or Christianity or your own thing, there's nowhere in any book you'll read that their women are leading men in relationships. Men are leading. Men are taking over their households. They're making decisions for their families. They're making decisions for their wives. They're putting their families in good positions, and men have conformed. And that's what has happened. Men have conformed, baby. Okay, I've seen it before. A man will say, "Listen, this is what we can afford," and the woman will look at him. But babe, he'll go into debt for a butt babe and some pussy.
Yep. That's a fact.
What I'm saying is, if a man is supposed to lead, we got to stop conforming to trying to make them happy.
Why are they conforming?
Why
are they conforming?
Because they was raised by conformists.
Yeah, because I think the men are conforming because they're complacent. Ooh.
No, they're being raised. They're groomed from kindergarten through 12th grade all the way through college. You're raised as a defective girl by women.
Yeah, right. Because you have the single mom raising the male to be soft, kind, gentle, feminine.
Women are conformists. The women are conformists. Their happiness. We guys got to understand that their happiness and joy and their pleasure and their preference solely and only comes from other men that are competing for you or competing with you. Everything about what they want, love, and ever see is coming from other men who are trying to eat you the fuck alive. You need to take everything that they want as a threat.
Right.
Until you make sure you go through what they want and why they want it. And see, the second you do that, you start to weed them out. Because they're they got a 4-part mentality. Quick fix,
Yeah,
instant
but then
gratification, something for nothing guarantees. That's the
But
only
then there's the backup.
option out they run in. Go ahead.
Right. Sorry, I was gonna say. Then there's the backup. Not just the women, but the social media, the schools,
all of that.
not the jobs, the HR policies. They're getting more and more and more where they want to protect this, like a protective class of women, and you should bow down.
And because the first rule of business is protect your investment. They've made a lot of investment into these retail consumers called women or females. They put a lot of energy into them, and they got projections on how much they're gonna make off them every month.
There's an ETF for it right now. You can go invest in the she economy because all of these women, they're projecting that they're going to be alone forever because that was the intent.
I think a lot of men.
What I'm saying this because hold on. I'm saying this because I will push him back. I've been caught out being with her when I addressed the pastor in front of not in front of the in front of a few members of the church. It looked like I was saying something new. I said no. This needs to stop. I'm sick and tired when people want to play a game with my mind, make me feel I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And I had to call the pastor out in front of their member, let them know, you can't tell me this is not so. You want to preach one thing, and when I say certain thing, and you tell I'm out of place, then another pastor come in 2 or 3 weeks later and say the same goddamn thing that I said. Now, also, y'all believe that thing? When I said it first, it's a problem. Nah, this is where you lose me. When I called you, I could care less. I become the odd person. I stick to my square, and I've been this way since I was a kid. This is why I'm a loner. When I realize everybody becoming too gullible, and they can't stand up, they have no spine. I call them spineless idiots, spineless bastards, spineless good for the shell of a man, because I am sick and tired of people molding themselves for something and won't stand it. I cursed out my mother and my father at one point when by the time make me feel like I'm weak and I was not going to take it. I had threatened my family, do not push me beyond the edge, because I got sick of tired of the mind game. This is why who I am right now. I have my square for a reach to the point whereby I could kill it, the world disown me. At least I know I stand on my P's and Q's. I could kill it, what happened to the world.
Well, Mr. P's and Q's, there's your conflict right there. There's your conflict right there. I'm not saying you were right or wrong. This is not a judgment. But let's use that exact same example of what you said. For the people who are no longer listening to their families, who are saying, I don't give a shit, I'm going to do what I want to do. For those who are making it about them, now again, if it's a rough situation, definitely defend yourself, protect yourself, do whatever. But the people who are saying it's no longer about family, I don't give a shit about the family values, traditions, so on and so on, is about me. And they turn to this individual that needs to be about me, and these feelings. Now, yours is about survival, because I know a little bit more about you. Yours is about survival. You had to do it, right? Right, but the people who are going away from it, and it's more about their feelings.
Here's the thing. My foundation was destroyed by my parents because they make me feel like I was a mistake. Like they should have bought me. It got to a point I had to build myself from ground up based on principle. When I thought to realize my parents have been using me for their own individual selfish gain, pushing me behind. Imagine my mother would tell me I would carry my younger brother's luggage. I'm the oldest child. And they're trying to tell me I'm a failure. And I have to prove they're wrong. When you get betrayed, lied on, ridiculed by your mother, your father, your brothers and sisters, they lied on you by something which came out. They could not even humble themselves and apologize to you. But they say it was your fault. When you have both parents blame you for the divorce and say it was your fault that they got a divorce when it's actually not my fault at all. And they put shit on me and make me feel like I'm responsible and feel like I'm the innocent one. This is why I'm the way I am. I could not take no more nonsense from anyone. That's why I'm where I am. I'm a grizzly bear who will not going to sit down. If I sit down, you better be afraid of me because I'm plotting your end.
So here's
if
the
I am
challenge.
quiet
If
and
you're
trying
the
to do
guy in that
dirty,
video,
It seems like you need to work on some self-control, David.
right? So if you're in the video, I'm wondering if you're also siding with Mandrell, because no need in being stressed out about this woman. No need in fighting her. I already had enough women trying to tell me I'm crazy. My parents trying to tell me I'm crazy. Let her just do whatever and let her put the kid in the car.
nah,
Because
if I
you
would that guy
had
in
two
that video,
extremes. You had two
I know. If I
extremes.
would
You're
that guy in
going
that
to
video,
hurt this girl, or you're going to let her do
no,
what
if
she.
I would, how would I put it? If I was the guy in that video, I'm only plotting for the way that not only I'll get full custody, I'm making sure it's so freaking hard for you. You will get stressed out, and your body will break down just from the stress thinking that you can get over me. I have done that to family members when you trying to do me dirty. The way I set them up,
Hey,
they're
Black
too afraid
David,
to come near me anymore.
Black David, from experience, you go in that fucking courtroom, you are nothing but a black piece of shit walking through the door and worth a motherfucker to the right judge.
With no power. With no power.
You ain't got no power in that. Matter of fact, they love them so much that they ain't even got. And Hink will tell you this. They ain't even, the woman ain't even got to show up. They tell the woman, "Go ahead and go to work, baby. Enjoy your day off. We got you." And the state comes out and represent her.
I was in a courtroom with a custody case issue where my father left the country and his girlfriend did not watch over his so-called son. I'm coming from work and I got a call from the school telling me my younger so-called stepbrother was third into public school after 5 p.m. By the time I picked him up, children's service came to my house in less than 5 minutes asking where my dad. I had to appeal to a court to clear my freaking name. Let it be known I have no clue what the hell was going on. And ever since then, I have been on radar alert. I'm not gonna let nobody pin nothing on me ever again. I got betrayed too damn much.
So look at this.
When you get back up, you develop what we call a massive thick skin, whereby when someone try to back up you, all the fear that primal rage oozing out of your body, and they know, okay, let me get back with this guy. Don't look normal anymore. This is why
That's not the
people,
case, Black David. But I love you, brother. I love you, Black David, to death. But when you get enraged like that, they're gonna put your black ass in jail. That's where you're going. You can get enraged. They're gonna say, "Look at this big black grizzly bear," and they're gonna put your ass in that fucking circus jail and drag your ass on motherfucker to jail.
That's why I think what Hink is saying is so important.
And that's why
I think what Hink is saying is so important. Right. Well, if you know, that's good. But this is why I think what Hink is saying is so important. And for the others who teach, these are the steps you should take. Because if you get that angry to jail, you're no good for your kid. You're not even around for your kid. So you have to do it strategically, and manage those emotions, not play the game, do your strategic stuff, handle your business in the court. If you know you're gonna go to court and blow up, have your lawyer. That's why those steps are so important.
And you have
and guess what she's gonna be saying? She's gonna say, you see how angry he is, Your Honor? This is why he can't have custody. Look at him.
Then the crocodile tears start running down her face, and you're done.
Look at him. And then now you done fucked your whole character up. You
have to be a man.
You can't do shit.
And I get it. And
you got to be a man of character, of principles, bro. You have to be a man that is. You have to have diplomatic principles. You have to have a way, because it's not an easy thing. Because guess who's involved? Your children.
Yep.
Your children is involved. It is not an easy thing for you to do it, and you have to figure it out by having principles, morals, values. You have to be a resourceful guy. You have to be out here where is you got to put every effort that it takes. You don't have to be a punk. You got to be a man of integrity. You got to be a man of principle, but you also got to be a man to stand up for his own.
Right.
And guess what? I ain't gonna even lie. It was sometimes where I didn't go, where she was trying to get me. I got him, provoked one time, and she was like, "Well, you're not taking my daughter, blah, 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 this and that." And I was like, fuck that. I took my daughter, put her in the car. I pushed her out the way, got in the car, and I drove off. She tried to call the cops on me or whatever. I took that chance because that's my child. You get what I'm saying? I didn't want to do it, but that was one of the things where I was like, man, because my father was just one of those guys. That's your child. You go get your baby. It was just like that. And I'm telling them, people don't look at people the same way no more. Them all that we black people and I see something totally different.
You are out, but you're not. That's it.
Right now, this woman has a different way on how she's looking at the situation. Her life has fell apart because of her own decisions, and she's not trying to judge. I mean, she's not blaming herself. She's blaming everybody that's around her. And so what we have to do as men, we got to figure this out, man. There's no other way around it other than to figure it out. If you get enraged and get mad, you going to jail. Please believe me. It might not be jail. It might be prison. You just don't know. You already know.
Exactly. Because as soon as she called and said it's a big old black man trying to put his hands on me, your ass is the next thing you're gonna hear is watch your head, sir.
6 cars.
And I know that very well. I'm in my 40s. Why when I get angry, what I normally do, I keep it in on purpose.
No, you ain't got to do none of that.
You got to work through it. You got to work through it, man, not around it. JT, what did you do to get the hook out of you? How did you recognize I got to get these hooks out of me and adjust? How did you know that? What did you do?
I still was living. I still was dating. I still wanted to be out here. I still had a life, and I didn't want what I had there to impede on my life that I had. And so when I looked at the way I was moving, being angry, being upset, and all these different things, it had me being a person that I no longer wanted to be. So I really wanted to be a person that was a problem solver, right? But I didn't understand how to do it at the age I was. Now at 50, I'm like, okay, I know exactly how to tell my young ones that's coming up under me. You got to figure it out.
But you know what, guys?
Decisions, you got to be a person of you got to hold that. You got to have to take those L's that you take, but you also got to say, how can I make myself better? How can I make the way I move a better thing? And I couldn't use anger because anger wasn't doing anything but get me in more and more and more trouble.
But if we smart,
I didn't want my kids to see me lose control, and I wanted to be a man that kept that control, and that was not an easy thing for me to do. I lost control a lot of times.
But let me get this message out to the men. I just looked it up. 30 out of 50 states, guys. If you don't have a court order between the mother and the father,
you can't see your child.
You can simply just go get your kid and just not take the kid back, and she has to fight for custody from you.
Yeah.
Hey, you can save some money and some fucking time. Just go get your kid one day. Hey, baby, don't worry about the fucking clothes. Don't worry about none of that bullshit. Hey, listen, I'm gonna come get my kid, and don't take your kid back. And if she want the kid back, she got to take you to court. 30 out of 50 states can do that. Now, don't fuck around and go to one of them other states that don't do it now because it's kidnapping. But 30 states here in Texas, I can go and get my kid. Hey, baby, put him in the car and never take him back. And I know a couple of men.
You're gonna be a fugitive.
I know a couple of men who have done that. Pick the kid.
What states? How do they know what states?
Hold on.
Is there a link? Is there a link?
Yeah, I'll get you a link right now. Hold on.
Before we go down that road, right? So I keep telling guys, what we're not gonna do is start tick for tatting with chicks. I'm not gonna play the espionage kidnapping game because they doing it. I'm not gonna be low as them. Now that's a fact. You can do that. Possession is 9/10 of the law, but I'm not being as low as you to be you. I refuse. I'm not gonna be a low piece of shit because this is what these females are on because they too fucking dumb to do anything or have any power outside of abusing a child. I'm well aware of the law. I know everybody can do that, but that's not the direction you want to go in because now you the bad guy in real life. Now you the guy that stole and kidnapped the mom. Now you just as bad as they are. Now I understand that when they do it, like what Finesse said, it's cool. It's bad. It's cool when y'all do it. It's bad when I do it. But I get that nobody's gonna hold the TV, the mainstream is not gonna hold these females accountable for the number one thing that they do in this country, and that's child alienate. And these courts are complicit, and it's a crime everywhere. There's just no consequences for it, right? We have to. I think JT said it earlier. We got to find a way, and I think we've got to find a way to get it done. But I think you have to always do what we know we always have to do. You got to match extremes with extremes. I typed it in the chat earlier, but I meant it. Dating is outdated because you date to be what in a marriage, in a relationship. These chicks don't relate with the children that came out of their pussy. You trying to get in a relationship with them for what? Like, listen to what we're saying. You got to have CEO skill set just to date a chick that work at McDonald's. You got to have all these negotiating abilities. You got to be able to have hedge fund level of accountability just to talk to a chick that's going to kill her child. If she think for 2 seconds, she's not going to be the cutest one in the Instagram picture with her friends. It's getting to the point where only the affluent can be in a relationship because these chicks let's keep it a bean. These chicks is out here fleecing these dudes. Like all the sons that we have up here, they are raising their little girls. It's 2-to-1, 2 little girls to your one son that they're raising this little girl to steal from your child to see how much they can get from them. It's a heist. These relationships are heist. God, I was just on a panel the other day. Like they be expecting our people to have some home training. Nigga, we don't come from homes. We come from crime scenes. Because we're raised by these conformists who will raise us and not tell us how the court system will do us because our mamas did it to our dads. And our mamas have watched our grandmamas do it to our granddads. And our mamas have given information to the girlfriend when she's blood related to our uncle. They sit around us. They sit around us knowing what's coming and they don't say nothing. The betrayal happened the betrayal happened way before we see it. It happens
generations.
Well, I'm glad you said that though, world class, because I wanted to. This is for piggybacking onto what world class just said. Look at this.
AIDS at a very high rate. Black men are unaliving Black women at a very high rate. And
oh, Lord.
Black men are giving Black women AIDS at a very high rate. Black men are unaliving Black women at a very high rate. And now there's a new flavor of nigga out called incel.
You're right. We don't need Black men. We are the most educated demographic in this country right now. We have started more business than any demographic in this country right now. We're doing great. We don't need anyone.
We was never going to date you anyway.
Usually it's Black men because Black men are the only ones who seem to have a difficult time with, caring for someone other than themselves.
You can't ask any of the male contacts that for money. Yes, it is time. Block, 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 block. The wax lady, your hairstylist, your landlord, your phone bill. Payment method is not good morning.
If you don't feel like you can help out with me and my kid, then we don't have anything to talk about.
Right, and how many of them do you think had killed their child to be able to say that? Like this is the arrogance that I'm talking about. Like you can't do any of that without killing the child or watching child abuse. Like the arrogance they sit there and they talk with, and it goes to what I said before. These chicks' value system comes from other men that are trying to compete with you. You got that from you got every bit of what you said, every syllable came from another man. You didn't produce any of that. You didn't invent anything, any system you was in. You didn't lobby for any of those rights that you got. It's make believe. None of that stuff is real. And these are the things that's raising it. So when we see a dude like that was in a previous video, that type of mindset raised him. That's why you got chains on. They ain't earning no interest.
Facts.
All the women on the that YouTubers such a way who were quote unquote manifesting her husband and she got knocked up by a married woman.
Hey, look, I had a conversation with a woman earlier this week. She was like, I'm going to manifest. I'm going to manifest my husband. She actually said that literally, and she meant every single syllable. She's going to manifest her husband. I said, ma'am, your first mistake is she said she's going to manifest one. Well, if God's gonna see me a husband, I said, ma'am, I guarantee you something. What? Guarantee you God has sent you your husband and you turned him away.
Facts.
Amen.
I said, ma'am, I guaranteed it.
Man, Dre, that's the realest shit you done said all night, boy.
Yeah.
Guarantee you prayed for it, you manifested it, but you turned it away. I said, so now why do you think you deserve one? Well, you turned away what he gave you. Well, if God sent it, I would know it. No, you wouldn't. Why? I said, so Scam Likely and I was on a panel, and we talked to a woman, and we talked to this woman, and we talked to her just as calm, and she thought she felt like she was being like we was coming for her. Like, ma'am, we had to reiterate to her several times through the conversation, and I'm talking to her just as calm as I am now. I said, ma'am, we're not coming for you at all. We don't mean anything salacious by the things that we're saying. Thus and so, right? I said, ma'am, even scale like you said, ma'am, I have not heard anything other than selfishness that you've spoken all night long. And I talked to another woman who was on the panel. Said, how do y'all see that? I said, ma'am, I haven't heard you say anything that wasn't selfish tonight either. I said, and so we repeated back to them what they said. Now we said out of all the things we said, ma'am, how does that help any man that you're dating want to date or want to marry? And they just sat there and got crickets.
It's a heist.
Yeah.
Everything
because we repeated back to them what they said.
Mm-hmm.
And we asked them a question. Tonight, what have you said nice about a man? Any man, even your father, your brother.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
it's just, just
my
serving.
My question is, if the world class is right, then this culture is dead. Well, that means we're never going to be able to compete. Well, I mean, I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. But like, that means things are going to get worse because by that standard, the reality of it is this: the men, if we choose to get married, we can get married. I'm just saying, like, women will marry us.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be those women. Just leave it at that. I'm like, I ain't worried about that. That's the reason I'm like, I'm going to get married because I'm getting married either way because I need those tax benefits because I want my 10 mil. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it is what it is.
Is it a problem? Is it a problem with men actually having the problems that women? I don't see it.
Not with getting married. Not if you get to the bag and you're on your square.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see where we have, when you hear a lot of these, like when we talk on these panels and things like this, I don't see men having the problem with getting even a date with women, right? There are men that will, but those men are men that have not developed themselves to be confident enough to get a woman. It's just that simple. It's not rocket science or anything like that. We all can remember coming up in high school or even in junior high that we had to build ourselves in order to get the type of woman that we wanted.
Yeah,
now, very easy to get the low-hanging fruit, but we didn't want the low-hanging fruit to be our girlfriends. You know what I'm saying? We wanted that girl that we figured out how to get that type of woman. And a lot of men that couldn't figure it out, they just gave up and they just started getting with the women that they can just get. They wasn't trying to build themselves. This is where you have what they call them, Pookies or Ray Rays, and all these guys. If you go to school, you graduate from high school, right? I don't care if you're a nerd or whatever. It just happens. Some people are. It's like they're late bloomers when it comes down to it. But if you are into building yourself, you're going to have someone that's going to be right there with you. It just takes time for that to happen for a lot of guys.
And you know why it takes time, JT? You want to know why it takes time, JT?
Go ahead.
I'm going to show you. In 3, 2, 1.
You have any kids?
3 kids.
How old are your kids?
19, 14, and 2.
How old are you, Nisha?
I'll be 40 next month.
Okay. Do your kids have the same father?
3 fathers.
What's some deal breakers?
Deal breakers are multiple baby mothers, more than 2, 3 kids.
You were a man with your resume, you wouldn't date yourself.
Probably not.
So, but you want a man to date you?
Absolutely.
Shit.
Yeah.
With a straight face. With a straight face.
Shit.
With a straight face.
Yeah. I mean,
she's dead serious. Ray, hold on. Ray, she's dead serious about that shit.
No, I 100% understand, but I'm like, who's cleaning up that mess? Like, I don't. The thing is this: I don't care because the only dude that's gonna go clean up that mess willingly is the dude who's making my fries. And you know what? There has always been peasants, and I need his 2 kids and her 3 kids to make my fucking sandwiches.
No, but my thing is, my point is like to the question that Kendra asked her. So a guy with your resume, you wouldn't date him? No, with a straight face, she says no.
Yeah,
it's like that's the part I'm hung up on. Like, what? With a straight face, she says that.
It's about the video.
That shit crazy.
Oh. It's a very logical question. Within our dead culture, what the average age of black men getting married? I need to know.
I don't know. What culture are you talking about?
Hold on, Black David. Hold on. Let's talk about the video first. In the video, what man is going to marry that?
She got
a retard.
The one making fries.
Listen,
the guy that got. They would look at. This is the thing. The dude that would pick her is the guy that's looking at how much she makes, what she gets. He's looking at her thing. He don't have his shit together. Guaranteed. I've seen these dudes so many times. When you have just do it like this. She's a 10 starting out, right? Then you just say, okay, well, per kid, we're gonna drop off 3 points.
Shit.
She's not dateable. She's not dateable.
It's her.
She's just not dateable. Why would you take on a responsibility like that? Period. They won't take on that responsibility.
She want to be happy.
She's going to get a 4th kid.
But
it's a smash and pass. It's a smash and pass.
That's what a 40-year-old
fellas. For me, hold on a second. For me, fellas, it's her mentality. That's a total turnoff. It's her mentality for me. You know what I'm saying? It really is like the way she looks at it. I'm like I said, the part I'm hung up on is when Kendra asked her, so a guy with your resume, you wouldn't date him? She said, no, probably not. But you want someone to date you? Yes. Straight face. I'm just like,
man, Dro, she's a 40-year-old, a 40-year-old baby mama with 3 kids, 3 baby daddies, and a narcissist. She's literally what a narcissist is. You have no empathy for anybody that got to deal with you.
Right.
You got to deal with with 6 people.
But the thing you got to understand, are you surprised if you were in that level of a shit show? Like the only thing that you can do, because these women will burn the society down before they take any accountability, is just to burn it all. Like, yeah, I want what I want, and I'm gonna get it because I'm gonna manifest it out of somewhere. Like,
doesn't the fact that she's on Kendra G's show tell you all the things you need to know?
Jesus.
Yes.
The fact she's going into that show tells you everything you need to know. Right about her. Right? There ain't no real guy of any means checking for her.
No.
And so she's throwing out some kind of hope balloon or whatever that somebody who's looking at Kendra G's show with all the ratchet women that go on there, by the way, to say maybe I found one. I mean, I watch her show once in a while. I mean, good for her to have a successful show. But man, some of the chicks coming on there, man, get out of here.
It's her mentality. It's the mentality of these people. It really is. Like World Class said, the narcissism.
Yeah. And that's a dating show. Now understand, for people to hook up, there has not been. I have not seen one person on that show that was dateable, woman or man. It's the Jerry. You know, these are
people that watch TV their whole life, watch ads, and that's how you go up there and advertise yourself. That's how you know they crazy.
I'm going to be logical. I'm going to use your word based on what you just said about the society ideology, the society culture, which is supposed to be dead. What is the average age of black men getting married right now?
33. I looked it up. It's 33 as of 2021.
Right? I'm living in New York City. Now, I've been scratching my head for the past 1 year now, which I find it kind of confusing. All the other ethical who don't follow our society norm, don't do what we do. You know what the average age of getting married right now? You think I'm playing around with you guys? 18 to 22.
Yep.
I live in a city that have almost who knows how many ethnic groups living in this crazy ass city. And I'm
like that. Before we go there about the New York, can we stay on this video, please?
I know. What I'm pointing out is this: our community is following with the multiple states, it's becoming pure madness.
Yep.
Pure madness. We have more baby moms They have people who want to get themselves dropped in the military. We have an ideology that is heavily flawed, but are still pushing it on and trying to shove it down your throat. So explain to me, how can we protect our children from the next generation that look like it's completely dead already?
Right,
Please,
but that conversation is different in the video, Dave. Right now, we're talking about this woman. All right, I just want to give one other population that would date her. She looks good, depending your view. She's confident. She is equal to the panels when you watch the guy say, a woman ain't shit. She needs to make sure my water is blue. And she needs to do this. And those girls who are in those things just like, oh. That is those men, that's her. So you take a Tyrese Gibson. And I gave wrong stats the other day about birth order, but I looked a little bit further. He is the baby of the family of 3 siblings raised by a single mom. Strong black woman, raising kids. Who do you think he's going to be most attracted to?
His mama, the one
that lady in that video who has 3 kids, strong black woman, confident, a little bit narcissistic. He'll be in it for a little while. I'm not saying he would go get her. But someone like her, because she represents what I had. And the guys who feel like they were a failure with their kids, and the woman who's able to put on them, yeah, you weren't shit to your kids. Now, these aren't yours, but are you going to do right by mine? You bet, baby. So she is the same version of those guys who are talking all that shit, and she really, truly believes it. But there are men who will fall right into that because of their commitment to themselves, that they are a failure before, and how can I make that up? To her looks, I'll sacrifice because she looks good, and if I can get her. And the last little piece is because they are not healthy themselves, and they will accept anything.
Yeah, but a man who will accept anything doesn't qualify for, because you know what I'm saying? Like, she doesn't qualify for her. She's not looking at that dude. She wants Tyrese. So also we have the data. These women are sitting out here in these streets still. Whose wife? Where are they at? Where's the husband?
But did you hear what the girl told Tyrese? She said, when I was looking to be dating or married, I wanted Paul Walker.
Your friend. Yeah,
I wanted Paul Walker, but he passed, so I took you.
Yep.
Wow.
Damn, she was trying to hurt him.
No, she said that to his face.
She said that
to his face.
How do we know this?
On video.
It's on video?
Yes.
It's on video.
Wait, was she cheating around or something?
No, sir.
No.
She said, I wanted to be with you. I settled with you, but I wanted Paul.
Why didn't he break it with her then?
Oh, no, they broke up.
That's what I'm saying. She had that, and she is telling him what her intentions was that he couldn't see at the time. Paul Walker probably had more money at the time for movies.
Oh, he did.
Of course
for sure.
he did.
Yep. And that's it. So she's telling you her value system. Her value system. I keep trying to tell guys, her value system comes from what other men produce. They're not human.
My thing is this. I mean, because all I'm hearing from women like that, it's just
90% of them.
It's just sheer hubris. Like the arrogance of you to sit there and tell that guy to his face something like
he
that.
was sitting down.
She got away with the bag already. She already robbed him.
That's not 90% of all women, though. That's 90% of a specific
90% of the ones
demographic
here.
women.
The attractive women.
Now, Mandrell said, "What's the word you use? Hubris."
Yes.
Okay, let me give you this. This is the final video of the night. Here it is. Let me give you this one. And you tell me what you think about this. And Dr. can rate you up on this one for sure.
I told you stop playing.
My baby sitting about this bitch crying.
I don't care. I told you stop playing.
This motherfucker cut my baby hair out of here.
So did.
Look at that shit. That shit sad. Hurt my baby.
He went got his baby's hair done, and she didn't like the way he got it done, and she cut all her baby hair off.
Now wait.
Cause you don't hurt the dad. You hurt her feelings. You hurt my baby feelings. My baby sat there for 2 hours.
I do my own girl hair.
My baby sat there for 2 hours.
Women, when are you going to stop using children as ammunition and weapons against the father? You
Never.
think you're hurting the father, but the person you're hurting the most is the child. And you wonder why we continue to have to fight for respect. It's acts like this. You act like low-life degenerates. That's how you'll always be treated.
Thank you.
That's why my conversation is
Speeches.
always the same thing. It's always about how these chicks treat their children. Because if these little piece of shits are going, if you would do that to the most innocent creature, you won't. There's nobody you won't do that to. When you know that the society is against your men, if you can't be trusted with the most innocent person by yourself, you are worthless. A chick that will have a child and sit in front of you and tell you that, oh, all right, you got to put me first, bitch. You didn't put the baby that can't. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you on a date, you motherfucker? You done been on more dates. Okay, if we added up the time you've been on dates with another man or your girlfriends, does that equal to the time you've tutored your child? Like motherfuckers that say, oh, we going to homeschool the child. Children should get homeschooled either way. They should be homeschooled no matter what.
Right, but world class. Your children are your legacy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I think I could fuck with your legacy, then I've got power.
Amen. That's it.
And just
man,
the threat alone.
So what?
Would you say, JT? Show it again.
Can you show it one more time? And I want y'all to pay attention to this.
Their face.
Here we go.
Watch this shit.
All right, and here it comes.
I told you stop.
My baby sitting about this bitch crying.
I don't care. I told you stop playing with
This
me.
motherfucker cut my baby hair out of here.
So then,
Look at that
now
shit. That shit sad. Hurt
Now
my
what?
baby feeling.
Now what?
Cause you don't hurt the dad,
I
you
don't
hurt her
care.
feelings.
I do
You
my
hurt my
own
baby
girl
feelings.
hair.
My
I do
baby
my
sat
own
there
girl
for 2
hair.
hours.
I do my own girl hair.
My baby sat there for 2 hours.
Look at that.
Yep.
Women,
Exactly.
when are you going to stop using?
Did you see how she looked?
Yep.
I don't care what nobody say. If we talking about that, we value women's beauty. There was nothing beautiful about that woman at all. Her attitude, the way she looked, none of that. That man, and I have to say, hey, this is where that accountability goes to. Man, you know what she was about.
Oh, the boogers.
Well,
the issue, homie.
The issue is a lot of men don't have access to women, so the first thing that lets them touch them, they try to stick it out with that. That's the reality of the
We're
situation.
talking about connecting with threes, right? Those 3.5s, and I can go get them.
Well, when you was growing up, did nobody else?
That's a 1.5.
Did nobody else on the panel have an uncle that told you not to hang around fat girls because you're gonna start liking them? Nobody got that conversation.
I had an uncle. Yes, I did.
You don't. Whatever you around, like if I was like, dudes are nasty. Dudes will go to jail. There'll be no women around. They'll screw each other and be like, I ain't gay, bro. Like like you can't just be. You just don't be around.
My uncle name is
But
Uncle
what
Scam
is that?
Likely.
What is that though? They're not attracted to the beauty. They're attracted. If I feel like I have no value, then my givings is my value. My bodies is my value. To the girl who's saying I suck dick and blah, 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 and I sacrifice and sacrifice and sacrifice, that's what the men get attracted to. And then they hold on to that like a prized possession. Even if I won't take her to the movies, I take her way, way, way out to the mall, way out where no one sees her. But I hold on to that, and I hold on to all that chaos and bullshit because there's a perceived value in the fact that she pours into me. And that little bit of pouring that she does to me, I'm so excited and I stay committed. Then when we flip it, her true self, that video was that woman's true character.
Yep. Yes.
You got to see the true, right? Outside of that, she's like, oh, my man, boo, blah, blah, blah. But her true character, when he said, you hurt my child, I don't give a shit.
Yep.
I don't care. But again, where did that come from? This is why those conversations Mr. Bennett and our Payne was talking about, those early conversations, learn the history. You might not get it all in the first night, but it sounds like I'm willing to bet my bare ticket she came from somewhere that was fucked up too. And now that's how she thinks now she can get her power using this damn kid. And that kid's gonna repeat the generation, 2 generations after.
Well, but let me just add this real quick. One of the things that JT said about the way the woman looks. Now I'm out of shape, right? I know I wouldn't be on the dating market if I was You know, if I didn't have my wife,
Somebody want a teddy bear. Come on.
Yeah, but you know, I probably try to fit game. I'll probably be working out a little bit more. I am doing that now, trying to get it off.
Somebody want a teddy bear that was on the Titanic.
One of the reasons why we got a big fat girl epidemic in the black community is because a lot of our men's standard is so low.
Yep.
So low. And if there's a content creator, it's a woman.
Oh no, Freaky Jason. Good God.
You gonna kill me, Freaky Jason.
Jesus
Christ. There's
enough cottage cheese there to feed Nigeria, bro. God damn.
She made this correlation of that. One of the reasons why we got
not my country.
girls.
Get to another country.
Black
another
men's
country. Not my country.
is so low. And she went through the reasons why. And I thought that was pretty good.
What were the reasons? What were the reasons?
Hold on, Black David. What was your reason, Barbara?
Well, she was saying this, that if you look at other cultures where women compete and the men have higher standard, the women compete for their men.
Mm-hmm.
They have to have a certain aesthetic because men are, look at beauty. In the black community, the women don't necessarily have to compete for their guys because these guys will stick anything. Those chicks that you just showed, somebody's hitting them. Somebody's actually hitting them. She might be paying his rent, letting her drive his car.
World class, which one?
Somebody's busting
the grass.
those chicks.
I fuck the grass.
Not the grass.
So as we get our standards together, that's why we talked about Kevin Samuels fit, friendly, and feminine. And that triggered so many women because we got so many women out of shape. And it's all men, men have to play a part in that because if we rejected more women because of those factors, because we stuck by some standards, they would start to compete and they would look better. And some of the women are understanding, trying to lose weight, trying to get their aesthetics up. I know everybody on this panel probably know a few. I got to take off some pounds. I got to do stuff. You see them coming on these panels, start talking about they're on their weight loss journey and all that shit. And so
it's a journey, all right.
But it's not a mistake that some of the commercials, I'm gonna land it here, that some of the commercials are talking about fitness and they'll show a nice slim white girl, they'll show a white man in shape, and they show this big ass behemoth doing yoga that's black. Her ass is as big as the screen, and she's in this shape. They probably, I'm saying the aesthetics are not a mistake.
Wait, not only she doing yoga, she instructing. She's the instructor.
Bro, I take it every class.
Is that part of that positive? Is that part of that positive? No body shaming kind of message they putting out there saying you can do what you want?
Well, listen, I'm a big dude too, man. I was walking through the Galleria and I seen a fucking mannequin that was 300 pounds, and I said, "This some bullshit."
What?
Listen, man. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm a big dude, man. I felt this. I felt like it was just horrible to do that. And guess what window it was in? Y'all will never guess the story was
Victoria's Secret.
Victoria's fucking Secret.
Oh no!
Yeah, because they're pushing.
They got drawers and they're the big as the door.
Yes.
Oh Lord.
Yes.
No.
I got to pair around.
What do the models call? They got rid of the models and everything. They don't do the models no more because they say it's body shaming. The angels or whatever, they don't do that shit no more.
Hey, Black Man, you said they got drawers the size of a queen size fitted sheet.
But I do want to give one perspective. There's a reason that feels so powerful because those same women, a good number of them, have been left behind. The ones who had some good shape, but they got pregnant, and then they got the DNA, or they got depression. They didn't take care of themselves, and a certain number of them got left behind. We were talking about family earlier, family units, the marriage. How many of us actually stay and say, "Hey, you're a larger frame, but I'm not perfect myself. I'm willing to work with you." Till eventually that group felt like, y'all don't give a damn about us. And someone felt that they have voice. And now we get this where they don't even want the men anymore. They feel fine the way they are. And when you say, "Hey, but you're not healthy, and how you gonna have a family and you want to get together?" But all they hear is, "We think you're beautiful, so keep doing that. Thank you." They are so hurt that they rather do the beauty than to stay committed to the commitment of taking care of themselves. A good portion.
I want to ask a question that JT said about the video. you know that she was cutting her hair because it's either another girl, more than likely another girl that did that girl hair.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And to your point, like it's always the case. And to your point, when it comes to the looks, I know because I'm well welcome in pretty girl world, right? So I've seen you get to hear about the bitch at work, and I always used to ignore it, right? But usually the bitch at work be some ugly girl, and the more that we just date the attractive women, the more they're gonna attack these attractive women, and the nastier these chicks is getting it. So they can't hide it now. And I think COVID, I don't want to say it, I don't want to get you flagged. I'll be saying it on my channel, I don't say it here. Expose a lot of it to where it's like they can be extremely wicked now, and they've gotten in the help like, oh, they not really going. The police not gonna come when we do this, and they're doing it more and more and more. And I think that video was probably from around that time frame, and it's along with the Kevin Samuels, I'm gonna say outbreak or whatever. The attention on attractiveness has pulled out the real evil in these chicks, man. And it's not to exonerate the pretty girls, because they are the most evilest creatures you ever find in life, because they don't have to be shit to get shit. They just show up. Their world is crazy, bro. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna shut up. I seen a video of this young lady telling these other chicks, and I'm telling her it's the truth. She said, listen, and she was probably like a 6. She said, ladies, get in the habit or try it one. No, she said try it one time of looking nice and going to a bar and just sitting there. She said one instance can change your life. And a lot of what I'm talking about, and she's right, has to do with that video. A lot of these mothers hate that the daughters look better than them, and they know the life that they're gonna have. And that mother never had that life.
Right. And now she's gonna hate on the daughter as much as she possibly can. Hey, and you know what? I think this is alluding to. Hold on, Black David. I'm gonna let you kiss the pig, but watch this. I think this is what you were alluding to when you said what you said, and y'all tell me if y'all agree with this or not. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. Here we go. This is
brilliant. Black women are amazing. Black women are amazing. Queens.
Brilliant. Insecure. Irrational. Delusional. Capable of being great or full of shit. Based on your character. Not.
Amen.
Oh, okay. Repeat it again. That's the best I ever heard.
Dude, that girl right there.
Her name Pastor what?
She is
amazing. Queens. Brilliant.
Insecure. Irrational. Delusional. Capable of being great or full of shit. Based on your character. Not.
And not your skin color.
Nice.
That's an apostle. That's an apostle right there. That's an apostle right there.
Hey, and that lady right there, every day, she has a show every day, man. She is going to be probably on the level of, I'm trying to think, because she be on their ass. Because even after Chris Rock got slapped, she did the remix to his damn theme song for Fresh Prince, and did it in a way in which she used the words to create a whole song about how Will's wife cheated on him, and he didn't do anything to the man that she had sex with.
Yeah, he ain't do nothing to him because he was fucking him too. But let's go on.
Oh Lord, shit, damn. Hey, y'all, I saw a video of Kiki. I saw a video of Kiki. What's the girl named Kiki Palmer on Steve Harvey about a year ago, and she was saying that Steve tried to hook up with a lot of executives, CEOs, billionaires, and she said all those men have secrets. She would not lower herself to be with those men because they're cheaters. And then fast forward a year, she's a baby mama, and she's making videos crying, saying, "Oh, for all the single moms out there who is a single mom, I take my hat off to you because this is so hard. I don't know what to do."
Kim Kardashian did that.
I said, "Oh,
Kim Kardashian." I'm just like,
Didn't Kim Kardashian, who I call 0.5, doing?
Well, y'all know Kim Kardashian is Tom Brady now. I just want to throw that out there.
She dating Tom Brady.
Just want to throw that out there.
It's
Kim Kardashian dating Tom Brady right now. I just want to throw that out.
He gonna be a woman in 5 years.
Yes.
Watch.
You don't marry her. It's a win for him.
So
May
when that
27th,
happened,
2023.
what would be his new name then? And that happened. When his new name, what would be his new
Tanya
name
Brady. Tanya Brady.
Oh shit.
Tanya.
Kim Brady. It's not Kimberly Brady. Sounds pretty.
Not even worse. Not even worse.
God.
Oh, it's not gonna be Brady Kardashian. It's just gonna
Would she be
Kardashian?
blonde or brunette? Which one? Would she be blonde or brunette?
Oof.
So
Sandy blonde. Sandy blonde.
He gonna have highlights.
We got another topic coming up, or final thoughts? What we doing?
Oh my God.
We gotta get the dust in. Dust.
And
What
then
up,
here's the
Dustin?
question: Since
Where you
Victoria
at,
Tech is
Dustin?
not making the change, since Victoria Tech not making the changes, I got a guy who works in furniture store. They have an issue. When they go start selling reinforced steel bed frames for the booger wolf.
What up, boy?
Damn, you fucking like that?
Hey, Scam,
not me.
congratulations on Fast 10.
Oh.
You don't understand. You said you went to the shopping mall and you told Victoria Tech to have a 300-pound mannequin.
They did.
Right?
Man, that shit was funny as fuck. I ain't gonna lie, dog. The visual, I'm looking at the
Dude, I'm gonna go to the Galleria tomorrow, take a picture of that motherfucker and post it.
No, it's real. They have a campaign for heavy set, larger women. They have a campaign for that.
And why would I be saying what I'm saying? I know a guy who works in furniture business. They complain that some of the customers who buy the most of these big booger wolf are complaining the bed is not strong enough. If that was the case, I'm going to start selling reinforced steel bed frame. Reinforced steel. I didn't say aluminium. I didn't say wood.
Titanium mattress.
Oh,
that's titanium mattress. Bruh.
Hey, but again, man, I just don't see in the deficit of men that actually that's doing a thing where they want to be married and they're just not married. I just don't see the deficit in that. I see guys that saying that I'm just ignoring these broads because I don't see they're not right there, but they're not complaining about it. It's like, well, shit, yeah, I do want to get married, but I don't see it. But I hear a lot of women. Shit, I don't have to hear them. I see them. They don't have not even boyfriends, but I hear you hear the way that they talk and the way that they think. You say, yeah, you won't have one. One of the things I've always looked at is if you are extremely beautiful, you got some women that are extremely beautiful and they're by themselves. It's something wrong with her. She's defective in some way. That's how I look at it. There's no way, because it's not hard for a woman that's on her shit to get wifed up. There's a dude that's out there that's gonna wife her up.
Is it the ones that they want though? Because I don't know how many of you guys know have access to a bunch of very wealthy men. They're not pulling tins. They're like not marrying those women. They're banging them. But like they're not marrying those women. Those are not the women that are in those houses buying them.
Because I remember Kevin Samuel. Yeah, I remember Kevin Samuel said that. Kevin Samuel said, if you want us to accept men who have a lot of money, you want them to accept anything or lower their standards. He said, I just need you to answer one question. He said, you tell me how many obese women you see getting out of Lamborghinis at 5-star restaurants.
Right.
It's not going to be possible because the Lamborghini might be pushed back or lean to the side.
No, but he made a great point when he said that, because what he was saying was that anytime that you see a man that has a man of status, of money, and he has that status that's way up there, you don't see him with overweight women. Period. You don't see him with ugly women. You don't see him.
Even the big guys are getting fit women.
Well, yeah, I don't think y'all actually run around in them circles, man. There's some, but like the wealthiest client that I have is a billionaire. His wife is she's not attractive.
Was she there from the beginning?
Well, how long was she?
She caught him on the way. She caught him on
That's
the way.
what
up.
I'm saying. Most of them have unattractive women. They was with him from the beginning.
But the other thing that I'm saying is like when you're talking about somebody getting outside of a Lamborghini at a 5-star restaurant, that's normally like an athlete or somebody who is front facing. Most wealthy people are not front facing. That is not real.
That's a fact.
Yeah,
and so like when you look at these women,
his wife.
They're between the ones that are married are normally between a 6 and an 8. That's normal.
That's
the standard. That's the sweet spot.
That's right. And that's the one that get the if he died before her, she's getting all the other things, the accolades, but she caught him on the way up. The thing is that a lot of these women are trying to catch men when they're already established.
And once they're already established, I mean, here's the thing.
He got too many options.
The thing is it's not only that. He doesn't know why you're there. And he never will know.
Right.
And the thing is, he never will know. So how will he ever trust you completely?
100%.
You want to earn, ladies, if you want a man and you want him forever, you catch him on the way up. I've said this 1,000 times.
That's
Catch him on the way up. You catch him on the way up. You were there when he was down here. Now he's up here. Okay, I can trust this
Mandrell, wait a minute, Mandrell. That means a woman would have to build with a guy that don't have nothing.
Yes. That's how bonds and relationships are
like Jeff Bezos' wife that helped him take books out of the garage and sell them. Like that. Oh, okay. Because those niggas like right now are saying that don't do that. A man got
hold on real quick, Mandrell. Let me just say this real quick. I'm gonna say that even for myself, if a woman built with me. I'm just keeping shit a stack. If she built something with me, and she was there, you can have half.
Yes,
you can have it.
You can have half now.
You can have it. But bitch, if you didn't fucking come up with me, bitch, fuck you. Die.
Now we're going with our pain. Now I'm going with our pain and the prenups. I can understand that argument.
Yeah,
right. Because I don't know why you're here, and I never will know. I don't know if this all went away, will you still stand beside me?
Yeah.
Will you still be by my side while I rebuild something new or repair what's been broken?
Exactly.
And before
will you support me? Hold on. Will you support me through that? Okay. When I'm depressed, can I come to you with some of this? I ain't gonna come to you at all with it, all of it, because you're not a therapist. I get it. However, standing by your man. He will never forget that. If you're with him when he's down, he will always remember the woman who was with him when he was down.
Yeah.
But when it's time for the spoils to be tabulated, you will be more than compensated.
Who timing out Ghost?
Huh?
Somebody timed out J Speed. Hey man, don't time out J Speed.
Ghost and T Wriggles both got timed out for something.
Yeah, I don't know who's doing it.
Somebody might be doing it by mistake.
I don't know. So Mandrell, let me
hold on, R-Pain, real quick before you go. Hey, y'all, if y'all timing out J Speed and T Rickles, don't do that. They're not saying anything that should be timed out unless y'all doing it by mistake. If it's a mistake, that's cool. But yeah, don't do that.
Watch your phone, love. If you listen, your phone.
And T Rickles just said ha 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 ha, and it got deleted.
Yeah, world class. This is where she went viral. Right here. This is the one that then I'm done for the night. But this is where she went viral. This is the one that got her noticed.
Flip tossed upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there.
Hold on, I'm starting over.
Now this is a story all about how your wife got flipped tossed upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I tell you how you became the butt of the joke everywhere. In 2022, on the Oscar stage, you heard a joke, and then you went into a rage, screaming and cursing, slapping, won't cool, popping off at the mouth, made you look like a fool, cause your bald-headed wife, who was up to no good, started smashing kids in the neighborhood. She got in one entanglement, and that means an affair. She said, hit it from the back, cause I don't think Will cares. You pulled up to a table and yes, it was red. We yelled to our friends, you hear this? Daddy said, now look at your kingdom. It looks more like a dump. Focus more on Jada Bell and less on Trump.
And as painful as it is.
Oh, Lord.
I like the ball head part.
Yeah, she's crazy, bro. Like every day she downloading some shit every day, bro. Like every day. She on it.
We need women like her to call it out. I thought, BC, that was the thing. Like I've been calling out these guys in this MGTOW red pill space because I thought like what you're doing over here, and Shushu, beautifully animated, and Coach K. I thought like what we were doing was calling out the bullshit and having the women go, you know what, yeah, y'all right, and then them hold them accountable. But in this manosphere, aka homosphere that they got going on here, they just want the men to themselves, and they don't. You know, if you like women, you're a simp now. It's weird. So, it's weird.
I don't know what a simp is.
I can't not call it out.
Simp is anymore. I don't even know.
Exactly, scam. I don't know what's going on. So we need women like her. I know they got the Dorseys. They got even in our space we got Courtney. We got Lucky, and we got people that's calling out the stuff that women do. But we need women like her because us sitting up here not gonna change anything.
But dude, they got men out
having
here.
a conversation with a woman is simping.
No. Right. They got men out here there are men out here who are supporting these women, saying, "Hey, listen, y'all don't say that about them. Stop it."
Yes.
Man,
don't you do that? Women are amazing. They're not whores.
Hold on. If you working on the assignment though, like if you completing the assignment, it doesn't matter. Like that's the reason I don't sit around complaining about women because I got one, and if I need to, I can replace her. Like it.
I'm black man.
No, but black man.
Need to get them called on me. Need to get them a nickname. Call me HH. What did I call?
What? Harmonious hookers? I don't know.
Harmonious.
No.
Shit, I don't know.
You looking it up? Like that? You guys watch Harry Cokum? You know that?
Corey Holcomb's hilarious.
I mean, just as much as we're saying this though about relationships and marriage, I can't think of his co-host, the female. She's on there loud and proud saying people shouldn't get married anymore. They're announcing it just as much as we announce people should. So there are strong women figures out there who are promoting no need to get married.
But they're promoting it to who? They're promoting it to a specific demographic that they don't want getting married.
Exactly.
I mean that, and that's the thing I tell people. I'm like, you know what? You can have a nice life. Like, enjoy that shit. Like, eventually you're gonna be out here with the sign. I'm gonna get to drive by and be like, look at that strong, independent woman that's homeless over there. Final level. Dope.
Yeah, like the lady was rattling off. We're the most educated. We start the most business. Y'all are the most evicted. You're the most unhealthy. You're killing the most children.
And you're not the most educated.
Also, the least wealth.
Most enrolled. That's the thing to say.
Right.
Exactly.
You're not the most educated black women. Stop that.
Yeah, it's not true. That's true.
Asian women kicking y'all in the teeth.
Asian bad. Everybody in the teeth.
Bad.
In the beginning. So I live in Baltimore, right? So they just had graduation in Johns Hopkins University. When I drove by the stadium, is the bunch of Asians out there. Whole bunch of Asians out there, like parents and Mercedes and Lexus and Cadillac, and it's just, you know what I'm saying. So I didn't see any black girls.
They understand the assignment, man. They have a standard. Like, you're going to get a degree in something that's useful to the group, the collective. We don't do that. We tell everyone to chase their dreams, and most of y'all's dreams are gonna end up with a bunch of dust and poverty. Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
Don't matter, man.
Stan, what did you ask about the competition?
This is what I say. It is what it is. Woman, okay. Just like the videos. Some woman from the nation of Wigwam, something that happened over in Arizona. And then it's the video. And then it's, whoa, man, them women's. Why do you care? And why is it even part of reality or existence? Or when a woman says, these men's is like on the phone or in my real life, I just don't have those conversations. If I ever do, once every 3, 4, 6, 8 months, that conversation lasts 3 minutes or 3 seconds.
Yep.
I don't have those conversations. I don't care what the nation of Wigwam is doing. I only hear the stuff on YouTube.
But let me say this, bro. I do. The reason why is I got daughters that's in this wigwam or whatever we call it, and they trying to figure this shit the fuck out. I don't do it for myself. I don't live that part of life. I'm at a part of life right now where I'm just trying to fortify, man. I ain't out here trying to date and this woman and get with that woman and all that crazy ass shit. I learned how to be single. Wasn't even trying to deal with nobody for a couple of years. But that was only because I've never had a problem myself with being in a relationship. I had a problem with vetting. I had a problem with actually understanding why this woman is with me, right? I had to figure it out myself. Now what we're dealing with is something that's beyond us. When I'm on these panels and I'm talking to people, this is the shit I be saying to people in my family because they can't figure it out. I have a 27-year-old, I have a 21-year-old, and they're women. So I have to give them a perspective as their father, but as a man and as somebody that has been through some similar things that they're going through right now. So the conversation is definitely it's a thing that we have to talk about because we're not just talking to one another. We're talking to an audience of people that really trying to figure this shit the fuck out, bro.
Right. I got another question too. We did a show on critical thinking and problem solving. Number one, identify the problem. Number two, gather resources. 3, identify possible solutions to the problem. 4, pick one. There is a problem. In 1952, women, your happiness don't mean nothing. Get in a corner. You could do that and fudge up these marriages like they did. Those marriages turned into what we got right now, which means something was wrong. Now something is wrong. If is a high percentage of women leaving, walking out the front door and never coming back, how you gonna say, damn your happiness, that ain't important?
We don't care. Fuck them.
No, I gave the answer to this.
I'm just at that point right now. I told Mandra this on the phone. If you were a woman, a real woman, right? This is why I'm so glad I grew up in a family where I saw real women. I saw my grandmother, how she served my grandfather, how she served us.
Man, you missed the entire point.
No, I'm not missing the point. What I'm saying is women saying they're not happy. Fuck happiness. It's a temporary emotion. Bitch, if you ain't if you don't want to be happy, fucking get on. If you ain't not happy, get on. It's temporary. I'm not here to make you happy.
Divorce is permanent.
Pay the fucking bills.
Okay, divorce is permanent.
Yeah,
absolutely. Fuck you, man. It is what, because you know what? I want a woman that's gonna say this. Oh, my wife said this. I should wake up right goddamn now. My wife said, baby, I'm not going to dwell in happiness. She said, but you got to have a woman that sit down and read with you too, right? So you got to dwell with your woman. The Bible says dwell with your wife, right? And then you both learn together. So me and my wife had a conversation, and my wife said these words to me. She said, baby, I understand that happiness is temporary. She said, it's right there. It's right here in the Bible. He said, the Bible says happiness is temporary. Love is suffering, but you'll have moments of joy. That's what it says. And so me and my marriage of 14 years, this is from experience. Every day ain't happy. It ain't going to be happy. Some days ain't happy. A week ain't happy, especially that time of month when I want to go in there and throw her ass through the window. Sorry, baby. When she PMSing, you know what I'm saying? It's sometimes it's not happy moments. Sometimes my wife didn't have moments where I'm looking at her like, oh God damn. But it's all in the relationship. And there's sometimes she saw me where I'm not happy, where she seen my temper go from heaven to earth back down to heaven. And she said, I'm not happy.
Oh, you muted. Black man, you muted.
At the same time, my wife would never leave me or divorce me because she's not happy. Because we have an understanding. If people are dwelling on my grandmother, Mandrea could tell you the conversation with my grandmother the other day. My grandmother said, if anybody listens to someone that wants to be happy, she said the relationship is already over.
Amen. Absolutely.
You know what, Black man,
the reason they left, they didn't leave because they wasn't happy. They left because it was always a heist. You don't stay there.
Explain that, sir.
Damn.
You don't
explain that.
I'm trying to sell this point as much as possible. You don't stay there if you intend to get something out of it. You have to get happiness out of the relationship because you can't get it from you by yourself.
Facts.
If you could have got it with you, you wouldn't have never got with me. So if you're leaving because of happiness is gone, you was only here for the party. It's a heist. Let's see, but it happens much more often. That's why I'm trying to equate it to day-to-day things. It's not just the little robber with the shit over his eyes leaving with the bag. You know what I'm saying? It's you're just using me for conversation until the bus come, or it's because your lunch hour. You're stealing from me. It starts that small, but then it becomes an entire lifestyle. You only hear because you sat around, these females sit around other females, and they're envy of a female getting an experience they didn't get. So you just picking any nigga that came close. It could be a marriage for 5 years. It could be a marriage for 10 years. I want to be able to say that I got it too. And once you got it and that little fucking rush is gone and you don't really care no more because society is shift, then it's fuck me. Your happiness is contingent upon fads. Your happiness is contingent upon and dependent upon what everybody else is doing. It never had anything to do with me or marriage. That's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's something that's more of another thing I always talk about. People dating somebody that they don't even like. It's just a matter of time before they disappear. They didn't like the person, and it wasn't the person they wanted, but their own insecurities or own problems. And that goes both ways with dudes and the women. They'll deal with this because it's all they can get. The woman will deal with him, but she really likes her ex from 5 years ago. That's the two people who don't like each other issue. I'm talking about happiness. I'm talking about a woman in misery, emotion not being managed. And then a dude, when it's time to talk and have a conversation, hell with your happiness. She needs to walk out the door and never come back. I agree. But duty, man, hell with that damn duty. That's what they're going to do anyway. And they probably should.
You got to put it in context, Cam. If he's saying hell with your happiness as it relates to marriage, he's right. But if he's talking about fuck your happiness, it's just for your soul. No, I get what you're saying. No, you can't just
that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
but the crux of sphere is somehow a woman is just some kind of robot you throw in the kitchen, and you're supposed to be like the men are making up this fictional tyrant character. He makes all this money, and he's the biggest protecting, providing, whatever the rest of the talking points are. And he's qualified for the woman to do everything he says. And then if she's not happy,
water is blue,
and it's her duty to stay in there and do what you say. That's what they're preaching.
Would you say
hold on. You talking about the one person, but man, you talking about the one person in Arizona.
Facts.
Because let me tell you what
talking about. Y'all keep saying, which is true. There's a high population of women walking away because they are unhappy.
Your example
y'all keep saying it. It's not one in Arizona.
Okay, let me give you an example. Look at R. Payne, for instance. Let me take you for R. Payne. Let me use you for a minute. Is that okay? Is that okay if I use you for a second? Let's take R. Payne. He's been married for 3 decades, right? R. Payne, if he's his wife is a very religious person, right? She's a Christian, right? And so she goes by the book of the Bible. I've heard him say it several times, so I can use this. When you look in the Bible, it says that a woman was created to help her husband. That is her job. She was created to help her husband and to create life. She was also able to go out and find different ways to make more money and bring that money back to the house, and that money is delegated by the husband, right? So then, therefore, it says, he who findeth a wife finds a good thing, meaning he's not married to her when he finds her, but she's already built to be a wife. So if you're with a woman that does not want to serve, that does not want to do, does not want to put you as a priority over her career, that does not want to help you get to where you need to be, does not want to follow your vision, that means you were drunk, you fucked her, you married her because she got pregnant, or you just picked the woman because you settled. When you find a wife, you find the good thing. When you find her, she's already equipped to serve you. She's already equipped to make your breakfast. She's already equipped to bring you something to eat. She's already equipped to have your children. She's already equipped. It's in her. It's in her. R. Payne's wife, when he met her, he knew it. They're 3 decades in. It's in her to serve him. It's in her. And when you and it says when this is in this woman, and she does all these things for you, the husband rewards her. How many men you know right now that have submissive wives like that, or have wives that live in that square? How many of them are taken care of completely? Like, you can look at these women right now that don't have to ask for nothing, they don't want for nothing. The man taking care of them, giving them everything they want. It's because they serve. Because they do what they were created to do. We're living in a time right now. Women say, my career is over my husband. My career is over my children. I don't care if the kids get to what they need. I don't care if the husband get what he need. I'm going to get the bag. I don't give a damn about nothing else. But baby, you were created to nurture and to love your children. You created to nurture your husband. That's
so
priority.
can I just add one thing to this though? Because this
go ahead, Arpane. Yeah, have your way, man. Thank you for letting me use your wife, brother.
Swinging the hammer.
I appreciate you.
No, I talk to my wife about happiness stuff, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, I know she's not happy all the time, but the conversation you have is like, hell with your happiness. That's talking points that we around here to prove a point. That's not how you talk to your wife.
No, it's not.
She finds her happiness and her fulfillment with the freedom I provide her to do the things she likes to do. Now, some of those things I like to do, and some of the things I don't like to do, but she can do it. And so that's where she finds her happiness. I mean, she's got all of that, and that's where I find my happiness by doing some of the things I like to do. I'll give you an example. During football season, before, I used to go to a sports bar. For 17 weeks, 17 weekends, 17 Sundays, I told my wife, I told my kids, I said 17 weeks, 17 Sundays out of this, all of days, don't bother me. Don't make no plans. Don't do anything. I'm going to be in the sports bar. And then when the football season was over, you know, I went back to my regular work. So that was my thing. She never bothered me with that because she understood that all the stuff that I did, I deserved 17 days out of a year. Right? 17 days out of a year, don't bother me. And so we had those kind of conversations. And it wasn't a big thing. And my daughter challenged me one day. And, you know, that's another story, but that was a funny one. But anyhow, you know, you love football more than me. Well, I said, today I do. I said, you know, if you want your sister to hang out with you or you stay at home. But, you know, so that was another whole story.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I don't know, 3 decades of marriage, did you find yourself being a servant to your community, which could be your family or however big your community is where you at? Do you think that your unity with your wife fortified and made whatever, you know, around y'all a lot better than if you guys wasn't together, if y'all did 10 years or 5 years and y'all just say, well, fuck it, I'm not happy, I just want to leave? Do you think that what you guys are doing right now, it fortifies that community that you guys?
Well, yeah. So, well, you know, I did some community work, but that's on the outside. But in my family, I'm the person who keeps the family tree, right, from my grandmother and grandfather, and I'm mapped from the greatest generation to where we are now. And I'm in constant discussions with my younger cousins and my siblings about how important it is if they're going to have kids that they need to be married. And I tell them why. I said, even though people hate baby boomers and the silent generation, I said one of the reasons why our family is still so strong is because of the safety net that was created through marriage. Right. So if you had a kid out of wedlock, and we're people of the modern era, we got kids out of wedlock and all that kind of stuff in the millennials and the Zs and some of the Gen Xers where marriage is starting to fall off. But I said the reason why you guys that no kid went unfed, unhoused, right, uneducated was because of the safety net, and that safety net is dying because we're all older. And if the Gen Xers who didn't get married, they're not going to be able to take on the load as much as the baby boomers did. And now the millennials, even less. And the Zs, if you're going to keep having kids out of wedlock, there's going to be no safety net.
Yep.
Our family gets weaker through the drug. And you can see it. So I measure that, right? I put a video on my channel about the ties that bind. And I talk about all of that stuff. So that's my contribution to my family, because I get into these conversations with my cousins all the time. And if they get the boy and girl, either one of them gets somebody pregnant or the girl gets pregnant, I said, when you getting married? You know, you always talk about, I said, listen, you're going to have a baby. You know, if you're still with this guy, you should get married. So we having a couple of marriages coming up. And I'm the advocate for marriage in my family. I just am. And it makes some people sick. You know, I argue with we have debates about all of that stuff, but I don't want them because they don't see it the way I see it because they're living in the modern era. But I said, all of this safety net, all this family reunions happen because we've had marriage in our family. And that's what made us closer, where second and third cousins are close to each other.
Yep.
like brothers and sisters. So, and that knot is starting to dissipate, you know, and you know, so that's how it is. So that's my contribution back for at least, you know, what I do. So it's one of my hobbies to keep when a new baby's born or even passed away. So I have their birthdays. And you know, we had a couple of you know, babies that died, and you know, I got permission to put them on the tree. All that stuff is there, you know. So 50 years from now, when I'm gone, I'm gonna make sure I have a couple of cousins to keep that alive, because I don't know how powerful it would be 50 years or 100 years from now that they could pick up something, whatever the technology is, and see a mapping from there from the early 1900s to 2000 umpty frat, and they can see everybody who's in the family.
I think the dope thing about what you're saying is, and why a lot of us are support of producing a legacy, is that guys need to be that your root, especially the men, your root and your anchor has to be the genes in your family, and not flashy graphics on the fucking screen or some trophy from some other culture that you don't come from. I think we really underestimate genetics. We don't have that conversation. The people that run the planet talk about genes a lot. Also epigenetics, the how genes are expressed and how our behaviors affect the next generation. And I think we don't think about how much our environment, and I know, you know, psychologists and neuroscience scientists understand this, our environment and the things we take into our eyes, our ears, and on our body is affecting our brain and ultimately affecting how our genes are expressed. And that's the biggest thing that it comes with a legacy is, what are we producing and why are we producing it? You judge a tree by the fruit it bears. So what you're talking about, Mr. Payne, is extremely important, because it's like, I don't want to just win. I want to win for a millennium. I don't care about an hour. Give me the next 1,000 years. Because at the end of the day, it's still competition. And I don't shy from competition, because I realize, as a person that study words, competition and competence is in the same family of words for a reason. You only get smarter by playing a smarter opponent, and I don't have to be your enemy. And we got to find a way to get better. And I know we know how to do it through competition. And even if you're competing with you from yesterday, you know what I'm saying? We have to find a way to get better. I think when we have these conversations, we need to think bigger. Because I think if you're shooting to make $1 million, you probably hit about 100,000. Some people hit 10. So let's start at 100 million a month and see what we can come up with. You know what I'm saying? Let's start there and just do bigger. So let's look at the next 1,000 years. Let's have conversations for the next 1,000 years. And how we do that? Look, the last 1,000 years. The only way we move forward is through inventions and innovation. So right now we need to cultivate a culture, which is what is important about what Mr. Payne was just saying, that can facilitate inventors and innovators. That's why these conversations are important, because we have to go, all right, this is a problem. That's a problem. How do we solve it? So we start to activate that gene those genes that used to solve these problems at a high level, and we will fail. But we got to understand that failure is just finding ways how not to do something. That's it. And it's not an indication of quit. So that's it. That's all right. Appreciate that.
How do you push innovation, change, and adaptability and those type of things when you beat people to death? Not you. When people are getting beat to death, of course, one by the belt, but two by the traditions of 1966, which are the reasons that got us to 2023 in the first place.
Well, the dope thing about studying words.
Hey, now, hold on. Somebody in the Facebook. So let me say this real quick.
Go ahead.
Destiny Jordan in the Facebook page said, "We pull stats for everything, but why we're not pulling stats tonight?" She said, "Dusto, can you put?" She said, "Can you put the link in the chat of what you're saying, the proof of what you're saying?"
Huh?
When you said when you talked about 1963 and the reason that we're like this in 2023 and stuff like that, she said, "Can you put a link where you got your information?"
No.
So it's made up.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a myriad of reasons that we've gone through of how we've devolved into where we are in the Black community now. I mean, we could point fingers. There's a whole bunch of things that happen. You know, they talk about the Monahan report. They talk about this. They talk about that. They talk about crack. They talk about women going. There's just all kinds of videos from conversations in the backyard where women started to feel themselves, and men started to digress a little bit into drugs and crime and got set up. I mean, we're all under a social engineering pact that manipulates people. I mean, and it's been that way. It didn't just start in the 60s. It didn't just start. It's always been here. You know, so where we had under the most oppressive kind of things we lived under, we had intact families all the way up until like 1970, right?
They were not intact. They were not.
Yeah, there was plenty of families.
I mean, they were better than what they are now.
You got to, there was a lot of marriages, and you could say they were bad marriages and this and that, but that's neither here nor there. They created safety nets for the people who came after them. I mean, we could pound on them, but they weren't perfect. They were under a lot of oppression, but they stuck together. There was no war between black men and black women back then, like it is now.
I mean, we can look at every excuse.
Men won back then.
we can look at all the excuses we want to. None of that actually matters. Like, talk to me when you guys start forcing your kids to become doctors, lawyers, stem cell researchers, and computer engineers.
They don't want to hear
talk
that.
to me then. Fix your house. Fix your house. We're talking at such a high level, and then we want to argue semantics when the people that are doing what matters is your house. Stop telling everybody else what to do. Show us by example. Produce 5 lawyers. Everybody got kids, right?
Yep. Back in the day,
I'm the only one
to the college. You sure right, brother. Ain't no reason to lie.
That's what I'm saying. I'm the only person who's made it apparently to as old as I am. No, because I didn't go make a bunch of baby mamas. I'm not a bandit.
So what are we talking about?
So hold on. So here we go, Dusto. Let me say. Hold on. Let me tell you something. The people that graduated in my family who went to college say they didn't want to go. They want to stay and work the farm. No. They got their ass forced. They were forced to get degrees. Forced into it. Forced into nursing. Forced into anything that they went to school for. They were forced to do it because they were so used to being on the farm, helping mama, being around the house. Back then, you didn't have no social media, nothing to look forward to. And then the dangers of going to college, they didn't want to go to college and get fucked over. So they was like, you know what? I'm just going to stay on the farm. But now, I mean, back then they were forced to do all that shit. You got to be forced to go to college.
That's not forcing. What? You're not. Who else the fuck did you come from? You're not here for no other reason. Like, we so fucking free. Everything is a fucking free enterprise. The only motherfucking reason you're here is because we wanted you to be here. So this is what the fuck we brought you here for.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
The only reason you're breathing air or can experience all the pleasures that you can experience is because your ass came to fuck through us. So this is what the fuck we got planned for you. Because if we plan $1 million and you got it, you can spend it everywhere, you would enjoy it. So shit works both ways.
Yeah. Right.
When I walked the hell out the house, I could do whatever the hell I want. But I was still my dad's son, and I was still my mother's son. And now you know what happened with that? All the stuff that these niggas talk about, I was born with clout. Because my dad was that guy with that gun that will shoot that if you did that. And my mother was that one that was fought. So I was benefiting when I got here. I benefited from the beginning. I was that child not to fuck with. So I benefited, so I owed. That's not me being forced.
So just getting back to the family, though, it's those people who want to understand that their generation should be better. I mean, when I went to school back in the, college back in 76, I went to college, right? But I wanted to be an engineer, and that was really unheard of for a lot of black people. My older cousin was an engineer. The second thing was I wanted to be an engineer, so if I was going to work, I can get a job. I didn't want to go to college and come out with some bullshit. And I realized, and I don't know why I understood that there had to be something that was worthwhile to the employment market. I wasn't going to be an entrepreneur, none of this shit. That's not the kind of thing I came from. So I became an engineer, but through college, I saw a lot of blacks into all of these things that they couldn't turn into a job later on.
Yep.
Right. So, so when my kids were born, I was going to pay all this money so they can get basket weaving degrees in college.
Exactly.
They had to go for something that they could live off of. And if they innovate past that, great. You know, so that's how you pass the generational thing down. But a lot of that has to be born out of stable households. Because nobody, when you're desperate and you're a single mom and your husband or your guy you hate is over there, nobody's telling the kids anything positive. All they got is drama. Right? And that's and, you know, there's a rare kid that comes out of that. If he's an athlete and that kind of shit, maybe they succeed. There's a small number of people. So our community is dying because of that.
Right. And I know a lot of
and that, well, let me just get off of this. More of those people being born than people being born to concrete and solid households.
That's a fact.
So idiocracy is in full effect in the black community.
Facts.
I know a lot of people don't like Anton Daniels, right? But I'm gonna quote something he said. Anton said, I know Dora class, but he said something about his daughter about a year ago. He said he had saved up his daughter's college, and she, whatever college she chooses to go to, she make that choice. He said, but if it's not something that's gonna make her successful, he ain't paying for it. He said if it ain't STEM, he ain't paying for it. If it ain't a doctor, he ain't paying for it. If she go to school for some mediocre ass shit, he not paying for it because it's not gonna help her when she graduate. He said she's gonna be, you know, she'll graduate and go to a job that's making no money, like hardly nothing. He said she has to be doing something that's gonna make a tremendous amount of money. And so, do you guys agree with that? Do you agree that parents should have control over where the kids go if they're paying for it?
Absolutely.
No, I don't. You got it. No,
I'm actually neutral on that.
I mean,
the thing is, like, if it's for them, cool. That's not the decision I would make, though.
So what? If they want to go take a job making nothing? Like if they want to go do a what? Give me something. The shit. They want to go for social studies or fucking some crazy ass low.
Yeah, they can be a teacher or something. I think it's their life. Okay, I listen. By the time you got 18,
how we got here.
I've given you the tool. I've given you the tools and knowledge you need to make correct decisions, and the decisions are going to benefit you the most in life. Yeah, at some point in time, fellas, they're going to let go of the reins. Listen.
Yeah, after college.
That's after they get their degree. Yeah,
100%. If they want to be, if they want to do a documentary on you know how bad drugs affect the body, and they want to be the personal tester, you gonna find that?
No.
All right, then we don't.
Exactly. This goes more than just one way.
I mean, social studies, you can take
all parents, if they knew everything about education and everything about the future, they'd be brilliant trillionaires, and kids wouldn't have to go anyway.
That ain't what they was here for.
That's not what was going on, because we have cultures here that produce specific things that are. We're at the bottom because everybody does whatever the fuck they want. Like, how is this a conversation?
Especially in Nigeria.
You're letting children make choices and then they're in debt forever. We're producing slaves. Everyone else is producing fucking winners. Like, what are we talking about?
Well, my thing is this. My thing is what the degree is.
The parents don't know everything. Right. If they did, they'd be loaded with cash and they'd have that blueprint laid out.
But why is it? Hold on. A lot of let me say for instance, let's take somebody that's really, really great at basketball. And they're playing basketball, but they daddy ain't. Oh no! I'm sorry. Let's do Lamar Jackson. His mama don't know a shit about throwing the football, running the football, or nothing. But she put him in position to be where he is today, right? She put him there. She told Lamar, what do you want to do? She asked him, what do you want to do? He said, I want to be a quarterback. She said, okay, on Saturdays when your friends are playing basketball, you're going to have weights on your leg running the neighborhood. When your friends are doing this, she said, you're going to have to sacrifice. And she put him in position. And now he's in position to be great. Right? You sometimes you have to push your kids to be great. And I agree with Reckless. I think we're here right now where we are right now because we're allowing children that we say minds don't develop till they 26 We're allowing them at 18 to make grown-up decisions.
Y'all missed
about
everything
their
I was
fucking
saying, but
life.
I just
Yeah,
get
I
it.
mean,
because
my question is,
but we had to make a hero story, so I'm throwing
No,
it.
no, I mean,
hold on, stop,
You
stop,
scared me.
hold
Come
on,
on, brother.
hold on, y'all, hold on. I want to address, I want to address, Scam. So how is it a hero story when you, I think it's a great story. I let my son watch it, right?
But
This is
5
encouraging
minutes
to
from now,
see.
no, here's the deal. But 5 minutes from now, you're gonna show a story about a wigwam associate in Arizona. That let's be real.
No. What I'm saying,
Lamar
no.
Jackson.
Hold on. I don't want to
natural
veer.
talent run a 4.4.
Yeah, no, I don't want to veer. I don't want to
4.3.
veer. I don't want to veer off what I'm talking about. I'm saying that this is a young black man whose mom was a single mom. Let's start there. Who said her son? She asked her son, "What do you want to be in life?" He said, "A quarterback." She said, "At times when she was training him hard and making him work hard, he quit. I don't want to do this no more. I want to be with my friends. I want to go out to the mall with my homeboys. I don't want to do this shit no more." And she said, "No, you're going to get your black ass back in this fucking yard and you're going to throw that ball. I've invested too much into your ass." And then he went to college, had a great career. Now he's in the NFL, MVP. People told him he wouldn't do shit.
Well,
that's not what I was referring to.
When you're referring to people, the parents don't know anything. How do you have an Asian person from a farming community come here as a refugee and know that they need to have their kid be a doctor, a lawyer, or work in finance?
Because they were told about that before they got here.
And we exist here and know that those things are needed.
No, but here's the thing: they were told about that and told how to do it before they got here.
You gotta make excuses. First of all, everybody don't.
I'm not
have
making excuses, man. I'm not making excuses. Here's the thing about those little degrees. Okay, you can say they get a social studies degree. They can go and be a teacher. They can go to the military and be an officer. Straight into the military as an officer.
Teachers are broke, dude. Like teachers are broke.
Somebody got to do it, Ray. We want to like
100%. But does the culture that's at the bottom need to do that? Like, are you serious?
I'm not saying that, but the culture that's at the bottom is going to stay at the bottom. There's no fixing it, Ray. Is my point.
The point is that they don't have to know everything.
It's people that come here with nothing and figure it out.
At the same time, that culture don't have to be up.
Yeah, but it's a fix.
Thank you, world class. Jesus.
There's a fix, and that's why I asked our pain about him fortifying. Being that we have to be able, man, family is that important, bro, because we have to have structure. And the thing is right now is that we are lacking structure. We are lacking tradition. We're lacking these things. Now, if we can elevate from there and we can evolve from there, that's one thing. But we get rid of all the tradition, saying it is old and outdated, but we have nothing to replace it. We have nothing to
we gotta make this down
and elevate from.
Well,
That's
I'll say
what
this.
There's
I'll
no
say this.
solution.
A lot of times that when things become obsolete or outdated, it's because something new has been invented. Right,
There you
and
go.
it adds to efficiency, and what we haven't done is adapted. Most times, that's why the Bible is still relevant. That's why the Quran is still relevant. Most times, that change lends you to have to lean even further back in history and use something ancient that used to work all the time or legendary. And that's what we keep thinking we have to have something new. We be the same people that say ain't nothing new under the sun. Then you think something brand new got to come. No, I got to actually invent or build on something that already worked a long time ago. That's why I love history. History is one of the, coming from the city I came from, history is one of the most calming things I've ever included in my life. Because every time you look and you advance, I haven't paid for any type of training or education where they didn't use history, some way, shape, or form. And it's one of the most, for you to know that one, this happened already, two, they solved it already, and three, that somebody's teaching it right now. And the places I come from, don't nobody know that. They don't understand these things. They don't even know this stuff exists. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I understand that what I'm saying is general, but that thing right there is a lot of why we have this lower. We're at the bottom because niggas don't want to read. I tell people about etymology all the time. Like nonstop. You think it's my thing. It's not my thing. I show you the white people fucking website and the white people that validate the shit. I'll show you that the word black mean pale, that the word nice means stupid. They know niggas will not read. That's why I switched my library base from being positive thinking, wealth to dictionaries. That's the foundation of my library now.
World class. What do you say to the people that say that shit is not necessary? Like it's
Then
a lot of people that feel like I'm saying, like, I hear a lot of people say it's not necessary to go back in history or learn your history or to be a part of it.
But that be the same people that will bring up the shit that you did to them last week. That's it.
And they will forever be cursed. They will forever be cursed. If you don't understand the origin, you're gonna forever be cursed because you don't know anything. All you know is what's in front of you. That's it. You don't know anything, the origin of anything. Just like with world class, we had world class talked about this before. Man, when you understand this combination called etymology, trust me when I tell you, that shit will unlock so much shit in your mind. When you understand the origin of a word and understand how it elevated into where it got to presently, I guarantee you'll be like, God damn.
That's why can't nobody play no game in front of me
because we don't understand. We don't understand language, and this is why they get our ass in court. This is how they get our ass in lawsuits.
But what I don't understand is how we can fall back on the Declaration, how we can fall back on the Constitution, how we can fall back on all these written documents, but we can't fall back on our own history, the things that we went through, the things that we did. We could talk about the Great Tea Party of 1775. But we can't talk about black people being hung up in trees, dragged down highways, cut up into pieces. We can't talk about any of that. We talk about the Great Revolution. When you're in school, they teach you all. My kids coming home with this shit. All right, what's your test on this week, son? The Revolution. God damn! Did they teach you about anything else? Any dark faces in there? No.
Well,
right?
I mean, it depends on how you're coming at it, because we can talk about it. But a lot of people, at least most other black people that I talk to, use it as a crutch. They lean on it as like, oh, well, this is why. Like, it's not a this is why. Like, the way that I was educated on black history was after I had gotten into high school. Like, there's stuff that happened in my family. I did not get indoctrinated into white supremacy ever. Period. Because they didn't teach me about that at a small age, which is the exact reason that I'm not scared of white people. I don't view them as better. I look at them. They're just out there. If you're in my way, you're meat. It's what it is. But they didn't talk to me about any of the stuff that happened to my family until I was an adult. And then they were like, now we can have the conversation. And they let me navigate in the world and learn the world for myself. The issue that we have in this community, or what's left of it, or whatever the hell it is that people indoctrinate children into that. And you're planting a seed that these people are better than us. And they're actively losing. You're telling these kids to be afraid of these people, to look at them. Oh, well, you got to look at them like this. Like, bro, I've got 5 millionaires in my phone that are white that pour into me all the time. We can't win because we don't want to talk to nobody but ourselves, because we want to separate ourselves. Yeah. It's killing us. It's keeping us from being able to compete.
If you get to know some of the other races, hold on. They victims too.
100%.
They complain sometimes more than the
Like David, start raising hands. Just jump in, man. Just jump in.
Get in there,
no,
David.
Don't tell him that. Don't tell him that.
No. Based on what you do for a living, what are the top 10 ethnic groups that you have been dealing with that don't have that same mentality that the black community have?
Black David, do you have a whisper filter on? I don't even know what you're saying.
I don't.
No, oh, there we go.
Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
Wake
up.
Okay.
Don't
Black
stop,
David.
black man. Don't stop right now.
No.
Don't stop. You see the eyeball now, right? Okay.
Oh no.
As I was.
You can stop it.
You can shut up. As I was saying.
That's the fair.
Okay.
Based on what you do for a living, the top 10 ethnic group that you do business with, what are their mindset based on?
Their mindsets?
Yeah.
Is it based on?
Their mindsets are. I mean, that's a good question. I would say their mindsets their mindsets mostly are based on. It's interesting. Okay, so obviously there's different kinds and different levels of wealthy people, but like most of them are building, like they're working communally with their families and they're building something that's very large. For instance, one of my clients, there's like two clients that are big families, but they're different levels of wealth. And the one family pours into the other family, and then that family is developing together. I honestly, all of them are building with family. Every last one.
Based on what you've seen and experienced, do you see any of the people within the black community even trying to implement that type of mindset, or it's all about individuality?
No. I mean, it's 100%. One person wants to be the leader specifically. One person wants to be the head of the table. Everyone else eats the scraps. And most of these other families, they're navigating in a fashion to where it's like, if you are brought into the circle and you hit hard times, they'll throw a business at you so that you can have something to do. Like, that's how the majority owner of the business that I'm a partner in, that's how he got this business started. Was like, he didn't have insurance for his kid, got laid off from Sprint. Guy threw him, was like, hey, I've got some houses that need wired. You want to come out and see if you can figure this out? Gave him a business and set them up. And that's one of our primary, when he started out, that was our primary builder. We're still in bed with that family to this day. We've expanded, but like, that's how that business started. He was like, hey, I'm on hard times. I got to figure something out. I got laid off. And they were like, here's a business. You can come work for us. This is yours.
What do you think was preventing the black men to even copy that type of mindset? What do you think it's for?
Oh my God, Black David, hold on. How do you not know this? Well,
I know
because we don't have trust within our own. We don't work together. We don't work together collectively. There's a lot of ego involved. Everybody wants to be the leader.
That's the fourth.
I think it's just too many.
Come on with the rest of it.
They said no.
Ultimately, the problem is, here's the thing, and I've said this before, people. You can debate left and right all you want to, whether it was real or not. But bottom line is that Willie Lynch shit worked.
Yep. Yeah.
It was a complete success. And the scariest part now is there is no white man, big bad white man oppressing us anymore. We're doing it to ourselves.
Yep.
And that was the point. And that was the point of it.
It's light skinned people. It's y'all. Y'all the people that started it.
Yeah, right, huh?
You just mad because we got all your powers and none of your weaknesses. That's
right.
Hey, you know what? No, you know what? Some of what you said, I agree with, because
we do it to ourselves.
Because the neighborhood I live in, there's some nice houses over here, and the man that moved in next door to me is Hispanic. And when I tell you they have the full family dynamic in that home, they have the grandfather, the grandmother of the father, and they have the grandmother, because the grandfather passed away on the mom's side. That's 3 grandparents in this house. They also have the mother and the father, all of the children. Right? Now they've moved in the sister, right? She just moved in. They have the sister over there with her 2 children. They're all in the same house, paying the mortgage, paying the bills, saving their money. And guess what my neighbor said? Once they get to a certain amount of money at what they need to do, they're going to buy another house, and then family members are going to move in there and pay half of that motherfucker. And then when they get to the other house, then they're going to move to another one. He said in 6 years, we'll have 6 properties.
But here's the thing, though.
Right, but if I say it right now, we all finna go move in to Florida and stay with Dusto. Dusto ain't finna let all us come stay at this house. Exactly. And that's the problem. And that's the problem right there.
Here's the thing, though. It's messed up that it's that way. Here's the thing. Here's why I say it's not. I always say it's not going to fix, and people get mad at me for saying that. It's because we know what the problems are. We know what the solutions are to these problems. We do nothing about it.
But
we do nothing about it.
But when you say we, it's like, are you doing something about it? Because like me personally, that's how I segued into the property that I'm in now. Like, you guys are paying rents and mortgages. I don't pay a rent or mortgage. Like, I house hack. That's how we're buying property with my social group.
Right.
That's how we're getting properties, because we're willing to sacrifice and do what's needed to like free up those monies and like put them in positions to where they can save money. So my question is, when Scam is asking like, am I solving for problems? Like, yes, I do solve for problems very pragmatically. Like the largest expenses that I have, I don't have. And those are going straight into the market. Those are getting stacked. Those are going into the next properties. Like,
but when you say we, right?
Yeah,
it still qualifies you. So when we say, like, when I say we're fat and we're not healthy,
no, that's not necessarily.
I've been healthy for a very long time. I was 252. I'm 152 now. I don't have any of these pains. I'm probably not as fast as I used to be, but it's still we, because that's what leaders do. I'm on the boat
But my question is this. When you say I'm on a boat with you, like the way that I look at it, most of these people are dead bodies that are just in my way anyway.
That's right. Well, I look at those dead bodies as those dog tags.
But the people who are trying 100%, we can help them. But like, you help them by being the example. We help them by having these conversations.
That's fair.
Yeah, but beyond that, it's like, what are you supposed to do? Like, we can't go wrangle people up and be like, get your life right.
Right. That's exactly.
You don't have to worry about the beyond that part. You doing your job. And we thank you for doing your job. But it's still a we, because if you go you and y'all and us, well, you can, if you're having an in-house conversation, you can go y'all. But when we have an out-house conversation like public, like we're doing now, it's us. So I always make sure I say it. What we're doing, and I say what I'm doing, because clearly I have a name, you have a name. I'm doing this, but we need to do this and we need to do that, and it's us. And like it's just the thing that we have to do. So I understand that we got to get into that distinguishing thing where I already made my sacrifices. But I'm just one person, because it's not gonna make a difference. You change your family life, it's not gonna make a difference in your environment and in your neighborhood until somebody else does it. Because what you just expressed is my social group. Well, your social group is making a difference because y'all are doing it. That's what makes it matter. The key to greatness is service to many. And that's the only conversation I'm going to have. And I'm not eating at no table where greatness is not offered. And I'm not playing around with my food. You know what I'm saying? So greatness is always we, us, and our, no matter what. There's no such thing as I won.
They ate at the table already. They're fat. But go ahead.
They was eating bullshit. That's why they fat. They eat bullshit.
McDonald's and Burger King. You know, Burger King triggers migraines for me now. Like my body is so adjusted against it. Like I've eaten clean long enough, and I had a Whopper like earlier this week because it was like,
oh no, Whoppers are delicious.
Right, I ate it right because I had forgotten to eat that day. I forgot I had nothing to eat that day or that night, so it was late at night. Burger King's about to close. I had the Whopper. It triggered a migraine, man. I was like, God,
too much sodium. It was too much sodium.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So I just
but to the point, we have to continue to point that out, and I appreciate y'all pointing that out. That bullshit individualism shit doesn't work. It's not real. Doesn't. You didn't most of us didn't put the lighting in our house. Most of us didn't do the plumbing on our block. It's no fucking such thing as I win. It's we win or we lost.
No matter what. Who all identifies as we?
Because say it again.
I start as an individual.
Very much world class. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead. No, I was gonna say I start off with me as an individual. Self-president.
Of course. But you are we. You still, even when you win, like,
the Dusticons and the Negators are not coming to help. So let me take care of that.
Then even when you win,
then I can work with a small network of people.
Yeah, okay.
I got my people who dust me all the way the hell off. They give me absolute hell. And I got people that I talk to, I give absolute hell. I got people that I can get something here, something there, a network. But just when we talk about the community, there's a black man who's black and he's starving to death, my brother. Man, I ain't trying to hear that.
That's guilt tripping. That's not teamwork. That's guilt tripping.
I don't think it's necessarily
not a problem.
Go ahead. What was you saying, Rex? You said you
No, I wasn't gonna say like I don't agree with the community aspect because like I didn't like, in all honesty, like when I was growing up, like I had my secure group of friends that were in my neighborhood or whatever, but like the only racism I've ever experienced was a black person who didn't like me because I was light skinned and he tried to keep me from graduating. So like when we talk about the community, like I'm regularly kicked out of the community all the time because of my opinions. And just from experience of just being light skinned, like how am I supposed to be a part of a community because you say it is? But Jay Prince told me straight up, because I don't agree with him, that I'm not black because he's an idiot.
Do you want to be a part of that community anyway?
No,
But
here's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, it doesn't matter.
But wait. The community is not limited to the people that fight against you. Sometimes I was in.
I understand what you're saying. As a collective, we're judged the same. Like, I'm going to live the experience regardless. Right. Well, not the experience of being poor and black, but like the experience of being black. There's some things that you experience from that perspective, but like within the community as a whole, we do not divest ourselves from the worst parts of the community for us. Like, the worst parts of the community are want to take you out, world class, if you are in a certain area and you are standing out.
Trust me,
we kill our best. We kill our best. Nipsey Hussle tried to go back and save them people. They killed him. We regularly do that.
Yeah, but I agree.
Trying to kill me on the dust panels.
But I agree with you. And y'all see how I rock. I make it competitive. Right. I make it very, very.
You can stop it.
I make it very competitive. If you think you're as good as me, motherfucker, prove it. I'm going to bust your fucking ass. That's all you do with them, because I got the perfect brown. I'm right there in the middle. I ain't got the dark skin niggas problem. I ain't got the light skin niggas problem. So even we, I know y'all looking up to us. Even we got to deal with it. We got no problem. We got to go through. Y'all listen. Y'all are carbon deficient a little bit, but we love y'all anyway. We love y'all anyway, because what would we do without carbon deficient? Carbon deficient. Y'all got diet metalin, and it's fine. We still love y'all.
Diet melanin.
Bro,
diet melanin. That's the first I've heard of that.
It's on site from now on, bro.
Our people hate the talented because, again, the value system is consumerism. If you listen to a lot of the chicks and you listen to the young people, because they're like the ones that need to be protected, the younger people and the females, they tell on themselves. The value system is consumerism. What I get to get. I got this, you got this, I can get this, I go get my cousin. Everything is about getting, because there's a void inside of them. Mm-hmm. So they have a problem with the talent that's in our community. They hate smart people because I can't get away with it because you're smarter than me. And you're going to get more stuff than me because you talented. And so it really, what it boils down to is they really mad with God, because God gave you more stuff than they gave me. Like they would be if we were siblings. Daddy gave you more stuff than me. You got to get this. You got to go with him to the mall. And that's what it's about. So once you identify what the problem is, okay, cool. Let's adapt. You mad at me because I'm better than you. Let me help you get better. I'm going to bust your motherfucking ass every time I see you. Down to the white meat, because you only get smarter by playing a smarter opponent. That's it. You make it simple.
You challenge them to greatness. Absolutely.
If there's a struggle, there's no progress. Frederick Douglass said that.
Facts.
And it's true. It's the same thing with working out with your muscles. If you don't lift heavier weights, you're not going to get stronger. You're not going to get better muscle tone. If you don't read consistently and encounter different words, bigger words, words that are more difficult to pronounce, the grammar won't get better. Your reading comprehension won't get better. Your reading skills won't get better. Your articulation won't get better. There must be challenge in order to improve. It must be
hooked on phonics. That's all.
I got it out.
I am glad you said that, because I'm trying to understand it in the gym. I see a lot of these guys who are trying to lift weight, but are lifting lightweight and not trying to lift the heavyweight.
My feet,
trying to lift on heavyweight. Like, yo, you might hurt yourself. I'm looking at them like, hurt myself doing what?
And my female clients, they're the worst at it. Like, that's the biggest mistake I see that my female clients make, is that, okay, I'll give them a workout routine. It's okay, record your workout routine and send it to me. They'll record it themselves. They'll send it to me. I'm like, okay, now it's time to move that weight up 5 pounds. This is after a month of them doing it, right? 5 pounds, isn't that too much? No, it's not. And so, you know what I'm saying? It's so they don't want to do it. I'm just like, this is the kind of body you said you want by this time, right? This is how you're working with, right? Yeah. Well, trust me, Well, I have trouble doing this. I said, put the 5 pounds on. You'll see. The ones who do it, they see the results and they thank me for it. But you have a number of people who don't even try it. They want to stick to what they want to do. And like it's like work class. It's like work class saying, if there's no challenge, there's no progress. You can't move forward like that. You're just gonna be stuck in that one spot.
People don't understand that you only grow when you on those last couple reps that you can't do. The workout only stops They don't get that.
Exactly. When you're like your first 3 sets is probably just your warm up.
Yep.
Now when you go to 5 sets, you know what I'm saying? If you're doing like a set of 5, like on flat bench press, my first 3 sets is warm up. I'll start with 135, I go to 185, and I go to 205. And I go to 205. And then after that, I work my way up to 315. But that's what a workout is.
Yeah.
Between 225 and 315, that's what I'm doing my working sets.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So then, my chest is actually warm up. Then I move to incline. I don't need to warm up anymore. I just do like 4 sets of the incline. I mean, but you get my point. If you're not challenging yourself, you're not moving forward.
Right. If you haven't came to a concept that just blows your mind, when you baffle, when you dumbfounded, you're not learning.
Yeah.
You should feel stupid when you read. You should feel stupid when you like. I feel like an idiot. Like I feel like what the fuck?
You're reading.
Yeah, that's when you know you get smart. Like what? Have I learned anything my whole life?
Hey, world class. Every time you talk about reading and etymology, all I hear is me trolling you in the dust of spirit.
Right. But that's where you get better. That's why I'm good at debates, because I will take a concept that I know don't fit an environment and I'll bring it there and I'll defend it.
Yeah, because they don't know the etymology, parsing syntax.
No, they don't know how to think. And they don't know how to actually debate. And they don't know how to speak about or be in an environment with things that make sense the whole time. They don't know how to confirm something.
You're being emotional.
Right. Because I'm right. When you're emotional, it's just because you was right. They don't know how to be in a conversation and defend at any point before somebody confirms it. I just seen I forgot who said that. I think Rick Ross said it. That's not a person. It's not a good person to quote. He said most people don't see the vision until the 10 people see the vision. Like they wait for another 10 people to confirm it before you can confirm it. They don't know how to be the first one to go, yeah, you know what, this is right. And y'all shouldn't be doing it. Yeah, this is wrong. Nah, nigga, nigga, if you on some true shit, then you on some true shit. It's gonna come in the end of the day. You know how many times people have came 10 years later, 5 years later, you say, you know what, you was right. And I say, I know, I said it. I know I'm right. I'm right. Because here's the thing, like, oh, you just think you're so smarter than no, motherfucker, I care. If I didn't give a fuck, I wouldn't say anything to you. I care more about you than you do. So I'm not gonna say something to another person that I don't know is right. I may not know how to get you to accept it. I may not know how to explain it to you, but I know I'm right. I'm gonna take the time out and be careful on what I say and give you what I know is right, irrespective of how many other things that I'm working on that I don't know is completely right and I don't know how to convey. And we don't give each other that much respect. And I'm talking to another man that's a father, that's a grandfather, that's an uncle, that's a father to be, that's a business owner, that is responsible for other people, that is responsible for other people's stuff. And I need to be careful on what I'm saying. So etymology, in the word that I say, if I'm going to take fucking time to look up syllables, I'm going to take the effort to look up syllables and that much care in syllables that will never be a dad. What do you think I'm doing with you when you're made of 102 minerals and you're a sentient being? I'm telling you stuff that I know is right. When you start talking money and I hear people talk about money and you don't start with a central bank, I don't want to hear you talk no more. I really don't. I don't care about what you're saying because you don't know what you're talking about. I don't care who you are. Start with the central bank, then we can work from there. I don't want to hear it. If I'm telling you about, if we talking about health and you're not talking about alkalinity because the blood is 7.1, I don't want to hear you talk no more. I said that to a fucking doctor in the NICU. I don't want to hear you talk because you don't know what you're talking about. Because you're not about to put something called a fortifier in my son's bloodstream, and the fortifier's pH is 3.5. I said, no, get that out of my face. And he shut the fuck up because I was right. You know what I'm saying? Take care in what you're saying to people. because it could cost them their life. Anybody that's been in the military know that misinformation is a death sentence. That's how I take it. It's a death sentence. That's
You have no idea. You have no idea, and you have no idea how often we get it wrong too.
Mm-hmm.
I swear, a lot of the shit we got away with was just luck.
That's when. So you mean you were prepared and the opportunity presented itself?
Right. You know, a lot of that shit is like, okay, we had luckily for us, we had intelligent people on our team. We had competent people on our team. There's times, man, you call it an airstrike. Okay, they're bombing in the wrong direction. You're like, the fuck, dude? We just told you. No, we told you where. Like I said,
no grid coordinates is off. You're the one, goddammit.
No, you're right. It's like no, the grid coordinates is right here. Let's just double and triple check. Yeah, we gave them the right ones. What's their problem? They're in the Air Force. Then we be like, oh, it's the Air Force. Yeah.
Now they done bombed the school and shit. You like,
right. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo,
you idiots! You've ordered a hit on the school? No, we told this nigga.
Exactly. No, here the grid coordinates, and then there's a whole investigation,
bro.
Yeah, and
it's like,
y'all got it right.
Did you
we
get
know
the
we got
enemy?
it right.
We're like, we shot him in the back when they turned around to look at that school you blew up. So yeah.
Right. So, see, there's times where people have called ambushes on friendlies. There's times when they've done airstrikes have been done on us.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? They're like, war is so random, and messed up. Like people have no clue. People have no clue just how random and when shit goes wrong, like world class is right. When your information is wrong, you're probably gonna die.
Mm-hmm. That's how it is on the street.
You're the probability of you dying just shot up astronomically. That's why, like,
that's how it is in the buffet, also.
Well, no, it's not. They're making a conscious decision because to choose nothing but bad options. You know what I'm saying? So there's a difference between, hey, oh shit, the grid coordinate is over here, but you said do it here. Yes, Jesus. You know what I'm saying? One's a mistake, one's a conscious choice to destroy yourself from the inside. And to Trey saying the Air Force doesn't make mistakes, they do all the time. There's idiots over there in the Air Force, man. Seriously,
my brother in the Air Force. I know they don't.
There's some morons in the Air Force, man.
Confident idiots.
Yeah, confident and arrogant idiots. You know what I'm saying? Then you got soldiers like JT who went to the Army and apparently did nothing. And you know, he was a mechanic in the motor pool cussing people out.
It's the
I guarantee you, JT was that NCO. He just walked around cussing people out in the motor pool. There's always one or two. Always one or two. He just walk around the motor pool.
I was cussing people out, but I also was a soldier too, boy. I was cussing their ass out. Yes, sir.
Exactly. It's always one, maybe two NCOs that just walk around the motor pool cussing at people, scaring the shit out of privates. And then
send them to go get a glass hammer and shit like that. Yes, sir.
Right. Something that don't exist. Yeah, go give me that glass hammer over there. Look at
go over to Bravo Company and go get a fallopian tube.
Right.
What?
A fallopian tube.
Yeah, and then the private go over there and do it. They don't stop and think. They're like, because the private's new and he just wants to get it right. So the NCOs will fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? Pull like pranks on him and stuff like that. It's hilarious to watch, man. It is. And they laugh it off. They know it's just all tongue-in-cheek and fun.
It's an 8-hour damn job, too, for their ass to go find it.
Right. They'll send them on a wild goose chase.
Fallopian tubes. Motherfuckers is...
Hey, Ray, they'll send them off to do something that will take them all day. And then they get there.
Damn, bro, y'all savages.
I'll give me a unicorn socket.
Them niggas all the way up in brigade trying to find some shit.
Asking people the question, hey, where you find a fallopian tube? You know they did it. You know they was asking people where to find one. And people looking at it like,
you got to go to 30 seconds.
They're gonna be like, hey, he over here looking for some pussy. You in the wrong place, buddy.
Oh my god.
Now imagine if he asked if there's a male private asking a female soldier
Right.
Stay up and find a fallopian tube.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, bro.
Getting slapped.
But yeah, we do stuff in the Army. We do silly stuff like that all the time to people, man. Like even in special operations, we do it. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna joke around and goof off.
Everybody.
You know what I'm saying? We are. But yeah, no, it was right. With Intel, like even like in special operations, you have Green Berets who've never seen combat because they've chosen MOS for intelligence. They sit in front of the computer all day and night. They are doing research. They're reading all day and all night. They're on satellite feeds all day and night because for us, intel has to be accurate. No matter what intel that everyone else gets, we have to have the correct information.
Right.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I'm getting ready to pull out. Hey, listen, you guys are talking about intelligence. If y'all want to, there's a show on Hulu called Class of 09. It's about some FBI guys, FBI class that goes from past, present, and the future. And the stuff and the technology they use in the future to fight crime, something that some of you guys might be really interested in. And they're using AI and a lot of other things. It's a pretty good show. Anyway,
and what's it called again?
It's called the Class
of 09.
Class of 09. Have you heard of it, Reckless? Did you see it?
No, but no. I've just when I start getting tired, like my brain works really fast, so I just remembered what you said.
It's not though, but it's Class of 09. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Okay, all right. I'm writing it down.
It's been a pleasure. I got to roll out.
I appreciate you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, tell BMU wherever he's at. Good night. Later on, fellas.
All right, peace out.
Later.
I owe you some dust, but another day.
What'd you say?
No, I owe him some dust, but it'll be another time.
Right. Yeah. People think, oh yes, it's the military.
And your dust tornado.
It's the military. They're always on point. No, you understand that we're still humans.
They be ate up.
Yeah.
No, Jesus.
Yeah. And then they think, well, you're a special operations. No one fucked around there. I'm like, you'd be absolutely amazed at the shenanigans that was going on that side of the yard. You're still dealing with human beings now. Yeah. Keep that in mind. And
all right, fellas, I got to get up out of here too, man.
No problem.
I'll let y'all,
right,
man.
Peace out.
He's still in GI. He's still in GI.
You know what? Here's the problem. We've been here for almost 5 hours and 49 minutes.
Yep, 49 minutes.
Final thought. And
I think me too. I got it, but I think light-skinned people are the problem. I think we got to blame y'all for everything. Luckily, you have people that are smack dab in the middle, caramel people like me who can help y'all.
Oh my God.
Y'all darkies and y'all lighties, get it together to come to some type of solution. You're welcome to have us. You're thankful. You should be. We the only thing that's really worth keeping around here, and that's that. I just had to get that part out. So do you darkies and you lighties, that's your problem. That's it. That's all I had. I just wanted to set it up for you guys to thank us for being here, to make things possible for you. Also, a double thing. I'm an 80s baby, so that's the greatest generation ever made. We're better than all of you as well. That can't be denied. And what else? I'm also Puerto Rican, so that we were that. So I got a lot of things going that make me better than the rest of y'all. And you guys are welcome. I'm gonna stop playing. It's we gotta definitely gotta do something dramatic. I think, like I said earlier, we gotta match extremes with extremes. I think we in a time where if we get this done, they will never forget us. And I really mean this, like in real life. If we get this done, if we find a way to even just preserve valuable things, they'll never forget us. And I think men need to, like I said earlier, dig into history when you're in times like this. And men have always fought for immortality, to have your name be remembered for all time. At least, if nothing else, in your own bloodline. I think that's one of the things that, once I realized that in history, once I realized that was okay, and it's not like a lofty, grandiose thing. It's one of the most freeing and inspiring and permanently motivating things to live a life worth remembering, so I don't die twice. Physically die, and then it was like I was never here. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to say that. for your own bloodline and for your own. And because listen, wearing the chains, wearing your pants off your ass, being the type of nigga to beat up women, that's gonna get promoted. You know what I'm saying? Be the type of dude that's lazy and lousy, and I don't know what she gonna do for me. She need to take care of me and make, you know what I'm saying, with those type of losers, that's gonna get promoted. Running up and shooting a nigga with the mask off, that's gonna get promoted. So let's promote world class things. As I say, man, it ain't but two classes on this planet, never been three. You have a world class or you outclass. And the question is not which class do you want to live in. The question is which class do the ones coming behind you deserve for you to die in. On your feet, on your knees, respect the craft. Noble.
Right on.
That
Okay, my final thoughts is this. To the topic, you damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's unfortunate, but it does happen. Sometimes we do find ourselves in situations like this with people, and when it comes to that, you have to understand that you can't make that person happy. You can't please that person if a person's putting you in that position. It may hurt. It may even be devastating. But it's a reality that you have to eventually come to grips with and move forward. You can't spend your life trying to please a person who won't allow you to please them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the overall issue. They won't allow you to. You probably could. If you're in a relationship with them, you definitely have before, so you can. It's just for whatever reason, they won't allow you to now. So keep that in mind. Stay strong. And if you have information like Reckless Ray does about hacking houses and stuff like that, and he and I are going to talk about that, spread the knowledge, people. I do all the time. Ray says he does. We'll see. So, yeah, that's how you get back to the community, with knowledge. And you let those people make their own decisions as to what they do with that knowledge. Are they going to put it into action and become more successful or grow? Or are they going to maintain what they got and just stay where they are? It has to be up to them. It has to be their choice. We can't force it.
Sound like a challenge.
Yeah. So people, try to be better than you were yesterday. Do that every day. That's all I got.
So scam likely. Want to be wait? Go next.
Oh, I'll go. I'll let Dusto shut it down. I'll be respectful.
Go ahead, you're good.
So we are going into some trying times. Things are going to get worse, much worse before they get better. And that's not necessarily within the community, whatever you want to call it. That's just economics. Things are about to get rough. Those people who are not making the moves and not doing what needs to be done, who are going to be out there running like lone wolves and bandits, I guess hyenas and bandits, if you would, they're gonna face some hard times. Like if you're not financially situated, which most people are average, so most of you aren't, it's going to be rough for you, like terribly rough. Actually, you're going to have like a really bad existence that you might not recover from in time. So just something to think about. It's better to go 50-50 than do 100% of hell by yourself. So I'll leave that with that. In regards to world class statement, I think it's the caramel milk drops that are the issue, because they're not actually on either side, and they're infiltrators. And I really think when stuff goes bad, we need to collect all of them up and push them into the ocean tied to rocks. So I'm going to leave it out on that. It's on site, world class. That's my final statement.
So we have Dusterville, leader of the Dustatron, who puts out the massive dust tornado class 5. What is your final thought?
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States has been infiltrated by the Dusticons, the Wiganators, and the Negators. The Dusticons, these people are just absolute dusty. The Wigosaurus is about 400 pounds, 6 teeth, 7 gums, and 8 kids. Stay away from them. And the Negators are the people you talk to, no matter what you say, they're going to gloom doom you to death, or they're just going to be ultra negative. To the point where if you're just talking to a pretty lady and you have a smile on your face, they can't take it. They can't. They got to come up with something negative to say. Well, I've been married 37 years. She's going to leave you. I don't know what happened to these people. I don't want to know. Get out of there. Troll them and get out. You got to stick it with bop, 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 and then be out. Don't stick around. Get out of there. They bad. It's going to get worse. Take care of your fitness. If you're fat, stop. Just stop doing it. Put the donuts down and go run. If you're ugly, I mean, hey, I don't know. You just got a problem. I can't help you. Sorry. But the Troll Illuminati, we're recruiting members. We need some help. I can't troll. I've been on panels trying to going 1-on-6 and smoking these dusties. But I mean, sometimes I got to take a break, a vacation. Who's gonna do my job when I'm on vacation? Need backup, need substitutions and everything. I mean, it's just how it is. But other thing is critical thinking, problem solving, and solutions. There first is identify the problem. Actually, really identify what the problem is. Come up with something that actually fixes the problem instead of stuffing the problem and just passing to somebody else and like, oh man, but in 1822, you just gave somebody the problem. You didn't give them the solution. Other one, emotional intelligence is the proper communication. I heard someone, I was actually driving, I went to the club, do a little bit of salsa dancing. I came out, heard y'all, arguing, whatever. And I couldn't show you because I was driving. But here's the deal. Deal with people who like you. Understand what their wants are and what their needs are. They will change within time, as you're supposed to be changing with time and growing and increasing your communication. As with the person that you're with is supposed to be building you up and you build that person up. Therefore, make a focus when the person is unhappy, like consistently. That's a time to sit down and listen and properly communicate and try to solve the problem. Or you're going to get ragdolled and you end up on one of these dust panels with these crustosauruses. I think that's all I got. Yeah, that's it. Shout out to all the ladies out there.
I thought there was an upcoming movie because I'm just kind of like.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Tom, the Navigator, and the Wiggles. What are they again?
The Negators and the Wigosauruses. You know about the Wigosauruses. That's generation 2. But the Dusticons and the Negators, they deep. They're growing, multiplying.
I hate to ask you this question. I'm acting like when I'm wearing your merchandise for these coming out. The T-shirts, the merch. Because, I want you to be witness. I told Scam, you need to stop buying these merch. You need a merch for the nature of Wigloms. Now you need a merch for this one as well. Because these catfish are spreading like wildfire, and you can't be having these catfish with no merch on these things. Come on. And you're in Florida, you can make this thing blow up. You got Man Drug, he can get a manufacturing plant for you to build these merch. So what's going on?
The Wiglom body.
Bro, they'll rock that. They'll rock that shit.
Wait, thank you. Got 2-story wigs with windows now. That's gonna be a big body.
You see the vision. I told this brother. Nature of Wigloms. You had outside of the wig at the back. It said Wiggum Salon. Tell me they're not gonna rock that shirt. And you a businessman where you see the vision, so you cannot tell me they're not gonna rock it. They will outpace Anton Daniel merch.
You're trying to get me killed,
bro.
Even Bab understand that you will wear it with a wig and take pictures.
Oh my god.
You'll be the special model for this.
All money ain't good money.
Oh Lord. Scam. You don't want to be a multimillionaire? What's the problem?
I want to live to see the money. So
man, Joe, can you help me out with this? This sounds like a good business plan, and he want to walk away from this.
What sounds like a good business plan?
Talk about the merch.
Nation of wigwam bonnets.
Okay, are you involved? Are you involved in any way in this business, Black David?
Talk about the hoodie.
I know, but are you? That doesn't answer my question. Are you involved in this business in any way?
I wanted to invest in this business.
Oh no! Not if you come with it. You can't trust an African. No, hey, do it on your own if you're gonna do it. Scam likely.
No, I ain't trying to get killed.
Don't do business with Africans. You'll be fine.
Oh my God!
I'll be like the Wire. I'll be in a vacant somewhere like the Wire.
You will. Black David coming up. Where's my money? Scam likely.
Man, Joe, cut it out.
Let me say something. Let me tell you this. I work at it for 20 years. I study Kabari in my country, Nigeria. I come here to this country. My wife is Trinidadian. I come from a polygamy background, and I want my money.
And then Black David gonna take them big ass bear claws and slap your fucking head off.
Oh, this is Mad Joe comeback from earlier on. Okay.
Yeah.
I give you that. He was holding it for me because I thought she's on the same height with Man Joe. He got tight.
Yeah, Black Man Filter gets it too, man. I mean, he calls me on the phone talking cash money stuff. I'm like, okay. Then we start joning each other back and forth on the phone. It's a trip. Like he'll call me for a specific reason, completely forget because we joking on each other.
Oh my God.
We joning. Like we'll be on the phone just joning for like a half hour. And then I'm like, hey man, what? I said, let's say shit for brains. What you call me for? He'd be like, what I call you for? I said, yeah.
No, I get roasted by J Speed.
Oh, I do too. In fact, I owe him a phone call. I'm gonna call J Speed tomorrow morning. And I know I'm gonna get it. I know. He's gonna let me have it.
Get it.
Because I missed his call. I think I missed his call earlier today. I just hadn't had a chance to call him back. But he's still gonna let me have it.
He's not gonna give it to you. He will serve you with it first.
Well, he's gonna let me. Yeah, JSP gonna let me have it. It's just at the time. But
God forbid he call you HH, Harlot Hero, from Nathan Daly. That was the catchphrase. He said, "Those who's something for 6 are the Harlem heroes."
Oh,
that's
Jesus!
That's the second comment.
It got out of hand.
I know it. What he said, the one you can save is the Cape Crusaders. You can take their cape and save them. But though you cannot save HH, I was like,
no, I'm saying if you look at a woman and smile, you're a simp now. It's out of control.
It is. No, dude. These dudes be giving these chicks passes, sliding in their DMs, buying their OnlyFans. Come on, man.
Wait, who's got an OnlyFans, right?
Man, bro, that ain't my business to tell. If you need the receipts, you gotta go over to Daryl Long's channel. I am not messy in these YouTube streets.
Right. Hey, hang back after the show. I mean, I ask you something, and it's not about this, not about the OnlyFans. I'm not interested in that. Because I'm not paying for anybody's OnlyFans anyway. I don't care.
I can take the blow dart. I can't take the OnlyFans bandwagon trying to cheat.
Yeah, plus I've seen naked women before. It's.
He said I've seen it. But have you seen the ones up the street though? What about them women?
Who cares? There's better ones out there, man. I mean, so why? I don't get the whole OnlyFans thing. I don't understand. Why would you pay? You don't have access to the woman.
These dudes are sad. That's well, no. Actually, they do, and that's the thing that people don't understand. Like, they do. Some of them.
Okay, I mean, teach their own. If that's what they into, you go right ahead and do that. I mean, I don't judge. It's just not for me. So do what you do. You're gonna get the results you get.
Facts.
Natural consequences.
On that note, we're gonna shut down the barbershop for tonight. This weekend, come back next weekend for more bullets.
Yeah, because we overdid it tonight. Good grief.
Oh, we overdid it. I got
Hey,
triggered
Black
from this
David,
show.
Black David, close the show out, Black David. Good Lord.
Black David, how you gonna come to the barbershop with your hair sticking up like that?
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, you want to start now with my hair? I'm sorry. It's
He
not
gets
my
his
fault.
haircut once a quarter.
I'm sorry. It's not my fault. I can do full-blown hair. You bald-headed. Don't hate.
Well, how about you take care of it before you end up just like him?
I put Barry and Joe to get healthy hair.
You put Barry and Joe to get hair. Yes, we know.
Nope. Come here.
Oh, Jesus.
Come here. Be still. Don't move. Come here.
You cannot make this one up. You cannot make this one up. And you got this man wearing a cap. Never see his hair at all. Want to talk about me?
No, it's my gimmick. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's gonna have a gimmick.
I know it's your gimmick, but the thing is,
everybody's gonna have a gimmick, Ray.
Here's the problem,
you know,
guys, ladies and gentlemen. If I cut my hair was too past man dry hair and then some.
Like David, are you gonna close the show out, man?
Hey, we close it out. This, don't hate on my hairline, okay? It's not leaving. Coming forward.
It's not.
It's coming forward.
It just needs to be, but it does need to be edged up. It does need that badly.
No, I'll get a lady to do that for me, okay? Don't hate.
Yeah, you gonna trust a woman to cut your hair?
Like David got an edge back.
Right.
You got no edge. You got no edge. Your edge left you a long time ago, so don't talk.
Shave and a haircut.
The hairline was